Did you know that the boy in the Kakariko graveyard eventually became a Skull Kid? Or that Hyrule was going to have a sea as well as a lake? Or that you could originally fish in the Water Temple boss room? Over the last few years, we've been crawling through hundreds of foreign magazines for new information and tidbits to translate. During our search for today's video, we stumbled upon a few interesting Ocarina of Time facts, including some from a Japanese Miyamoto interview that we had translated. So, unless you used to live in Japan, you probably haven't heard some of the stuff in this video. As well as the interview, this issue of 64 Dream has a developer Q&A that's pretty interesting. The Miyamoto stuff is fresh, but this Q&A's already been translated online. It still has a few interesting points we want to mention though, so we're going to go over this first and throw in a few obscure Zelda tidbits we found during our research. So, let's get into it. If you've ever wondered where Princess Ruto's mother is, according to Ocarina's script director Toru Osawa, she's probably dead. After being questioned about her whereabouts, Osawa says she must have already passed, but given King Zora's looks, she must have been beautiful. Another tidbit early in the Q&A comes from character designer Yoshiki Haruhana, who brings up how Princess Ruto was modeled after a hammerhead shark, but with 4 eyes. He said, "She's like a human girl with a bit of hammerhead shark in her head. As she matures, these side eyes slowly sink into her head." Another bit of insight comes from Ocarina's 3D system director, Yoshiaki Koizumi. Koizumi reveals in the Q&A that the graveyard boy in Kakariko Graveyard eventually became a Skull Kid. According to Koizumi, the boy wandered into the Lost Woods looking for his missing father and had an accident. He then became a Skull Kid. We came across more hidden details during our research. Hylian's script on some of the game's items holds secrets that aren't visible in-game, only in high-resolution renders. Ocarina's high-res dungeon map render has Hylian text, which seems to reference Nintendo's main offices circa 1998. When translated, the Hylian room labels actually say things like President Office, Security Guard Post, Bicycle Parking, Off-Campus Dining, and even Get off at Kihan Tobakaido Station, then walk 1 minute. It also has text which translates to Mario Club. Mario Club was a debugging team within Nintendo for years before becoming an official subsidiary under the Nintendo licensing division in Kyoto in 2009. You may recognize Mario Club from the special thanks credit in some of Nintendo's best games for their efforts debugging and testing. One item needed to complete Ocarina's trading quest and acquire the Bigoron's sword is an eye drop prescription. Hylian text is readable on the prescription and reads, "For the time being, the most important thing is to believe. Hold deep within your heart the notion that you will get better." In the trading quest, players show the prescription to King Zora to get the eyeball frog, which is then given to the lake scientist, who uses the frog to make some eye drops. The implication seems to be that the frog was sacrificed to make the eye drops, and back in the Q&A, the interviewer expresses how sad that seems. Yoshiaki Koizumi agrees, but points out that using frogs in eye medicine is a practice from ancient times, then goes on to drop some obscure lore. He says, "It may be sad, but there's a lot of animals that have uses in life. In every region of Hyrule, there's a festival each year held to thank the animals that are of use to humans." Another tidbit in this Q&A comes from field designer Makoto Miyanaga. Miyanaga mentions that the game's lighting system was adjusted thousands of times during development. He personally tweaked the way the morning and dusk fog worked, trying to get the right feel. "I must have adjusted the morning and dusk lighting and fog thousands of times," he said. We stumbled upon another field designer that made personal tweaks to Ocarina. Somewhere on the wall of every minigame area, there's a poster with the same texture featuring Gerudo and Hylian script. Although very low resolution, the Gerudo script is legible and reads Hiromasa Shikata. Shikata is credited in Ocarina for field design, so he presumably hid this developer credit himself. Ocarina of Time was Shikata's first gig at Nintendo, but it wasn't his last. He'd go on to work on Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Spirit Tracks, and he'd even become the director for both A Link Between Worlds and Triforce Heroes. In the Q&A, sound programmer Yoji Inagaki says the game uses over 1,000 sound effects, and that he and another programmer created all of them, using randomization to make sure they never felt too repetitive. He said, each sound made carefully to contribute to the overall atmosphere on screen. Composer Koji Kondo also mentions that the team avoided using the classic overworld theme because of how long players spend in Hyrule Field. He said, "We were most concerned about the same melody repeated over and over, and instead opted for music that shifted depending on Link's location or situation." Elsewhere in the Q&A, one developer touches on some cut content. Boss programmer Kazuaki Morita brings up how, in an earlier version of the game, players could fish in the Water Temple boss room. He says, "I came in to help at the halfway point. Making the fishing hole was difficult. At the time, you were able to fish inside the Water Temple boss room." Using a few other interviews and some observations from data miners, it seems after joining the team and seeing Morpha's boss room, Morita got the idea to add a fish swimming around the pool. Once he saw the fish swimming, he realized he could make a fishing minigame and decided to prototype it using existing assets. He made a fishing rod by modifying another model and reused Link's sword swing animation for casting the rod. Some evidence suggests this boss room fishing prototype was accessible using debugging tools. A leaked development commit log attributed to Morita instructs anyone who wants to see the secret work he was doing should set the variable sex69 to 1, then hold R and press L 6 times using controller 2, then load the boss area via map select. However, it appears that sometime between the date of the log entry and the game's release, Morita's secret fishing room was either cut out or written over. Our research led us to another piece of cut in-game content. During Ocarina's development, Nintendo of Europe's Madrid office initially planned for a full Spanish localization, but the effort was abandoned mid-production due to difficulties faced by the main developers in Japan. As a compromise, the Spanish release shipped using the English language ROM, but bundled alongside a 150-page booklet that showed all the game's text in both English and Spanish, so players could read it as they play. But constantly looking at a translation book while playing a game in another language was cumbersome, and even led to players accidentally reading spoilers while searching for specific lines. It got such a bad reception that the Spanish marketing for Majora's Mask heavily advertised that this game included a full in-game localization. Despite giving Majora's Mask a proper localization and having a full Spanish translation of Ocarina on paper, no in-game Spanish language option was added to Ocarina of Time's subsequent Virtual Console releases. And speaking of Majora's Mask, the game shared an interesting oversight with Ocarina of Time. The Deku Stick's texture looks different between Ocarina and Majora, but this wasn't an intentional redesign. Essentially, when the Deku Stick is rendered in Ocarina, the game tries loading a 16 by 16 pixel texture, but the stick's texture is only 8 by 8 pixels small. This results in the game pulling data from the next texture in the display list, then using it as if it were part of the Deku Stick texture. In Ocarina, that next texture is Link's hair texture. The end result is a Frankenstein texture that changes depending on what data comes next in each game. Even though Majora's Mask reused much of Ocarina's assets and code, the final game ended up loading a different chunk of data after the Deku Stick texture. Blue Sky user DYKG pointed out that in Majora, the game pulls in data left over from Ocarina of Time. Specifically, it uses data from a joint table that determines how young Link's limbs are rotated into different poses in Ocarina's pause menu. Even though this table is unused in Majora's Mask, it's still in the game data. So, the game ends up pulling data for young Link posing with the Hylian shield to complete the stick texture, just like how it uses Link's hair texture in Ocarina. DYKG even mocked up what the Deku Stick would look like if the display list correctly loaded the 8x8 pixel texture. Interestingly, the fixed version is much plainer, so it all worked out in the end. And with that, let's get into that 64 Dream Miyamoto interview all about Ocarina of Time's development. In the decades since Ocarina of Time's release, fans have uncovered tons of early footage and cut content, but some of Ocarina's most curious cut content has been revealed directly by Miyamoto. Early in the interview, Miyamoto reveals to 64 Dream that Hyrule was actually planned to have a sea as well as a lake. He lamented there was supposed to be a giant lake on top of the northernmost mountain and a sea at the far south. So if you looked from the opposite direction, you'd see a massive cliff. The remains of that idea became the elevated portions of Gerudo Valley. During rough drafts, we had more cliffs, and I wish we could have had a lake or sea in with them. From here, Miyamoto references another scrapped location, a swamp area that was considered but left out to avoid technical complications. Yes, we tried to keep things technically simple when creating all of the nature, so there wasn't any room for a swamp. Miyamoto's also asked if the finished Hyrule ended up as big as he'd imagined, with him saying he thought Hyrule was just the right size for the game. He goes on to say, "We rarely create anything in one go. There's usually a lot of adjustments made. And the same goes for the scale of the game, as you can imagine. Looking at Ocarina's development, it's clear a lot of thought went into the game's world, with huge areas like the Beta Kokiri Forest being crafted, then stripped down and reworked. Another area that Miyamoto and the team considered at length was Hyrule Castle Town. The game's aesthetic being roughly based on medieval Europe should be no surprise, as Miyamoto flew out to Germany a few years before Ocarina's release and took back some inspiration. This info comes from a special Ocarina of Time issue of Germany's Club Nintendo from 1998, which reveals how Miyamoto spent several weeks in northern Bavaria, among other places, doing research for Ocarina's environments. This led to Shigeru visiting several homes in Lower Franconia, which ultimately inspired him to base Hyrule Castle Town's buildings on Germany's half-timbered structures from the Middle Ages. If you compare these real-life buildings to Hyrule Castle's market, the resemblance is striking. Miyamoto put a lot of thought into developing the game's atmosphere, and although Ocarina's world and feel were impressive for the time, old Shigeru only saw his failings. He told 64 Dream, "Even if it's just adding in some rocks, we want a game that feels dense, but there are a lot of things that feel lacking. Like, we couldn't make the wind feel truly real. The mood of the wind was something we put a lot of work into, but we weren't able to tie it into gameplay. I didn't have enough time for it." He doesn't elaborate on what he meant by tying the wind into the gameplay, but it's interesting that this idea would be realized with the Wind Waker, and in a huge way. You can't help but wonder if this is where Wind Waker was born. Miyamoto's concern about the game's presentation links into another tidbit we stumbled across while researching for this video. According to 2 interviews with Famitsu in 1998, Shigeru Miyamoto cited Rare's exceptional graphical and technical work on Banjo-Kazooie as a factor for why The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time was delayed, as Miyamoto and his team felt they needed to aim for the new graphical benchmark Banjo had set. He thought a 3D action platformer of its kind running that well on N64 hardware was so amazing that we don't want to be outdone. And even joked, if Mario's a Makunoichi Bento, Banjo's a deluxe Makunoichi Bento. Upon its release, some reviews of Ocarina of Time compared its geometry, frame rate, and textures with Banjo-Kazooie's, and felt Ocarina did not perform as well in that field. One character who changed late in development was the Great Fairy. In the interview, Miyamoto says the team had been using a statue model, like an Oscar from the Academy Awards, as a placeholder. Then, one day, the statue was gone. "Suddenly I noticed her in the game, laughing like, ho 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 ho," he said. "I was surprised. This statue model can be seen in pre-release promotional material and is actually still in the final game's data." And as Miyamoto's comment implied, the fairy stands still with no movement at all. Miyamoto also speaks about Navi and why she ended up being so talkative. According to Shigeru, a lot of people complain that she's an idiot, but if we try to make her smarter, it just makes them focus even more on times where she was stupid in this situation. Miyamoto's own kid told him that Na'vi acts weird at Death Mountain, and to not make her any weirder. He then left his son a memo saying that he would tell the people in charge.
Did you know? Originally, Ocarina of Time ran on the same engine as Super Mario 64, and both games were even developed concurrently. However, Ocarina's engine was so heavily altered by the end of development that its co-director, Shigeru Miyamoto, considers them two completely different engines. This concurrent production reflected how the original Mario and Zelda games were made alongside each other and shared ideas. Concepts were also traded between Ocarina and Mario 64, such as horse riding, which was actually planned for Mario 64. Ocarina of Time also planned to use Ganon's castle as a hub world with portals to different areas, similar to how players jump through paintings in Peach's castle. However, the team realized the Nintendo 64 was more powerful than they originally thought, and reconstructed the game to be more open. The fight with Ganondorf's doppelganger going in and out of paintings is a relic of this castle hub world idea. Even earlier than this, however, Ocarina was influenced by a failed attempt at remaking Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. Before work began on Ocarina, Nintendo experimented with a polygonal remake of Zelda 2 using the Super Effects chip. Nintendo's Yoshiaki Koizumi described the prototype in motion as a thin polygon Link, seen from the side and fighting with his sword. The emphasis on swordplay came from a desire to incorporate Chanbara-style sword fighting. Chanbara is a genre of film known as samurai cinema in the West, and is known for its intense sword fighting, which is often one-on-one. This desire was carried over to Ocarina of Time, and is likely the reason the first teaser for Zelda 64 was a one-on-one sword fight. Miyamoto initially intended the game to have a first-person perspective, with the camera switching to a side-on or third-person perspective while sword fighting. This first-person perspective would show off more of the game's terrain, and allow the team to focus on developing enemies and environments rather than Link's appearance. The concept was abandoned when young Link was introduced, as Miyamoto believed a third-person view would help highlight the differences between young and adult Link. The switch from 2D to 3D presented Nintendo with some issues, as fighting in 3D introduced a new axis for the player to manage. For inspiration to solve their issues, some members of the team traveled to Toei Kyoto Studio Park, which often had period drama shows. At one point, the team saw a ninja show where a samurai caught a kusarigama thrown by a ninja. When the chain was pulled taut, the ninja moved in a circle around the samurai. This became the inspiration for the Z-targeting mechanic. The trip to Toei Studio Park also inspired the game's enemy AI. When an actor was fighting multiple assailants, only one would attack at a time, allowing a single actor to deal with many foes. This same principle was incorporated into the enemy AI in Ocarina of Time. Actors from the park were also hired to do motion capture work for the game. An actor was hired for Link's standard movements, and a professional katana stunt actor was hired to perform Link's attack animations. Ocarina's character illustrator Yusuke Nakano has said he based Link's appearance on a world-famous Hollywood actor. Nakano never revealed which actor this was, but we do know that Ganondorf was also based on an actor, and which one. Character designer Satoru Takezawa stated that Ganondorf was based on Christopher Lambert, best known for his role as Connor MacLeod in the Highlander series. Toru Osawa, Ocarina's scriptwriter, wanted Ganon to be a more complex personality, and show that Ganon isn't simply pure evil. Osawa tried to show a more human side to Ganon, and sought to portray him in a similar way to Rao from Fist of the North Star. The team opted to use real-time cutscenes over pre-rendered scenes, and this was done for several reasons. Not only did they want cutscene visuals to be consistent with the gameplay, but they also wanted to be able to adjust scenes quickly. Pre-rendered video can take hours and even days to produce, and changing them would have been a much greater ordeal than altering real-time cutscenes. Their decision proved to be wise, as Miyamoto changed the game's story just months before release, and several cutscenes had to be reworked. Ocarina of Time was intended to release for the Nintendo 64's disk drive add-on. This version of the game would have taken advantage of the internal clock and extra space of the 64DD to present a persistent world. For example, cut grass would remain cut, and signs would stay broken once destroyed. Eventually, development was shifted onto the regular Nintendo 64 following poor sales of the 64DD. The switch to less powerful hardware resulted in many planned features being cut. Despite this, hope still remained for a 64DD version. Ocarina of Time was planned to get an expansion titled The Legend of Zelda, Ura, or Another Zelda, exclusively for the 64DD. Although it's linked to the development of Ocarina of Time, we'll explain the story of Ura Zelda in a separate video. In a previous episode, we mentioned a controversy surrounding the music in the Fire Temple. In versions 1.0 and 1.1 of Ocarina of Time, the Fire Temple's music contained chanting taken from Islamic prayer. From version 1.2 of Ocarina of Time onwards, the music was changed to remove this chant. It was widely believed that the change was made due to backlash from the Muslim community. However, research conducted by GameTrailers.com suggests another explanation for the game's removal. While Nintendo did indeed confirm the chanting was removed because of the religious reference, the ROM data for version 1.2 of the game shows the ROM was completed before Ocarina of Time's release. This implies that the change was made preemptively, and not because of any backlash. According to a Nintendo representative, the chant was taken from a commercial sound library. The same sample was also used in the Nintendo 64 version of Cruisin' World, which corroborates Nintendo's claim. Members of the Zelda Universe forums were eventually able to track down the sample in question on an album called Best Service Voice Spectral Volume 1, where the track was simply called Track 76. It's possible that the game's composer, Koji Kondo, was completely unaware of the track's religious implications due to the innocuous title. There's evidence to suggest that the character Fado was planned to have a more significant role during development. She has a unique design amongst the Kokiri, despite not having a plot-significant character. She also had another design at an earlier point, suggesting the character was either developed or repurposed at some point. She appears to be related to Mito in some way, as she'll constantly reference him when spoken to while wearing different masks. The pair also share a naming convention. Both of their names end with the syllable do, with the first syllables being mi and fa. All three syllables are found in solfeggio in English-speaking countries, where people would practice the pitch of their voice while saying do, re, mi, so, fa, la, ti, do. In The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker, a male Kokiri character becomes the Sage of the Wind, and is also called Fado. Because of this, some have speculated that Fado from Ocarina was originally going to be the Sage of the Wind herself at some point. The game has more unseen secrets. The Iron Knuckle enemies that are found towards the end of the game all have Gerudo thieves inside of them. The players can see the Gerudos as heads by positioning themselves so that the camera clips through the Iron Knuckles' helmets. It's unclear how canonical this inclusion was supposed to be. Most Iron Knuckles simply vanish once defeated. The exception to this is the mini-boss of the Spirit Temple. After its defeat, its armor falls off, revealing Naburu inside. As all Iron Knuckles share the same basic model in-game, having a Gerudo inside every one may have been a time-saving measure by Nintendo, allowing them to reuse the same basic model for all Iron Knuckles. Another possibility is that Iron Knuckles were originally intended to have contained Gerudos, but this story element was altered late in development, perhaps due to the dark implications of them being enslaved by Ganon. In either case, the 3DS version removed the Gerudo heads from inside the armor, cementing that these Iron Knuckles are not Gerudos in the current continuity. In 2011, to celebrate the series' 25th anniversary, Nintendo released Hyrule Historia, a compendium of Zelda series up to that point. The book contained trivia, behind-the-scenes facts, and a timeline of events, which had been the topic of debate for years leading up to that point. The Zelda timeline's pivotal moment is centered around Ocarina of Time, which splits into three separate timelines. One where Link is defeated during the events of the game, the Child Era, where Link returns to the past and Ganondorf is executed before he ever came to power, and the Adult Era, the timeline that continued on after Ganondorf's rule. Interestingly, it seems that Ocarina of Time was originally to have contained three separate timelines in and of itself: past, present, and future. This is suggested by unused text in the game's code, which reads, the entrance to the past, the entrance to the present, and the entrance to the future. The owl Kepora Gebora is confirmed by the Hyrule Historia to be the Sage of Light, Rauru, guiding Link through his journey as a child. All of the 7 sages were named after townships in Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. This may have been an oblique reference to the fact that Ocarina of Time was originally inspired by a failed remake of Zelda 2. In the official Zelda timeline, however, Ocarina of Time takes place before Zelda 2, meaning that the towns were most likely named after the sages. The game has more obscure Easter eggs as well. In the Forest Temple, the player will encounter the 4 Poe sisters: Meg, Joelle, Beth, and Amy. The characters are named after the 4 main characters in the 1832 novel Little Women: Meg, Jo, Beth, and Amy March. The Poe sisters' distinctive giggle is also Ganondorf's laugh sample sped up. In the German version of the game, the 4 carpenters working in Kakariko Village are named John, Paul, George, and Ringo, after the Beatles. Epona also took her name from real-world inspirations. She's named after a Celtic horse goddess. As a result of her association with horses, Epona was also associated with life, health, fertility, and plenty. When Ocarina of Time was translated into different languages, certain changes had to be made. One example can be found in the French version of the game, where the word Deku is changed to Mojo. This was because the French pronunciation of Deku would be Deku, which sounds like a slang term for feces in French. However, one change in the French version added a potentially vulgar phrase. The French game's flower bombs are called choux piture, which is meant to mean exploding cabbage, but can also mean farting cabbage.
Did you know? During Ocarina of Time's development, Shigeru Miyamoto and his team went to great lengths to make Link's animation as true to life as possible, and even built a motion capture studio at Nintendo HQ. The team made a mock horse to capture Link's animations riding Epona, and brought a real treasure chest on set to emulate Link getting items. They even had to rebuild and expand the mocap studio several times during production. Nintendo never named the actor who played Link, and also wouldn't identify the actor that inspired Link's design. In an interview with 3 Zelda artists, they said artwork for every Zelda game before Ocarina was handled by an outside studio, which resulted in Link looking a bit silly. But starting with Ocarina, Nintendo handled the series artwork in-house, which included what Link should look like. Instead of silly, they wanted him to look cool, a handsome character that could appeal to gamers in the West. According to Link's designer Yusuke Nakano, he drew inspiration from a rather world-famous Hollywood actor. At the time, if you were to talk about a really good-looking actor, people immediately thought of this guy. So I recall keeping in mind the point of his nose and that strong-willed look in his eyes when I was drawing. The other artists in the interview confirmed the actor's name came up repeatedly during production, and all agreed he was quite the heartthrob. Link's age and appearance bear a strong resemblance to Leonardo DiCaprio in the 90s, and the timing matches up as well. Both 1996's Romeo and Juliet and 1997's Titanic released during Ocarina of Time's development. Titanic in particular was incredibly popular in Japan, and even made its worldwide debut in Tokyo, nearly 2 months before it was shown in the United States. None of the Zelda devs specifically named Link's inspiration, but their hints and the timing heavily suggests DiCaprio. Speaking of Link's appearance, Link's ears aren't pierced when he's a kid, but inexplicably, they are pierced when he's an adult. The story behind his piercing is actually explained in the Ocarina of Time manga, and although most fans don't consider it canon, the manga does include extra backstory and addresses some questions not answered in the game. In the manga, Impa trains adult Link in swordplay at Kakariko Village, then pierces his ears as a badge of honor. The Sheikah tribe performed this piercing to signify a boy growing into a man. In both the game and the manga, Link's mother was gravely injured in the Hyrulean Civil War, leaving Link in the care of the Great Deku Tree before his mother died. In the game, Link's father is never mentioned, but in the manga, Raro gives more backstory explaining that Link's dad was a member of the Guardian House that served Hyrule's king, and was killed in battle just before Link's mother fled to Kokiri Forest. Ocarina also never mentions Zelda's mother, but in the manga it's made clear that she died before the events of the game. Likewise, early in Ocarina, Zelda talks about her father, but we're never told what becomes of him. Rather than leaving it to our imaginations, in the manga, Ganondorf tells Zelda that he killed her father as part of his coup, and that's what causes Zelda and Impa to flee the castle on horseback. But some changes in the manga go beyond just adding backstory, with some changes showing an alternate series of events. Instead of buying the Deku Shield at the shop, Link actually carves it from a piece of the Great Deku Tree's dead body. In the manga, Link can ride Epona not just as an adult, but also when he's a child. Interestingly, Child Link could also ride Epona in the game's beta, but the feature ended up getting cut from the final game. But the biggest difference between the game and the manga involves the Fire Temple boss Volvagia. Just after leaving the Kokiri Forest, Child Link buys a baby dragon in Castletown for 70 rupees, and the two quickly become best friends. But when Link arrives at the Fire Temple 7 years later, his pet has grown into a massive dragon and fallen under the influence of Ganondorf's curse. Link begs Volvagia to remember their friendship, but it's no use, and Link has no choice but to slay the dragon by cutting off its head. With its last breath, Volvagia's decapitated head lets out a whimper, crying Link's name. Link then swears vengeance on Ganondorf, vowing he'll never forgive what he did to Volvagia. The manga also gives more insight to Zelda's relationship with Sheik. On page 295, the princess says she's literally transforming into a boy, and Impa puts Zelda to sleep, sealing her inside the sacred realm while her body is reawakened as Sheik. The events depicted in the manga, as well as in-game clues like her eye color changing from blue to red, led some fans to believe Zelda and Sheik are actually two different people, and Sheik is literally male. Some even believe this makes the character transgender. Nintendo rarely makes official rulings on fan theories, but in 2014, Bill Trinan of Nintendo Treehouse did just that, telling Polygon, "The definitive answer is that Sheik is a woman, simply Zelda in a different outfit," thus settling the argument once and for all. After Ocarina of Time's development was complete, Miyamoto took an unusual amount of interest in the game's localization, making sure his story was told properly all around the world, but he wasn't always so involved. Localizations for earlier games in the series were pretty hit and miss, especially the original Zelda on NES, and the French versions were particularly goofy, where the Master Sword was localized as Excalibur. Despite the shoddy work, Nintendo's French translator didn't actually get fired until an awkward encounter at Nintendo HQ, when Zelda director Takashi Tezuka invited the localizers into a meeting one day for small talk, asking what they'd been up to the night before. The French translator said she'd been souvenir hunting at a sex shop, and pulled some obscene toys and magazines out of her purse, showing them to Tezuka and telling jokes we can't repeat here on YouTube. According to German translator Claude Moyes, who was in that meeting, "I've never before seen such faces, and never have since then. Mr. Tezuka's face got a green tint and he took a few steps back as if she was possessed. She was fired 1 week later, without any special explanations given. I really think it was because of Mr. Tezuka. Mr. Miyamoto would have had more humor, for sure." Now in need of a new French translator, they looked to their gamer tip hotline. Back in the early days of the internet, if fans got stuck in a game, they'd call Nintendo directly and talk with a tipster who could give them advice. One of those tipsters was Julian Bardakov, who said that Miyamoto took the localization process for Ocarina of Time very seriously, and personally quizzed Julian with over 50 lines of text in Japanese, English, and French. Julian passed Miyamoto's test, and being the super fan he was, took the initiative of adding lots of unique flair to the French version. One example is giving the Deku Tree sprout a lisp due to the twig in his mouth. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Julian, who said he also saved the game from a huge embarrassment. "I realized that Deku could be pronounced in French as Deku, which means of ass. That'd be horrible in some part of the game, since Deku nuts would be nuts of the ass, and Deku seeds would be seeds of the ass. So I changed the name Deku to Mojo, which sounds very cool and mystical. The Nintendo executives loved it and all the other unique changes, so they rewarded me. They said, 1 gossip stone in the Kokiri forest is yours. You can make it say whatever you want. Every gossip stone in every language is basically the same, except for 1 stone in the French version, which says, it's rumored that Zelda's translator is super cool and super hot." Speaking of Dekus, Miyamoto says his favorite enemy in Ocarina of Time is the Deku Scrub, because sometimes they attack you, sometimes they offer you valuable information, and sometimes they're more interested in commerce. What makes them interesting is that at a distance, you can't tell if they're friend or foe. In an interview just after Ocarina's launch, Miyamoto said he wanted to add more of these sorts of characters, but unfortunately, Deku Scrubs were the only ones that made the game's final cut. As most Zelda fans are well aware, after Ocarina of Time released in 1998, an expansion called Ura Zelda was planned for the Nintendo 64 DD, but most fans are unaware that after the 64 DD's eventual failure, Miyamoto considered releasing Ura Zelda on the N64 as a regular cartridge title about 1 year after the launch of Ocarina. Miyamoto said, "There were several ideas I could not incorporate into Zelda because of the lack of time and various other factors. For example, I wanted to create some extra dungeons and challenges for those who had a completed quest, and we planned for them with the predicted introduction of the DD, but now we don't know whether we'll do this or not. We may have to introduce a special edition cartridge next year instead." In a later interview, he added that Ura was planned to include some parody games to replace those found in Ocarina's version of Hyrule, but ultimately a special edition N64 cartridge was never released. Instead, a more modest form of Ura called Master Quest became a bonus disc for pre-ordering Wind Waker on GameCube. The promotion was a huge success, making Wind Waker the most pre-ordered game of all time, with over 500,000 copies. But many fans were disappointed when they realized Master Quest only featured the remixed dungeons, and was lacking any parody games or extra challenges. Miyamoto told fans Master Quest is Ura Zelda, but the Hyrule remix was so minor that many fans to this day still don't consider it Ura Zelda, instead classify Ura as one of the series' lost games.
Did you know? Up until about halfway in development, Majora's Mask was planned to have an adult mask. The Hyrule Historia shows some concept art of adult Link, with a note saying, "Only child Link appears in Majora's Mask, but for some reason, there are illustrations for adult Link." The folks who wrote the Hyrule Historia didn't know why that art was in there, but we managed to figure it out by translating some old Japanese magazines ourselves. According to co-director Yoshiaki Koizumi, an adult mask was originally planned as a bonus feature. He said, "Until halfway into development, there was a mask that let you turn into adult Link. In this game, Link can transform into different races, so Adult Link would have just been a bonus feature. But art director Imamura pointed out that just turning into an adult wasn't very interesting, and it didn't make Link stronger or anything, so we decided not to include Adult Link this time. The Hyrule Historia theorized that maybe these sketches were prototypes for Fierce Deity Link, but in that same magazine, the developers say no, the adult mask was completely separate. The actual origins of the Fierce Deity mask was that at one point they made a mask that turned Link into a gigantic Fierce Deity, but it was so overpowered it totally broke the game, so they split its abilities in half and made two masks out of it, the Giant's Mask and the Fierce Deity Mask. In the final game, you can only use the Fierce Deity against bosses, and the Giant's Mask is only usable in one room, Twin Mold's boss chamber. They're two of the coolest masks in the game, but these restrictions mean you only get to wear them a few minutes during an entire playthrough. But it wasn't always supposed to be that way. During development, the other co-director, Eiji Aonuma, said it was only proper that they can be worn anywhere, just like all the other masks, but that was going to take some time they unfortunately didn't have. There were some complications, like that the doors in Clocktown are big enough for Adult Link to pass through, but the Fierce Deity's too tall, so they would have had to make special animations to make him duck down. Shigeru Miyamoto only gave them 1 year to make the game, and the release date was coming up soon, so they just didn't have the time to make it happen. You can still screw around with both masks in Clocktown using cheats, but it's super glitchy because, they didn't have the time to make it work right. These developer stories were printed in the Japanese magazine Nintendo Dream. More specifically, the extra mini magazines included with the July, August, and September 2000 issues. There's about a dozen pages of developer secrets, behind-the-scenes stories, and answers to fan theories inside. Insider details that the writers of the Hyrule Historia didn't even know. So we had them all translated, and that's where most of the information in today's video is going to come from. In one issue, programmer Kenzo Hayakawa says, actually the position of most of the stars is determined by the player's name. When night falls, look for your own unique constellation. I guess you could say every playthrough of Majora's Mask is personalized, depending on what name you choose when the game begins. To test it out, we made 2 save files, one where we named ourselves Link, and another named Zelda. Then in each one we stood in the same spot and stared at the same patch of sky. As you can see, Link's sky has about twice as many stars as Zelda's. Nintendo Dream's readers knew this little secret since the game came out, but it wasn't known in the West until 2021, when a modder named Zell discovered it in the game's code. Something else most Westerners don't know is that the Great Bay's giant turtle is based on Kinsan Ginsan, a pair of Japanese twins famous for living well past 100, making them the oldest twins in the world. Kinsan died while Majora's Mask was in development, so the designer used her face as inspiration for the ancient turtle. We think that might be why Link gives a long wave goodbye to the turtle at the temple. The designer didn't say that, but it's what it looks like to us. Saying goodbye to the famous Kinsan who lived to 107. Her sister Ginsan died a few months after Majora's Mask released. May they rest in peace. In another issue, Miyamoto says he wanted to add a fishing minigame, but not just improving on the fishing in Ocarina of Time, because that might end up too similar to Mother creator Shigesato Itoi's bass fishing game. He said, rather than improving on the fishing from the last game, I want to do something new, like Jabu Jabu fishing or something. Maybe the moon won't fall if you catch Jabu Jabu or something. But the reward will probably just end up being rupees. Like, time is money, so you can use rupees to buy time from a time merchant. It sounds good, right? We're still thinking about it. None of those ideas made it into the final game, although the time merchant might have ultimately become the banker who breaks the laws of time. The guy who would have made the fishing minigame was Kazuaki Morita, a real-life fishing aficionado. He made the series' first fishing game in Link's Awakening and secretly created the fishing hole in his off hours for Ocarina. But he said if players lost track of time at Terminus Fishing Hole, the world would get destroyed, so he didn't make one. Apparently they had a change of heart though, because fishing holes were eventually added in Majora's 3DS remake, and you can even catch Lord Chapu Chapu, who's basically a tiny version of Jabu Jabu. Catching him doesn't stop time or really give you anything at all though, just bragging rights. According to series composer Koji Kondo, each Zelda game's music has a specific theme. Wind Waker has an Irish influence, Twilight Princess is more reminiscent of Eastern Europe, and Majora's Mask is more like Chinese opera, which sounds like this. There's more than just these two, but Majora's theme and the Happy Mask Salesman's theme are a couple good examples. In another issue, the cinema scene director says only half the cutscenes made it into the final game. One he specifically mentions getting cut was a great fairy teaching Link how to do a spin attack. That scene's still on the cartridge though, and was discovered years later, along with cutscenes for the other 4 fairies in Termina, although they're clearly unfinished. One that's almost finished shows Link having to do sit-ups and push-ups to earn his double defense upgrade. So instead of the fairies just giving Link his rewards, it seems they were originally going to make him work for it. Unfortunately, it appears most of the other scrapped cutscenes got erased to free up cartridge space. A lot of ideas had to get scrapped because of the 1-year deadline. In one of these magazines, Miyamoto says, "A lot of people ended up working overtime due to the sheer volume of work that had to be done. Suffice it to say, this was one tough year, I assure you. As long as it was finished, anything was acceptable. I made it clear that that's what was most important. At the start, the staff seemed pretty stressed out. They were like, there's no way we can make it in a year." Towards the end of development, Miyamoto tried to ease the tension with some small talk and what he calls naughty stories, but the Zelda team found him unbearable and said they just didn't have time for his rambling. Aonuma says he had to pull at least one all-nighter and didn't even have time to play the game start to finish before it released. Majora's writers revealed that some of the NPCs are actually speaking for the developers. Scriptwriter Mitsuhiro Takano said, "We put our feelings into the mouths of Termina's residents. Like when work was getting backed up, we wrote one carpenter to say, 'Damn, I'll have to stay up again. I wonder if I'll finish this.' And 'Damn, guess I'm staying up again tonight. I wonder if it'll be ready in time.' Another example I wrote when our work was interfering with home life was the mayor saying, 'Don't tell my wife.' And after we completed development, I wrote the mask salesman to say, 'You've met with a terrible fate.' In other words, the guys who worked on Majora's Mask felt they'd met with a terrible fate to have to make a Zelda game with such a tight deadline. At one point they went to a co-worker's wedding and still weren't off the clock. Takano remembers, "The groom had his hairstyle done like Kafe's. When we saw that, we thought, we can use this. We were hardly paying attention to the wedding ceremony, just saying, this could all be game content." Koizumi chimes in, "It was right around that time there was an uproar over North Korea's Taepodong missile, and so we were joking around like, is it really a good idea to have a wedding when we're on the brink of destruction? And Takano, Aonuma, and I were all excited at what good material this could make. The thought, is it really okay to put on a happy face and have a wedding, isn't a missile about to fall on us? That was a perfect allegory for the moon falling." Then they skipped the wedding reception because they were scared of getting vaporized. But they weren't only short on time. Cartridge space was a concern as well. The devs say they were constantly having to shave things down and search for content they were willing to cut so it'd all fit. All the boss animations took up an especially big chunk, like the first boss Odalwa's dancing. Speaking of which, Odalwa's name is a pun on the Japanese word Odaruwa, which means dance. In development, the bull boss was originally named Hashilwa, a pun on the word run, and the fish boss was Oyorg, a pun on the word swim. Every boss was named after the verb they represented, but all their names ended up getting changed, except Odalwa, who's the only boss in the final game still named after his verb to dance. Majora's Mask is sort of the black sheep of the series, with a story, setting, and tone very different to what came before. But there was one earlier Zelda game that was also pretty unique, Link's Awakening, which took place entirely in a dream. That game's weirdness was mostly thanks to one man, Yoshiaki Koizumi. He's long had sort of an adversarial relationship with Miyamoto when it comes to storytelling, like when he snuck Rosalina's storybook into Mario Galaxy without the big guy's permission. In one of these magazines, he says, "I worked on the plot of Link's Awakening. I did the main story, and Kensuke Tanabe wrote the side plots. I made quite a strange story, and afterwards Miyamoto told me he'd never let me do it again. But I consider that a compliment. I had wanted to do something that wasn't at all Miyamoto-esque." He goes on to say that for the next game, Ocarina of Time, Miyamoto only let him work on a few side quests, like the ones focused on Skull Kid and the Mask Shop. After Ocarina, Koizumi started working on a non-Zelda game that he described as using certain systems to replay something over and over. He said, "The plan I had was a game that had a fixed time period of 3 days or a week or so, and the townspeople having fixed schedules they followed. It was while doing that I went together with Miyamoto to America. The whole time he was complaining about how things weren't going well with Majora's development, and I was just like, oh yeah, that's too bad. I was busy planning that other game, and I was incredibly motivated. But then Miyamoto, his little whispers started calling to me, Zelda, Zelda, Zelda. And before I knew it, my game was cancelled. I was shocked. Once we got back to Japan, I had my entire situation explained to me, and I said I would join the Majora team, but only if I was allowed to do things my way. After that, Koizumi inserted a lot of the concepts from his cancelled game into Majora's Mask. 3 days played over and over, townspeople moving around on fixed schedules, and so on. Koizumi was responsible for everything that happened inside Clocktown, and Aonuma was in charge of everything outside, although Koizumi eventually invaded his territory and took control of Romani Ranch, arguing that it was really an extension of the town. And that's how Koizumi became Majora's co-director, and the game turned out as weird as it did, despite Miyamoto saying he'd never let him do it again. Speaking of weirdness in Romani Ranch, there's a cutscene most Zelda fans will never see, even if they get 100% completion. If you do the milk delivery side quest more than once, sometimes you're only rewarded with a gold rupee, but there's also a chance of getting a more adult reward. A special cutscene where Cremia thanks Link with a big hug, and his face is squeezed between her, moo-moos. The game says, "You feel all warm and fuzzy inside." You could get used to this. In one of these Japanese magazines, Koizumi says, "That was born out of a mistake. When we were setting up Link's position, we accidentally put him too close and his face got lodged inside Cremia's model. When we saw that, we immediately wrote up a way to include it in the game. The script director and I thought that would be any boy's dream." And the interviewer says, "Yeah, I know. I was pretty happy about that." The whole development team actually had sort of a rivalry, dividing themselves up into 2 teams, Cremia fans and Anju fans. The 2 girls are friends, but the game hints at sort of a love triangle, with Cremia having a secret crush on Anju's fiancé. When the interviewer asked Aonuma which team he was on, he said neither girl was really to his liking. Others, like cutscene programmer Naoki Mori, had stronger feelings. He said, "Personally, I think Cremia, who hides her loneliness by smiling, is a better woman than Anju, who lets her unhappiness bubble up to the surface." Then he asks the magazine's readers, "But what do you think?" I don't know, I guess let us know in the comments under this video if you're Team Anju or Team Cremia. Besides Koizumi, another guy who had a huge influence on how Majora turned out was Takeya Imamura, who's probably best known as the creator of characters like Star Fox, Captain Falcon, and Tingle. Majora's Mask is actually kind of named after him. According to these magazines, the Japanese title Majora is a mix between Imamura and Jumanji. Yeah, the Robin Williams movie. Jumanji was kind of a big deal back then. Just like Koizumi, Imamura was brought onto the team mid-development when they were really struggling. Interestingly though, neither of them even wanted to work on Zelda. Throughout these magazine interviews, Koizumi and Imamura made it clear they were pretty much forced to work on Zelda. Imamura was offered the job of Majora's art director. He tried to refuse, but didn't have a choice, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise because the game wouldn't have been the same without him. If you'd gone to the 1999 Space World trade show, you'd see the moon didn't have a face, not in the playable demo, and not even in the promotional art. That's because Imamura added the moon's face about 2 months before the game was finished, and the moon's tear and most of the other moon-related content was created soon after. He told Nintendo Dream, "It really tied the whole game together. The moon's face was originally something I drew as a concept art sketch, and it just so happened that I drew a face on the moon, and Koizumi really liked it. Koizumi told me to give the moon a face that looked like Majora's Mask, but I ignored him and went with this face. I figured I'll use my own judgment and go with a face I like. No one's going to complain, it's fine. And besides, I've got seniority." Imamura says he originally drew the face of one of their superiors, but later changed it to the moon we know today. The inside of the moon was different as well. Originally it was more like a graveyard, but later on they changed it to a grassy hill. An idea they got from space battleship Yamato, the 1970s anime generally considered the granddaddy of Gundam and the entire space opera genre. Yamato's plot is actually pretty similar to Majora's Mask. In the game, Earth's threatened by an evil force that's making the moon fall, and Link's gotta go to the moon to save the world at the last minute. In the anime, Earth's threatened by an evil force making meteors fall, and the heroes have to go to the planet Iskandar to save the world at the last minute. And according to Koizumi, Iskandar was the direct inspiration for the inside of Majora's moon, which is pretty clear when you see them side by side. Explaining why, he said, "With the world of Majora being so strange, the inside of the moon being like the planet Iskandar provides contrast by being ordinary. In a fairy tale world, it's a realistic world, or maybe I should say a picturesque world, that makes you feel the greatest sense of unease." Clocktown changed too. Originally it was a medieval European-style town, but the devs felt like it was too similar to Ocarina of Time. Koizumi said, "We also weren't happy with how the towns were at that point. Overall, it was pretty weak. So I asked our artist Yusuke Nakano to draw some quick concept art with a pencil. I was surprised to see that he made it all in full color, but those pictures got us the full go-ahead to go in that direction. He suggested we set it during a carnival, and we immediately decided to go with that. One of the guys who had to do the grunt work of actually rebuilding Clock Town started crying, but they say the tears ultimately paid off because what he ended up making was a lot better than the medieval Clock Town they started off with. When Majora's Mask was remade for the 3DS, Aonuma was asked about a few fan theories that cropped up over the past 15 years, like that Link's adventures in Termina are all a dream. He gets knocked unconscious in the opening cutscene. A lot of the characters are sort of dreamlike reimaginings of people in Hyrule, and one big hint is the inclusion of the Ballad of the Windfish. In Link's Awakening, Link plays the same tune to end the Windfish's dream, which erases the island where the game takes place. So is Termina a dream as well? Aonuma said no. The reason that this song from Link's Awakening was used in this game really came down to a decision by the sound team. They were looking for inspiration, something that would fit the theme, and since the previous game was about collecting instruments, it made sense that you would want to use that for a band in this case. For us, really, it was just a playful choice that referenced a previous game and nothing more than that. However, I love that people think about stuff like this, and I think it shows how they feel about the franchise as a whole that they're interested in these possibilities. Another theory is that Termina is a metaphor for the 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. The townsfolk are in denial that the moon is going to destroy everything they hold dear. The Deku King is punishing the monkey out of anger. Darmani's ghost is bargaining for a return to the world of the living. Lulu's fallen into depression after the loss of her eggs, and Ikana is the land of death, representing the final stage of grief, acceptance. Was all this done intentionally by the developers, or was it just the fans' interpretation? Again, Aonuma basically said no, the concept was invented by the fans, not the writers. Quote, "It's certainly true that each one of these different episodes you talked about has a slightly different emotional cast to it. One feels like it's tinged with sadness, and another with anger. That certainly was intentional. But I also want to point out that it's not that each of these episodes has only one emotion that they're conveying. There are certainly other notes that we're trying to hit as well. And the reason we did this is to allow the player to experience that emotion, to give them a chance to hook into the emotional tone of the scene and react to it and feel like they want to accomplish something in the game as a result of it." Another curiosity was brought up to Aonuma. The other 3 transformation masks are the spirits of an individual Deku, Goron, and Zora. So whose soul is in the Fierce Deity mask? His answer? The best I can give you is just a suggestion. The best way to think of it is that the memories of all the people of Termina are inside the Fierce Deity mask. As for why it's so painful when Link puts on the transformation mask, he said it's because the spirits of the dead have unfinished business. However, some mysteries were left intentionally vague. Are the mask collectors on the moon the mask salesman's kids? Did Kafei turn back into an adult at the end, or was he stuck as a child forever? In these Japanese magazines, Koizumi says those questions were left unknowable on purpose. There are no answers, but he enjoys seeing fans cook up theories to answer them anyway.
Did you know? Instead of using a magical conductor's baton, Link was originally planned to control the wind using a theremin. This alien-sounding instrument was accidentally invented by a Soviet radio engineer in 1920. Leon Theremin was trying to make something else entirely, but ended up with the world's first major electronic instrument. Instead of touching it, the musician leaves their hands floating above it. One hand controls the frequency, and the other controls the amplitude. But how exactly did this almost get into a Zelda game? A movie about Leon Theremin had just come out in Japan, about how he invented the instrument, traveled the world playing it, became a Soviet spy, and got thrown in the gulags. And it turns out that a few Nintendo devs saw the movie and thought, hey, that's an interesting story, let's have Link play a theremin in the next Zelda game. To control the instrument, players would have held their GameCube controller like this, with the analog and C sticks each representing one of Link's hands playing the theremin. The game's title comes from the primary instrument, so up until halfway into development, the theremin itself was the Wind Waker. This was all explained by the game's director Eiji Aonuma in a 2003 issue of Nintendo Dream we recently had translated, and they joke that the game could have been called The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Theremin. For this video, we delved into hundreds of magazines looking for cut content and obscure facts about the Wind Waker, and ended up translating several magazines and some online interviews into English for the first time. We want to keep going the extra mile to get new and interesting facts for you guys, and if you want to see more of it too, leave a like on this video. It really helps us out. So anyway, Aonuma and his team were all set with a Zelda game based around a theremin, Then Shigeru Miyamoto came in for playtesting and, as he tends to do, upended the tea table. According to Aonuma, he'd play what we made and point out what was weird. We had the Wind Waker item ready to some extent when Miyamoto came to me shaking his head saying no, no, no. He talked about how it was entirely unacceptable. We were using both sticks at first, adjusting with both hands like how you play a theremin. By moving both hands like this, then the magazine notes that Aonuma aims his palms down and moves his hands up and down, you could change the sound. But eventually we changed it to the baton, and everything else fell into place from there. By the way, a big thanks to Daniel Romberger for making this demonstration for us, so we can see and hear a theremin in action. Check out his channel for more Nintendo remixes. Miyamoto also changed Wind Waker's difficulty. It was initially harder, but a lot of Ocarina and Majora players got stuck on bosses and never got to experience the full game. So, to make sure everyone could reach the ending, Miyamoto toned down the difficulty, especially the bosses, compared to how the Zelda team originally had it set. When the HD remaster released a decade later, they added Hero Mode to compensate. But Aonuma said even though he's the director, this new mode was too hard even for him. He got stuck on Goma and gave up, then asked his team if the difficulty he was experiencing was some sort of bug, and they were like, no. Another aspect that Miyamoto wasn't keen on was Wind Waker's art style. Initially, Nintendo was just going to improve on the graphics from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, and they even built a prototype in that style. But later on in the conceptual phase, the Zelda team's artist proposed Toon Link. The rest of the team loved it, and dove headfirst into the cel-shaded art style. Aonuma didn't think Miyamoto would like it, so he waited till they were already in pretty deep to show it to him. And he was right. Miyamoto literally cringed, and didn't think it would sell. Aonuma recalls, "If I had gone and talked to him from the very beginning, I think he would have said, 'How is that Zelda?'" Miyamoto had trouble letting go of the realistic Link art style until the very end. At some point, he had to give a presentation against his will. That's when he said something to me like, "You know, it's not too late to change course and make a realistic Zelda." But the team was super enthusiastic about the new style and insisted they didn't want to give it up. It was inspired by the anime they watched as kids, especially Hayao Miyazaki's Animal Treasure Island. And Aonuma says Wind Waker's kind of unique in the way it doesn't feel like a Zelda game. It's more of an adventure across the sea where the main character just happens to be Link. And for that reason, the story was also kept from Miyamoto for quite a long time. Miyamoto really wasn't thrilled with the situation, but ultimately accepted it because with the team they had, it would have taken 10 years to make a realistic Zelda, but a Toon Zelda could be made in a fraction of the time. Most other Zelda titles make you feel like you're Link, but in Wind Waker, the team tried to make it feel more like you're guiding Link, almost as if you're watching an anime. In other words, he's his own entity outside the player's inputs. This separation was emphasized with Link's eyes. He looks around independently of the player's actions and what the player sees. In early builds shown to the public, Link's eyes were solid black, but a fan from Europe sent in a letter saying black eyes made Europeans uncomfortable. In response, Miyamoto said, "His eyes would change between 7 different colors. We made it so his eyes were temporarily red in battle, then blue when he calms down, and green when he's talking to people, and things like that. But ultimately we realized a human with red eyes is kind of creepy, isn't it? So at that point, we just decided to give up on the idea." Ultimately, they looked at Mario's blue eyes and said, "Let's just make Link's eyes blue and call it a day." Fan letters continued pouring in, especially from girls asking to get rid of the Toon Link altogether. Lots of girls demanded in no uncertain terms that they bring back the stud from Ocarina, the teenage heartthrob they fell in love with 5 years earlier, but Nintendo ignored them. Wind Waker's timeline placement changed as well. Miyamoto said they initially placed it at the very beginning, before the other Zelda games, but shortly after release, Aonuma said they'd changed it to take place 100 years after Ocarina of Time, a fact reflected in the game's story. Probably the biggest changes in development were for the sea itself. According to Aonuma, we wanted to do away with the Hyrule we'd had so far. We didn't want to just remake the same Hyrule from the N64, so what could we do? How about we just sync the whole thing? At first, we had plans for primary and alternate worlds like A Link to the Past, where you could go back and forth between present and past Hyrule, but we couldn't make something like that in the limited time we had. In A Link to the Past, you can warp back and forth between the Light World, where most of the game takes place, and a dark, twisted version of Hyrule called the Dark World. Wind Waker would have used a similar mechanic, but instead of the Dark World, Link would have explored underwater Hyrule. This concept art in the Hyrule Historia gives us a better look at how they were thinking that might have worked, with Link using a key item to warp down to the lower world. To get back to the upper world, Link would have grabbed onto hooks belonging to fishermen who'd yank him up back to the surface. Wind Waker spent 1 year in the planning stages, which gave them time to decide which parts of the Great Sea lined up with parts of Ocarina's Hyrule, but Nintendo only gave them a year and a half in actual production. So unfortunately, the team simply didn't have enough time to fully implement their ideas, and the only underwater location they could include was Hyrule Castle. They also wanted to make the ocean a lot smaller, but according to Aonuma, part of the reason the sea's so vast is because if we made it smaller, there wouldn't be enough time to process the data for whatever island you were heading towards. We had to strike a good balance with the boat's speed for the same reason. In the middle of development, we wanted to make the boat go faster, but doing that meant the game couldn't read all the data, and it froze a lot. As a result, the ocean ended up bigger than they wanted, and some fans thought getting from island to island took too long, which is why they eventually added a swift sail in the HD remaster. In the final game, if you reach the edge of the ocean, the boat says you can't go any farther and forces you to U-turn. But the Zelda team originally thought of making the ocean continuous to simulate the world being round, like how the world works in Skies of Arcadia, a Dreamcast game that launched while Wind Waker was in its planning stage. That way, if you sail off the right side of the map, you'd suddenly appear on the left side, or if you keep going up, you'll come out at the bottom. But they ended up scrapping that idea for story purposes. Wind Waker was brand new when this magazine interview took place, so the developers didn't want to reveal too much about the plot. But they did say you'll understand why they didn't make the world round when you see the game's ending. They're probably alluding to Wind Waker's final moments, when Link and Zelda sail off into the distance, looking for a land that'll become the next Hyrule. If the game's ocean was round and continuous, that would have implied the game world was in the entire world, meaning Link and Zelda would never find the land they were looking for. In other words, a cool gameplay concept was scrapped for the sake of the story. Speaking of Wind Waker's ending, a direct sequel was originally planned for GameCube, which would have seen Toon Link riding a horse around on the Great Plains. So it seems Link and Tetra would have discovered the land they were looking for, but Wind Waker's sales fell so far below expectations that Nintendo decided to make Twilight Princess instead. Ubisoft staff also tried making a Wind Waker sequel for Game Boy Advance, but the project got canned after just 1 month. And in 2007, Aonuma said he wanted to make a new Wind Waker for Wii, but knew he wouldn't be able to swing it, presumably due to the disappointing sales of the original. Toon Link did eventually get a couple more adventures on Nintendo DS, but there was actually one more game with Toon Link that did get made, but never came to the West. Tetra's Trackers was a GameCube spin-off game released in 2004. The story picks up right where Wind Waker left off, with Link now trying to prove he's got what it takes to join Tetra's crew and become a bona fide pirate. It was announced at E3 2003, and was originally planned for worldwide release as a standalone GameCube game, but during the last year of development, it got shrunk down and included with Four Swords Adventures, but only in the Japanese and Korean versions of the game. There it was called Navi Trackers, but since the English title was announced as Tetra's Trackers, that's what we're gonna call it. Tetra's Trackers was never localized into any other languages, probably because it would have been difficult with the game's full voice acting. Have a listen and you'll see what we mean.
さあ、海賊試験始めるよ。準備はいいかい？
Tetra's Trackers never even got a fan translation, so we translated parts of it and added subtitles for use in this video. And it didn't just feature Tetra. A huge cast of Wind Waker characters make an appearance, and they talk constantly. Even minor characters like Sue Bell from Outset Island.
お手伝いするわね。私でいいのね。
The sploosh guy Salvatore has his own voice, and also does some impressions.
もう時間なの？最後は俺か姉貴かどっちかわかんねえぞ。風船ポンポンポンポン。
But probably the most disconcerting voice comes from the King of Red Lions.
シンプルのやつはメダルを4枚ゲット！
We won't go over all the characters, but there's a lot of them, which would have made localizing Tetra's Trackers pretty tricky. And since it had already been relegated to just being a part of Four Swords, it probably wouldn't have been all that profitable. So how does the game actually work? In Four Swords Adventures, you plug up to 4 Game Boy Advances into your GameCube. Most of the gameplay takes place on the TV screen, and occasionally look down at their GBA screen if they go into a house or something. But in Tetris Trackers, most of the gameplay takes place on the GBA, and you occasionally look up at the TV to see the map or other miscellaneous information. It's basically a treasure hunting party game. Each player, represented by a different colored Link, runs through maze-like stages searching for pirates, stamps, medals, seashells, rupees. Everything's worth a certain number of points, and whoever's got the most points after 9 minutes wins. There's also a single-player mode where you compete against Tingle. That's the short explanation. It'd probably take 15 minutes to explain it all in depth, and there's some development background as well, so we'll save that for a future video. Make sure and subscribe if you don't want to miss it. But for the purpose of today's video, besides the funny voices and visuals, we also wanted to point out that Tetris Trackers fits into the Zelda timeline right here. It's Link's initiation into Tetra's gang of pirates, right between Wind Waker and Phantom Hourglass. But whether or not it's considered canon is controversial among fans, especially after it got bundled with Four Swords Adventures, which stars another Link who lives in a different timeline. Four Swords definitely is canon, but since there's 2 Links on one disc, and Tetris Trackers only released in Japanese, some fans refuse to acknowledge it. But even the developers don't think too much about the timeline and what is or isn't canon, so trying to find a definitive answer is probably overthinking it. Either way, it's certainly an interesting chapter in the life and times of Toon Link. Okay, let's get back to those magazines we translated. The whole staff talks about how glad they were to finally finish Wind Waker and how much crunch was required to get the game out on time. Looking back right after launch, they said, "It was painful when we were making it. We really couldn't go home or see our kids. When everyone came into work in the morning, I'd move from where I slept on the 3rd floor to my workstation on the 5th floor, and then go back to the 3rd floor at night. I had no idea what was happening in the outside world." Aonuma wasn't even aware winter had arrived, adding, "I saw some guys in the office wearing down jackets and thought, what's up with these guys? When I eventually got to go home, I was surprised to see how cold it had gotten." Even with all that crunch, Wind Waker's short 1.5-year development meant they just didn't have enough time to include everything they would have liked. Aonuma says the very last thing they were working on when the clock struck midnight was the crabs. In the final game, they're tiny and don't really do anything except run away and dig into the sand. But the Zelda team wanted to make them 10 times their normal size and much more interactive. Nintendo Dream Magazine makes a point of Aonuma's regretful tone as he tells them, "We were going to have crabs on the shore and do lots of things with them, but in the end we couldn't make it happen. We were thinking about what to do with the crabs when development ended. Sorry about the crabs." He also laments how the boat turned out. In the final game, if you're on the boat, equipping the bombs makes a cannon appear, and the grapple hook turns into a crane for dredging up treasure. But Aonuma says they wanted to add a lot more tools for the boat, but didn't have enough time. They probably could have implemented at least one more, if it wasn't for one guy on the Zelda team who vastly overestimated the American education system. Aonuma said, "I've never sailed a ship before, and I thought sailboats couldn't move against the direction of the wind. But someone who's actually been on a yacht told me, if a boat zigzags, it can still sail against the wind." Which was the first I'd ever heard of that. I was told, this is something everyone in America learns in high school, and if you don't get it right, there are definitely going to be complaints. So I thought we couldn't cut corners there. The extra time spent on the zigzagging boat meant less time was left for other items. Previous Zelda games always had a nice variety of mini-games, like the shooting gallery and bomb-chew bowling. The team wanted to add some into Wind Waker too, like an island where Link can play golf. Unfortunately though, time was so tight that Aonuma had to give the order to abandon the idea. But as they were nearing the deadline, they came into the office one morning and were shocked to see the golf island somehow appeared out of nowhere. Aonuma said someone must have snuck in after hours and built it themselves, without anyone else on the team knowing. Sadly though, a lot of other mini-games weren't so lucky, and along with 2 entire dungeons, ultimately got left out of the final game. One thing that did make it in was the Sploosh game on Windfall Island, which was demanded by Nintendo's old-timers, which kinda makes sense since it's based on Battleship, an old board game that boomers played when they were kids. Aonuma even had to ban the strategy guide team from playing it because he was afraid they'd get obsessed and never get around to playing the rest of the game. In the original Japanese version, Salvatore's game is literally about sinking battleships. But when Wind Waker was localized for an international audience, they changed it into a squid game. And when the HD remaster released a decade later, they used the squid version in every region, including Japan. But these aren't the only secrets we dug up on Wind Waker. According to Aonuma and Haruhana, the Deku Leaf was originally a paper fan. Its only purpose was fanning things, but later in development they came up with the idea for Link to use it to fly around in the wind, so they changed it into a leaf. If you ever wondered how deep underwater old Hyrule was, Aonuma provides an answer in one of these magazines. He says, "We limited the sense of how deep it is because of the crane. It's fairly easy to go to Hyrule as well. It's deep enough to fully hide a person, and then a little deeper still." He might be referring to its canonical depth and not its actual depth though, because in his Boundary Break episode, YouTuber She Says moved the camera to get a visual of the depth, which made it look to be around 40 feet. The only part of Hyrule you actually get to visit is the castle, which is definitely deeper than both those estimates, but that's probably because it's at the bottom of a chasm. Another interesting fact is that every item in Wind Waker had its name translated in Wind Waker's English release, except for one, the Hioi pear. As pointed out by Aonuma in one of these magazines, the fruit gets its name from hioi, the Japanese word for possession, as in being possessed like how a spirit takes control of a person's body. So if they translated the hioi pear, it would have been the possession pear, which apparently they didn't think the Western audience could handle. Well, probably the Western audience's parents, if you know what I mean. One of the younger devs, Toshiaki Suzuki, was selected as Wind Waker's, quote, Tingle specialist. Working on Tingle and his fairy buddies was his entire job for quite some time. One of his coworkers said, "From dusk till dawn, he thought about nothing but Tingle. It drove him crazy." In all these magazines, Toshiaki's only given one brief opportunity to speak, which he uses to say, "I've been thinking about nothing but Tingle for these last few months, so please, experience adventuring together with Tingle. The rare blue Tingle is on Outset Island, ... What he's talking about is the rarest character in the whole game, and most people who've played Wind Waker never even knew he existed. Knuckle is Tingle's little brother. He carved the entirety of Tingle Tower by himself when he was just 10 years old. Then Tingle came along and put up a sign that said "For Tingle Only," which made Knuckle so mad that he ran away to Outlet Island. The only way you can ever see Knuckle in the GameCube version is by plugging in a Game Boy Advance and going to Outset, which triggers an argument between the two fairy brothers. Then you play a mini-game to unlock the hand-me-down Tingle Tuner, an item only found in the GameCube version that lets you buy arrows, bombs, and bait anytime you want through the GBA. Finding Knuckle is such a hassle that the game actually considers your figurine collection complete if you manage to get all of them except Knuckle. Speaking of Knuckle's figurine, its description features an interesting secret. It says his studio is inside the head of Tingle Tower. It's impossible to get inside the tower's head through any normal means, but it is possible if you hack the game, and by the looks of it, it seems the Tingle specialist really did go crazy. Just look at this place. Since the HD remaster couldn't hook up with a Game Boy Advance, most of Knuckles' content got cut. The argument, the minigame, and even the hand-me-down Tingle Tuner he gives you. But he will appear on Tingle Island after you get the 5 Tingle statues, and Knuckles' figure now is required to complete the full collection. It's been updated to say, supposedly it used to bother him that this collection was considered complete, even without his figurine. And if you're worried about that Tingle specialist who went crazy, don't worry. Things worked out pretty well for him. He immediately got promoted to director and made Four Swords Adventures, and nowadays he's producer on the Mario Party series.
Did you know? The late Satoru Iwata wanted to make a pre-order bonus disc for Twilight Princess. Years earlier, Wind Waker racked up over 500,000 sales before launch, breaking the record for the most pre-ordered game ever. This was in no small part thanks to the Master Quest bonus disc, which was such a strong incentive that many fans pre-ordered just for the disc and then cancelled their pre-order. This led Nintendo to bundle the Master Quest and the Wind Waker together when it later launched in Europe. After the GameCube lost the 6th generation console war to the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, Nintendo was desperate to make the Wii a success. And with Twilight Princess as its flagship launch title, a pre-order bonus disc would have been a shrewd business move. 8 months before launch, an interviewer asked Zelda director Eiji Aonuma if there would be a Wind Waker-style bonus disc, to which he responded, "With the size of the game, it may have to. We are currently considering adding a second disc as a bonus, but this is yet to be finalized. I think Mr. Iwata is keen for this to happen, but we shall see." Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine announced the details. For a $10 deposit, fans would get a copy of the Wind Waker visually remade with the graphics of Twilight Princess, and with the 2 dungeons Miyamoto said were cut due to Wind Waker's hasty production. It sounded too good to be true, and unfortunately, it was. It was EGM's sick idea of an April Fool's prank. The unfortunate reality was Nintendo never actually got around to making a pre-order bonus. Although it's worth noting they did release a very limited edition collector's box. This had a 6-song soundtrack, high-quality 1/6 scale replicas of the Master Sword and the Hylian Shield, and a certificate of authenticity. Back then, a collector's box sold for $40, but only 7,000 were ever made, so today they've skyrocketed in value to hundreds of dollars apiece. And as it turns out, a Twilight Princess pre-order bonus disc did sort of become a reality 10 years later. This was when the HD version released on Wii U, although it was only a 20-song soundtrack. A much more impressive OST released exclusively in Japan, featuring 108 tracks, including this bonus track for Hyrule Field, which is playing right now. This was originally recorded for the Cube version, but never got used in-game. It can only be found by snooping around the internal data, but it made its way into Disc 2 of the Japanese soundtrack collection. A pre-order bonus disc wasn't the only thing Nintendo wanted to give Twilight Princess fans, but couldn't. There was also a multiplayer mode. In Wind Waker, a second player can connect a GBA to take control of Tingle, who can access information, drop bombs, and sell stuff to the first player, such as blue potions and a temporary hover ability. In a 2005 interview with Spanish magazine Club Nintendo, Aonuma said, Wind Waker had GBA connectivity, but we would have to try something different that offered something different. Otherwise, we wouldn't be innovative. We're testing out different things, and if we find something that's fun and interesting, we'll do it. And a year later, he told EGM, online functionality is something we've been thinking about for a long time. At this point, we've given up on having any kind of online battle mode or simultaneous play, but we are still thinking about different elements that make the game more fun for those who have their systems connected to the internet. It's my job to come up with that, and we haven't quite found what the hook should be for online play. Looking back at Zelda's history shows that Miyamoto publicly flirted with vague ideas of multiplayer as far back as the 64DD era, talking about a network Zelda where the assistance of other participants would motivate a player's actions. Presumably those are some of the ideas Aonuma said they've been thinking about for a long time, but even though it's part of his job to incorporate online functionality, it seems he never landed on the right idea. But he did say whatever the multiplayer mode was gonna be, it wouldn't include Tingle. Not because he already had his turn in Wind Waker, but because American fans just didn't like him. And the entire point of Twilight Princess's development, above all else, was to make an American Zelda. To explain what I mean by an American Zelda, let's rewind to 2004, back when it looked like Twilight Princess might be the last Zelda. Despite being one of the most expensive series to develop, Zelda sales had been steadily on the decline ever since Ocarina of Time. Japanese players were becoming less interested in video games in general, and Wind Waker didn't sell nearly as much in America as Nintendo expected. They were originally planning on making Wind Waker 2, but the situation was so dire, they decided their best hope of saving the franchise from extinction was to cancel it and develop an American Zelda instead. As Aonuma explained it, I began to worry whether Wind Waker 2, which used a similar cel-shaded art style, was something that would actually sell. We knew what a challenge it would be to develop something that would sell in the Japanese market, where gamer drift was happening. That's when I decided that if we didn't have an effective and immediate solution, the only thing we could do was give the healthier North American market the Zelda they wanted. We knew that we would have to create a Zelda game that would live up to the expectations of fans in North America, and that if we didn't, it could mean the end of the franchise. Ocarina of Time was incredibly popular in America, so they switched the art style and initially considered making Ocarina's direct sequel. To quote Aonuma directly, it would have taken place some years later. The art department sketched Links who looked 25 to 30 years old, but the overseas staff vetoed the designs and told them fans didn't want to play as an old Link. Nintendo of America helped pick Link's voice actor as well, choosing one that gave Link a sort of bad boy vibe. The Zelda team ultimately decided that instead of an older version of Ocarina Link, they'd use a totally different Link that was 16 or 17, and instead of a few years, it would take place a few decades after Ocarina. And because it wasn't too far in the future, some of the characters from Ocarina might still be alive in Twilight Princess. In a later interview, Aonuma made a couple of references to Navi providing feedback to the player, so it seems she was one of the characters planned to make a return. It certainly would have given the team a chance to tie up some loose ends after Navi's mysterious departure in the final moments of Ocarina. But at Miyamoto's request, Midna was created mid-development, so Wolf Link wouldn't be so boring to look at from behind. Midna then gradually became a more central character as development continued, so it seems she eventually took Navi's place as Link's navigator. It can't be said with certainty that's why Navi Navi got axed, but it ultimately became a moot point when the Zelda team decided to push the timeline back even further. In the final build, Twilight Princess was changed to take place 1 century after Ocarina, so instead of appearing in the flesh, Ocarina's characters are merely referenced, like King Zora, whose grave can be found in Kakariko's graveyard, and a black and white picture of the fishing hole man kept by his descendant Hina. Although there was one character that made a return. The ancient hero who teaches you 7 hidden skills is heavily implied to be Link from Ocarina of Time. Every previous Zelda game was revealed in Japan, but Twilight Princess broke precedent and was unveiled in America at E3 2004. And even the trailer itself was put together by Nintendo of America. The developers would later say the audience's enthusiastic applause cemented the direction the game would take over the next 2 years. And several developers said when they started feeling burnt out, they'll think back to E3's cheering applause to boost morale and continue development. According to then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata, I think that people looking in from outside think that Nintendo's Zelda team is incredibly experienced, capable of maintaining its motivation and carrying large projects through to the finish without any external input. But as it turns out, everyone on the Zelda team is only human after all. When development was finally finished, Twilight Princess launched 2 weeks earlier in America than it did in Japan, and was met with both critical and commercial success. Reviewers gave it an average score of about 9.6, and fans snatched it up so fast that it outsold Ocarina of Time and became the best-selling game in the series with almost 9 million copies. 10 years later, Nintendo decided to give the most successful Zelda the deluxe treatment with an HD remaster, but they were so secretive about it that Eiji Aonuma couldn't even tell his own family it was being made. His 12-year-old son was too young when the original came out, so in 2015 he was suddenly inspired to dig out his Wii and play the biggest game his dad ever directed. Aonuma wanted to tell him a better version was coming soon, but he wasn't allowed. Telling the story after the game was officially announced, he said, "I'm quite sad that I wasn't able to tell my son that if he waited a little bit longer, he'd be able to play an HD version." But his son's misfortune was actually a blessing in disguise that gave Aonuma ideas for improvement. In the Wii version, the magic armor makes Link invincible, but eats up a ton of rupees. When his son acquired it during his playthrough, he tried it out for a few minutes, then said it was a waste of money and never used it again. That really stuck with Aonuma, because Miyamoto hadn't wanted to include it, and Aonuma had to fight to get it in the game. So for the HD remaster, Aonuma made it so every wallet could hold more rupees, and even added a brand new Colossal wallet, which increased the maximum rupees all the way up to 9,999. So now he hoped that maybe fans like his son would at least consider using the magic armor. But in Aonuma's opinion, Twilight Princess HD was still missing one very important addition. The Wii U remaster launched with the Wolf Link amiibo, and 15 other amiibo unlocked various features in the game as well. But Aonuma says he also wanted to make a Talma amiibo. To be honest, he seems to have some kind of weird obsession with her, and brings her up in countless interviews. As director, it's not his job to create NPCs, but for some reason he took it upon himself to get directly involved with Telma's design. In case you've forgotten, Telma's an older woman who's very forward with Link, who in turn steals a few, adult glances at her throughout his adventure. Aonuma's made it no secret that she's his favourite character in the game, and says if there was a bartender like her in real life, he'll definitely go to her bar. He also says he likes the idea of getting scolded by her. But Aonuma isn't the only director that left his mark on Twilight Princess HD. In the original game, there were so many textures on buildings and features that were just slightly too blurry to make out, such as this mural in Hyrule Castletown. Fans had wondered what the mural was supposed to say, but even extracting the texture from the game's files didn't help anyone decipher it. When the HD version released, the textures were updated with clearer, brand new designs, giving fans an impression of what the original textures may have depicted. Interestingly, this particular mural features a Rito, a species which does not exist in the time the game takes place, nor in the series' child timeline. Another improved texture can be found in the Temple of Time, a simple picture frame. But this frame holds a secret, a backwards message written in Hylian along the lower border. Translating it reveals a hidden developer credit. Jack Kirby Crosby made this. Crosby, a graphic designer who worked on the HD version, later confirmed he was responsible for both the hidden border and the mural, the latter of which was a result of a higher-up at Nintendo asking for some engravings in Hyrule Castletown to be redone in the same style as a shop Crosby had retextured. The new mural design was inspired by Crosby's own idea of a story for a Zelda game, and drew additional inspiration from a Zelda art book without any story direction from Nintendo, meaning the events depicted therein are non-canon.
Did you know? Every Korok seed in Breath of the Wild is actually Korok feces. Fans had suspected that Hestu's gift, the prize for collecting all 900 Korok seeds, was an elaborate poop joke due to its appearance and description, but developers have confirmed that the joke is deeper than fans thought. Hidemaru Fujibayashi, director of Breath of the Wild, has stated that every Korok seed is poop. He told IGN, "It's just the backstory. The kind of hidden thing in the game the whole way is that Korok seeds are actually Korok poop. We just thought it would be funny to make that a big joke." This isn't the only humor from the game's production. Brainstorming sessions and pitches led to 2 unused game ideas: Hyrule Wars, which featured Link running between 2 massive armies, and The Legend of Zelda Invasion, which featured an alien presence that would abduct cattle. Although developers had some fun with Breath of the Wild's production, the team encountered more struggles than ever before. Breath of the Wild's open world was directly influenced by the lukewarm reception of Skyward Sword, which was criticized for its linearity. Series producer Eiji Aonuma found that players wanted to explore the areas between Skyward Sword's 3 main provinces, and this feedback was developed into an open world. The Zelda team had previously tried to create a seamless, interconnected world with The Wind Waker, but hardware restrictions limited how many islands they could include. Breath of the Wild marked the first time the Zelda staff worked on a city-sized map, approximately 12 times larger than the one in Twilight Princess. To prepare themselves, the team looked to other open-world games like Skyrim, as well as the original Legend of Zelda, where players were free to explore the entire world from start to finish. To help get a sense of scale and perspective, Fujibayashi took maps of Kyoto and overlaid them on the game's world. He then imagined traveling the distance between places he knew in the real world, but within the game. Some younger developers at Nintendo were working on a game with a large world at the time, so the Zelda team's veterans stepped aside to let these young programmers take the lead. This led to many of the franchise's traditions being challenged by the newer devs. Developers performed tests as the project went on, which highlighted 2 main issues with the game. One problem was that most players followed a similar path and didn't explore many areas of the game. Another problem was that players felt like they were being guided. This was because story events unfolded on pathways between towers, and the towers would naturally attract players as they're very noticeable on the horizon. Placing all the game's events on these routes also meant that if players did wander off the beaten path, they rarely encountered anything worthwhile. To solve these issues, several events were repositioned, and the team came up with a formula to encourage exploration. They strategically placed different-sized hills and mountains to hide landmarks and points of interest. When a player went over or around a hill, more landmarks would be revealed to them, and because different kinds of players would choose different ways to get around a hill, the landmarks they saw would be different. This would ultimately lead to multiple divergent paths between players, with exploration being encouraged no matter the playstyle. The internal codename for Breath of the Wild was Yu King, which continued an Alice in Wonderland theme seen in other Zelda codenames. Ocarina of Time 3D was codenamed Queen, A Link Between Worlds was Jack, Majora's Mask 3D was Joker, and Triforce Heroes was Alice. Breath of the Wild was the first Zelda game to be developed in HD from the ground up. Nintendo created demos of Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword running on Wii U development kits to help them settle on a graphical style. The Wind Waker stood out to Nintendo, and they opted to give Breath of the Wild cel-shaded graphics. This experiment also led to the development of the Wind Waker HD. While cel-shaded graphics were kept for Breath of the Wild, the Wind Waker's intense use of it was dropped. The team thought that an overly cartoony art style might drive away older players and wouldn't allow them to create the realism that they wanted. However, they knew that some cartoonishness would help bring the visuals together. Stylized visuals allow more people to suspend their disbelief, and something that might seem absurd in a photorealistic game fits more naturally. Interestingly, the game's French outdoor art direction was a suggestion from Bill Trinan of Nintendo's Treehouse. Another idea from Treehouse staff was to use crabs in the game's cooking mechanic. Early in development, crabs were used to make elixirs instead. Localizer Nate Bidorf convinced Breath of the Wild's director to use them in food recipes instead, explaining simply that people love eating crabs. These weren't the only suggestions from outside of Japan. The game's Pro heads-up display option, which leaves only Link's health on screen, was actually requested by Nintendo of America and Europe. Concept art was shown at the Game Developers Conference panel in 2017 that showed Link in a tracksuit, with a guitar, in a spacesuit with a Metroid, and on a motorcycle. The art team never envisioned these ideas making it into the final game and used them only as an exercise to defy Zelda traditions. That said, the motorbike was later added to Breath of the Wild as DLC. The team found it difficult to make Link's distinctive hat look appealing and felt that they'd run out of ways to make it look cool after Skyward Sword. They experimented with all manner of designs for Link, including a few European-inspired designs and even an older Link whose arm was replaced with Sheikah technology. Eventually, they decided to alter Link's default look entirely, as the player would be changing clothes throughout the game anyway. When designing Zelda games, the team waits until they have a design for Link, then make a single enemy and experiment with the two characters. For the Wind Waker, the first enemy was a Moblin, and for Breath of the Wild, the first enemy was a Bokoblin. Interestingly, the horn sound for the Bokoblin was just a random horn one of the developers owned and brought to work one day. Nintendo went the extra mile with the sound effects and even made sounds for a Bokoblin picking its nose. The Guardians were also one of the first designs made for the game. They were based on Eiji Aonuma's impression of the Octoroks from the original Legend of Zelda. He imagined them to be much larger than how they appeared later in the series, and based the Guardians on that interpretation. However, the team gave them a mechanical look, as a huge octopus enemy would be, quote, kind of gross. The decision to make them look mechanical also bled into the game's design and story. The technology and look of the Sheikah culture was inspired by the Jomon period in Japanese history, which isn't well known outside of Japan. One example of this Jomon influence can be found with Akala's lab robot Cherry. Cherry looks a lot like a Dogu, a type of figurine from the Jomon period. There's over 15,000 of these Dogu figures in the real world, but because the Jomon period took place over thousands of years, their purpose had been lost to time. The team tried to keep many aspects of the game simple. Zelda's character design was originally planned to only have features with a purpose. However, the team ultimately realized that this approach didn't result in a believable, unique character. Writers and designers eventually worked together, sharing what they'd learned to create a final character for Zelda, and continued making changes to her up to the very end of production. Breath of the Wild's gameplay was tested in a 2D prototype before its mechanics moved into the full game. Technical director Takuhiro Doda used the character data from the original Zelda to create a prototype. Although this prototype didn't include any puzzles, it allowed players to make their own path to a goal using the mechanics within it. While Breath of the Wild attempted to retain the feeling of discovery and exploration from previous games, it also changed many of the series' conventions. One of the first traditions to be scrapped was collecting hearts to heal, which was replaced with hunter-gathering and cooking mechanics. Puzzles in previous Zelda titles each required their own unique set of assets, which would have been impossible to fine-tune in a game as large as Breath of the Wild. To reduce their workload while also increasing the number of possible solutions for puzzles, the developers created a universal set of rules for the game. They used objects like wood and metal, and elemental forces such as wind and fire to create a set of chemical reactions. The game's combination of materials, elements, and physics could also be used to solve many problems. For example, if a rock Octorok eats a rusty sword, it'll grind the rust off and spit out a newly sharpened sword. This chemistry engine allowed players to create their own puzzle solutions instead of just following what the designers intended. It took the team a year just to create this system and the tools they needed to develop the rest of the game. Development took so long that Nintendo decided to release Breath of the Wild on the Switch alongside the Wii U. Differences in the two systems' hardware resulted in less emphasis on the gamepad in the Wii U version. However, Aonuma felt that focusing on a single screen made for a smoother overall experience. When the game was first shown, some fans speculated that the new incarnation of Link was female. Though this was never intended, the rumor sparked an internal discussion of a female Link, with Aonuma even consulting Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto on the idea. Aonuma also implied that the dialogue started by fans, as well as many female heroes in Hyrule Warriors, opened the possibility for a female protagonist in future Zelda games. Although some have criticized the game for its minimal use of music, Breath of the Wild was planned to have little to no music in any of the overworld. The team eventually decided to include music in important areas and villages so players would immediately know that they'd found something noteworthy. Substantial voice acting was a first for the franchise and was included so that story moments would leave a bigger impression on the player. Interestingly, many scenes were originally going to remain text only. Only major cutscenes were planned to be voiced, but Nintendo ultimately decided to dub all of the game's cutscenes. Voice acting was also a contentious subject during development, with some wanting no voices at all. This was partly because devs wanted a silent Link so that players could easily project themselves onto the character. They also thought that it'd be strange if Link was silent while everyone else was talking, but this turned out to be far less jarring in practice. Due to the game's scope, several features had to be cut during production. The game originally had tiny people, similar to the Minish from the Minish Cap, and Link was even planned to shrink down and interact with these tiny people. However, the team thought they already had a distinct lineup of unique races and people for the game, and opted to scrap this idea. An unused line of text in the game states that the Master Sword has returned to the forest. It normally goes unseen, but can still be triggered in-game. This is done by exploiting a glitch that causes the Master Sword to disappear from the player's inventory. The text seems to imply that it was possible to drop or lose the Master Sword at some point in development. Due to the franchise's infamous glitches, it's become a favorite among speedrunners. The speedrunning community had an early interest in Breath of the Wild, as Nintendo stated that players could beat the game by starting a file and running straight to the final boss. Nintendo actually sent some speedrunners pre-release copies of the game, meaning Breath of the Wild speed records were being established before the game was even officially released. Breath of the Wild also contains a number of secrets and Easter eggs. The game's monks are based on a kind of self-mummification practiced by Buddhist monks, and may specifically reference the process of Sakushin Butsu. In this medieval process, a monk would eat nothing but plant material such as pine needles, resin, and seeds over 8 to 10 years. The monks would also slowly reduce the amount of water they drank, ultimately leading to dehydration and starvation. The process would help mummify the body, as can be seen with the mummy Homyul-Kiai in Japan's Homyulji Temple. The way these Buddhist mummies are displayed could have influenced how the monks are presented in Breath of the Wild. The name of an early shrine in the game, Omen Ao, is an anagram of Zelda producer Eiji Aonuma's last name. However, Aonuma isn't the only developer that was referenced in this way. Several of the game's shrines and monks are also named after Zelda's staff, including art director Satoru Takizawa, designer Hiroshi Sakasai, and physics programmer Katsuhisa Sato. Naming each shrine and monk after a member of the staff was actually suggested by Satoru Takizawa himself. Breath of the Wild may also include another tribute to a staff member, Satoru Iwata, the former president of Nintendo who unexpectedly passed away during production. Satori Mountain is named after a Japanese term for enlightenment, and a derived form of Satori is used as a given name in Japan as Satoru. On certain nights, a unique steed called the Lord of the Mountain can be found standing underneath a cherry blossom atop the mountain. Cherry blossoms are common imagery in Japan for transience and change. Taking a photograph of the Lord of the Mountain gives the player a description that seems to directly reference Iwata. It says, "Legends say that this holy creature is a reincarnation of a sage that died on the lands it now protects. It's sometimes known by its other name, Satori." Another NPC named Batrick also greatly resembles Iwata and can tell the player about the Lord of the Mountain, strengthening this connection. Shortly after release, it was discovered that each symbol in the game's Sheikah language corresponded to a letter of the English alphabet, allowing for messages to be translated. Writing on the distilling stones atop each Sheikah tower reads, "Master using it and you can have this." And text on the placeable beacons reads, "It's dangerous to go alone." Both of these texts reference the original Legend of Zelda. In pre-release footage of Breath of the Wild, there were 2 secret messages at the beginning of the game. These messages were hidden on the stones that grant the player new runes. The first reads, "Now loading, do not turn off your," and the second reads, "All your base," a nod to the infamously bad translation of the 1989 game Zero Wing. One more Sheikah script message is actually hidden in the box for the collector's edition of the game. When deciphered, this message reads, "The Hyrule Fantasy," which was actually the original Japanese title for the very first Legend of Zelda.
Did you know? Breath of the Wild's prototype was originally centered around a real-life Japanese castle. One of the first decisions the game's director Hidemaru Fujibayashi made in development was to make his new reimagining of Hyrule big, really big. To help wrap their heads around the sheer size of it, his team built a prototype Hyrule the same size as Kyoto, the city where Nintendo headquarters is located. They thought about how frequently you'd come across convenience stores or mailboxes while walking across Kyoto, and used that to determine how often Link should stumble across elements like shrines, Koroks, and enemies. To help decide how far apart to make Hyrule's landmarks, Fujibayashi's team used Google Earth and 3D mapping tools to inject models from many of Kyoto's landmarks, which means in the prototype, Link was exploring places like Kiyo-Mizudera, a 400-year-old Buddhist temple. Small sections of this prototype would be shown at SEDEC 2017, a Japanese conference for game developers which is closed to the public. Cameras were banned at the conference, but several photos surfaced in 2020, showing not only the Buddhist temple, but also Link skydiving into Himeji Castle, an 83-room complex dating back to Japan's feudal period. Unlike the other landmarks, Himeji isn't actually located in Kyoto, it's in Hyogo, about 60 miles away, but Fujibayashi insisted on its inclusion as it's his favorite castle in all of Japan, and is generally regarded as the most impressive feudal castle to survive into the modern era. According to Fujibayashi, Himeji Castle stood at the center of the Kyoto prototype, occupying the space that eventually became Hyrule Castle in the final game. Gameplay footage is yet to surface, but in some Japanese interviews we had translated, the developers mentioned a few more landmarks found in the prototype, like Tenmangu, a shrine dedicated to Tenjin, the Shinto god of learning. Another was Kyoto Tower, the 400-foot steel spire, which is also the city's tallest man-made structure. Another was Kinkakuji, the Buddhist temple with a golden phoenix on top that also served as inspiration for the bell tower in Pokemon Gold and Silver. There was also Ginkakuji, a 500-year-old temple with a silver bird on its roof, also referenced in Pokemon through Lugia. The Zelda team described the prototype as surreal, with some saying they felt like tourists, while others said climbing and jumping off castles and temples made them feel more like ninjas. The 1200-year-old pagoda known as Toji Temple was in the prototype as well, and even an old village, but probably the strangest location was Kyoto Station, which in real life is a hub for both above-ground railroads and underground subway tracks. Measuring 15 stories tall, it's the second largest rail station in all of Japan, and it must have been pretty strange to experience as Link. Breath of the Wild was the biggest game Nintendo ever created, with the Zelda team starting off at just 10, then eventually peaking at around 300 developers as it neared completion. Nintendo even had to borrow 100 staffers from Xenoblade Chronicles developer Monolith Soft just to get past the finish line. Shigeru Miyamoto said he specifically didn't want to bring on hardcore gamers, since they'd probably just try to improve upon what earlier games had already accomplished. He'd much rather hire designers with a wide array of skills and hobbies so they could introduce new ideas and a breath of fresh air. Breath of the Wild's producer Eiji Aonuma agreed with Miyamoto's philosophy, telling IGN, "I don't necessarily want to work with someone who's good at playing games. I'd rather work with people who maybe have an interest in climbing mountains or love scuba diving in the ocean. Just someone with a very different skill. And so maybe by having those skills we can incorporate them into our games." Mountain climbing was one of Breath of the Wild's core mechanics, but underwater exploration like scuba diving was never implemented, at least not yet. One of Fujibayashi's personal hobbies is cave diving. Together with other Nintendo staffers, he's part of an adventure club that explores underwater caves. Glitching Breath of the Wild's camera reveals underwater environments never seen during normal play, so it appears diving may have been experimented with during development, and might find its way back into the series in a future installment. Another developer hobby, motorcycle riding, almost didn't make it into the game but was pushed through at the last minute. The idea was initially rejected due to its absurdity, but Aonuma, who rides a motorcycle in real life, kept pushing and pushing, even whispering to Fujibayashi, "The bike, until he finally agreed. As a small compromise, they settled on making the motorcycle Link's reward for completing the final DLC, because even though it kind of breaks the game, at that point the game is already over. Initially, the team imported the Master Cycle from Mario Kart 8 and test drove it around Hyrule, but to make sure Breath of the Wild's motorcycle was absolutely perfect, they bought the programmer an off-road bike so he'd have an intimate understanding of how Link should feel driving on all terrains. As general producer, Miyamoto wasn't as involved in the game's prototyping as director Fujibayashi. Fujibayashi recalled showing the prototype to Miyamoto, saying, "When we first presented this to Mr. Miyamoto, we left little treats like rupees on the trees, but we also left other things in other places we thought he might go, but he just kept climbing trees, up and down. And so we got to the point where we go, 'Do you want to look at other stuff?' But he just kept on going. He spent about an hour just climbing trees." That's when Fujibayashi knew they had something special, and from then on he frequently checked with Miyamoto to make sure he was happy with the game. But sometimes Miyamoto wasn't happy, and asked for changes. For example, until halfway into development, Link could stab a sword into a rock face while climbing to take a break and regain stamina. But Miyamoto said the mechanic was ridiculous, as people can't realistically stand on top of a sword. Fujibayashi was aware that the game was already full of unrealistic fantasies, like how lightning isn't actually attracted to metal, wind from a Korok leaf couldn't really push a sail, and even Link's glider was unrealistic. But in the end, Miyamoto was the boss, so the rock stabbing technique got cut. Initially, Fujibayashi considered including up to 120 items in Breath of the Wild. He came up with a list of original items, as well as every item from previous Zelda titles, like the hookshot. He told IGN, "In the early stages of development, we actually do some tests with with double hook shots and just being able to kind of go anywhere, like Spider-Man. Your mobility and your speed was just kind of incredible. There's lots of fans in the staff, even at pretty high levels, who really like the hook shot and they kept bugging me about it. I eventually just had to say, no, there will be no hook shot in this game. Breath of the Wild is all about doing new things. Ultimately, he decided less is more, and whittled Link's arsenal down to just 4 Sheikah runes, although some items ended up being repurposed as weapons, like the boomerang and the Korok leaf. The last item added to the game was Cryonis, adapted from the Sand Rod from A Link Between Worlds. Probably the strangest item that went unused was the Spy Drone. Alongside Magnesis and remote bombs, official concept art shows a device that pops out of the back of the Sheikah Slate and folds into a drone shaped like a dragonfly, similar to how the Sheikah Slate summons the motorcycle. According to concept art, the drone had a rotating camera on the bottom, which presumably would have set the camera's perspective to the Sheikah Slate, as well as to the Wii U gamepad. Link's drone is pretty similar in appearance and function to the real-life Parrot AR drone, which may have been another one of those developer hobbies we talked about earlier. The AR drone was the world's first mass-market drone that ordinary consumers could purchase and fly right out of the box, no technical expertise required, and it was an international sensation, selling over 500,000 units between 2010 and 2013, the exact same time Breath of the Wild entered development on Wii U. Just like Link's Dragonfly, AR drones were controlled with a tablet or smartphone, had a bottom-mounted camera, and sent live video directly into users' hands. Having a drone could have allowed Link to scout hard-to-reach locations, solve puzzles, or just have fun pestering animals or skimming the water's surface. The Dragonfly drone would have been perfect for the Wii U's unique hardware, with Link's point of view appearing on the TV screen while the drone's perspective appeared on the gamepad, with touch controls used to change camera direction. AR drones were also capable of hands-free flight, either by following a set path directed by its owner, or instructed to simply follow its owner, which in Breath of the Wild would have made it possible to capture the kind of footage shown off in the game's trailers. To be clear though, the concept art doesn't specify hands-free flight, so we can only speculate how the Dragonfly would have functioned if it hadn't been cut. When Nintendo decided to release Breath of the Wild simultaneously on both Wii U and Switch, some exclusive gamepad features got thrown out so both versions would offer an identical experience. The only function confirmed by pre-release footage was map access, but that footage also shows a button to access additional functions. Fans assume item management was one of them, but apparently the cuts were much deeper than just quality of life improvements. According to Fujibayashi, disabling the gamepad meant even the game's story had to be changed. Just a few days before launch, he said, "When it was originally just for the Wii U, we had touch controls, but we had to remove them. We felt the way the Sheikah Slate is represented in the game and how we use the gamepad in real life synced really well. So when we had to remove it, I did feel like, oh, it's too bad we had to do that. And because it was so tied into the scenario, we did have to go back and redesign and rethink the scenario." In the end, they made it so the Wii U gamepad literally does nothing. It's just a black screen when you're playing on the TV, and if you switch gameplay to the gamepad, the TV then goes black. Conversely, there were also some ideas that only would have been possible on Switch that got scrapped so the game could still run on Wii U, like HD Rumble-based gameplay, which Eiji Aonuma says will probably make its way into the sequel. As he explained it, the Switch's HD Rumble allows you to experience what a character feels when they touch something. For example, when they take an object in hand, you can feel it through the vibrations. It's a rather interesting approach and adds more realism, and we wanted to develop gameplay around it. It wasn't time constraints that kept us from implementing these ideas, but the fact the Wii U and Switch versions had to be identical. But in the future, we'll be free from this limitation caused by the dual console connection, so we'll be able to use it in the next Zelda. In the game's final build, players collect resources to convert an empty slice of Hyrule into a quaint village called Tari Town. But despite being a fan favorite, Tari Town was actually a much less ambitious version of its original concept, which would have allowed players to customize their creations any way they wanted. In other words, a little more Animal Crossing and a little less fetch quest. According to Eiji Aonuma, originally we wanted to make something players can build on their own. The backside of that story is actually when we were creating Breath of the Wild, the planners wanted a part of the game that could use game design tools and not rely on the programmers, so that's how Tari Town and also the house came about. In Creating a Champion, an art book that describes lots of ideas changed in development, lead structural artist Manabu Takehara appears to be providing more details on that original concept, and seems to imply that houses could be constructed all across Hyrule, rather than restricted restricted to one small area. He says, "These square rooms are simply stacked together and locked into place. Then you can add a wooden deck or flower bed in whatever way you choose. They can be freely and easily arranged as well. Of course, they are easy to break down and can be transported later as you see fit." Will Bolson be able to rebuild Hyrule with his innovative stacked construction? However, in the final game, all methods of customization were ultimately stripped out, and every player's town ends up looking exactly the same. But it's worth noting that the original, more personalized concept is still reflected in the final game's architecture. Unlike the rest of Hyrule with its more traditionally built homes, the homes in Tari Town are built from stacked containers, because they were initially intended to be rearranged and relocated. Alongside some animal-based ideas that were implemented, like horses eating apples and shaking off water, early concept art also shows some ideas that didn't make the game's final cut, like horses swaying in tune to nearby music and sticking their heads through windows while Link's inside a house, as if to say, "Hey, what you doing?" Cuckoos can be seen sitting on Link's head, seemingly against his will, and a giant cuckoo was considered as a flying steed, presumably because their usual glide mechanic from earlier games was made redundant by the glider. Concept art also shows Link petting a dog, and the developers even explored giving dogs the ability to talk. Feedback from fans actually made Fujibayashi reconsider the level of animal interactivity for Breath of the Wild 2, telling IGN, "In the game it seems like you can do anything, but what it really is are all these interlocking systems where you actually have a pretty limited number of actions that can do a ton of different things. So we would actually have to put in a custom action just for petting a dog that couldn't really be used for anything else. But finding out that people want to pet dogs gives me a lot of motivation, a lot of ideas for things we can put into the sequel." Speaking of animals, concept art also shows 6 unused divine beasts, like a manta ray and submarine-themed whale, who it's probably safe to assume were planned for Hyrule's ocean. And this giant mechanical crab was probably meant for a beach environment. There was also a brontosaurus surrounded by lightning, which is fitting since brontosaurus is actually a Greek word meaning thunder lizard, possibly considered for an area that's always storming, like Thundra Plateau. A land-walking jellyfish appears to be based on the tripods from War of the Worlds, and another is possibly based on a chimera from Greek mythology, which are usually depicted as lion-goat hybrids with a snake for a tail. Or it could be a Brazilian headless goat, a legendary creature with flames instead of a head. Even the champions could have been different. In place of Rivali, concept art shows a whip-wielding Kokiri champion, suggesting an entire village like Kokiri Forest was considered as well. As for Link, the art team submitted over 100 designs before deciding on the Link we know today. Interestingly, the reason Link wears blue in the final game is thanks to the pajamas from Wind Waker. In a Famitsu interview we translated, art director Satoru Takizawa said in the early stages of development, they imported Link in his pajamas into Breath of the Wild just as a placeholder. But later on, when they were remodeling Link's design, they realized the blue stood out against Hyrule's green landscapes, and decided to use Link's pajamas as the basis for the champion's tunic. Eventually, the PJs were added to Breath of the Wild via DLC, not only because of its significance during development, but also because it's Eiji Aonuma's favorite outfit. He said he wears it to work, to promotional events, and he even wears it off the clock, although he admits the lobster design doesn't actually make sense, since there's no lobsters in Hyrule, even in Wind Waker. To build a gigantic open world, Fujibayashi instituted a new strategy he called open air development. He felt that one of the problems weighing down Skyward Sword was that the team got so big, the opinions of the younger staff got drowned out by the older developers who had seniority. So for Breath of the Wild, he set up a whole new system, which was basically an in-game version of Reddit. Every 3 to 6 months, the entire team spent about a week playing the game start to finish, and throughout their journey, anyone could anonymously post signs saying which parts of the game they liked and which parts they didn't like. If another developer saw their sign and agreed, they could upvote it, and at the end of the week, the signs with the most upvotes let Fujibayashi know which sections of Hyrule needed to be changed the most, regardless of the voters' seniority within the company. Fujibayashi also hooked up an early version of the Hero's Path to all the developers' playthroughs, and had a giant TV in his office so he can monitor their progress. Using his subordinates like guinea pigs, he watched where they were going, where they lost hearts, and where they were dying, and used the data to decide where to increase or decrease difficulty spikes. For example, he said in Famitsu that everyone kept falling to their deaths climbing the Sheikah Towers, so they were redesigned to make them a little less dangerous. Initially, Nintendo's higher-ups didn't like the idea of pausing development so everyone could play the game beginning to end, since they expected it would delay the game's release. But eventually they were won over by Fujibayashi's strategy, and agreed it was actually speeding things up in the long run. Fujibayashi explained to Edge magazine that by understanding the game as a whole by playtesting it, our developers could understand what the colleague next to them was working on. It's horizontal information sharing. We overcame the boundaries of roles, which often isolates information. This had quite a huge effect on the project. When the testers discovered bugs in the game, like how you can use magnesis on a metal object to propel a boat like a motor, or fly across Hyrule on a flying log, or float through the sky in a minecart, Fujibayashi told them they should only fix the bug if it hampered the experience, but if it was fun, they should leave it in. The developers' guiding philosophy for Breath of the Wild was breaking conventions, a mantra they adhered to even for the game's music. After heavy deliberation, sound designer Hajime Wakai chose piano as the game's central instrument, but doubted his decision up to the very last minute. Instead of piano, he almost centered the soundtrack around the dulcimer, and if he had, Breath of the Wild would have sounded something like this. The sound team wanted to include some classic Zelda series melodies, but Wakai made it a rule they couldn't reuse old music for cheap fan service. So for some tracks, they composed reimaginings, like the Hyrule Castle and Ganon's Lair themes, but they also went out of their way to hide some iconic themes, a few of which you can only hear by speeding up or slowing down the game's soundtrack, like the title theme from Zelda 1, revealed in the nighttime horse riding music when you double the tempo, and Zelda's Lullaby, found in the daytime writing music by tripling the tempo. Quadrupling the tempo for Breath of the Wild's house interior music reveals the same theme from Ocarina of Time. Ocarina's Temple of Time melody is hidden in the new Temple of Time music, but slowed down and broken up with pauses. And the music for the Rito's original home, Dragon Roost Island, can be heard by speeding up the music in their new home, Rito Village. And finally, this theme made its debut in Zelda 1 as the Recorder, which was later reprised for Ocarina of Time's title theme, then eventually made its way into Breath of the Wild's shrine music, made a little more apparent when you slow it down. Did you know? Wind Waker could have had a sequel on the Game Boy Advance. Davide Soliani is best known today as the director of Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, as well as the guy who cried when Miyamoto acknowledged his hard work on the game. But Davide's connection to Miyamoto actually began 15 years earlier, when he heard the legendary designer was visiting his hometown of Milan, Italy. After spending several days investigating which hotel Miyamoto was staying in, Davide camped out 10 hours in the rain just to get a chance to meet him. When Wind Waker hit store shelves a year later, Davide loved it so much he spent a month developing a Wind Waker sequel on GBA. Nowadays, he's Ubisoft Milan's creative director, but back then he was a humble designer working on games like Rayman and Tomb Raider and didn't have nearly as much clout as he does today. So when he pitched a graphical prototype of Zelda to the managing and studio directors, they decided to kill the project before Nintendo ever got a chance to see it. Davide's partner on the Wind Waker sequel was Ubisoft artist Fabio Paghetti, who told us a little more about how the pitch was born and why it got axed. Paghetti said, "We were both in love love with Wind Waker, and Nintendo handhelds were the major focus of Ubisoft Milan at the time, so Davide and I were wondering how Wind Waker would look on GBA. We were always talking and tinkering together about possible concepts and pitches for the studio, and this looked like such a nice fit. Eventually, I prepared this visual mock-up, and we also worked on some 3D test scenes, but we never got the opportunity to pitch the game to Nintendo. The idea of presenting it to Nintendo probably scared Ubisoft, but maybe the game exists in some other fold of the multiverse. According to Davide and Fabio, the prototype and videos they pitched unfortunately no longer exist, unless they're stuck on a hard drive somewhere, so all that remains is this single image. Davide and Fabio didn't know it, but Nintendo was working on a sequel of their own at the exact same time. Unfortunately, Nintendo's attempt was cancelled as well. When Wind Waker launched in 2002, its reception failed to live up to Nintendo's expectations, and the game only ended up selling half as many copies as Ocarina of Time. According to Wind Waker's director Eiji Aonuma, his team spent the following year in the planning stages and early development for Wind Waker 2, but ultimately abandoned the idea of a cel-shaded sequel, primarily due to financial concerns. There are far more Zelda fans in the West than there are in Japan, and Nintendo of America made it clear that Americans wanted a more realistic Zelda, and something closer to Ocarina of Time. According to Aonuma, right after Wind Waker released, we were considering a toon-shaded sequel, but a year later we settled on a more realistic approach. I was told the toon shading gave the impression that Wind Waker was for a younger audience, and that it was alienating the older teenagers that made up most of the fanbase. After hearing that, I started to worry if Wind Waker 2 was something that would actually sell, so the only thing we could do was give the American market the Zelda they were asking for. In the 2016 hardcover publication The Legend of Zelda Art and Artifacts, designer-manager Satoru Takizawa provided a little more insight on the direction Wind Waker 2 was headed before its development changed course. He said the proposed setting for Wind Waker 2 was not on the sea but on land. The desire to depict Toon Link on a horse riding around the Great Plains was great. However, with his small stature and short arms and legs, it would have been difficult to make him look good on a horse. It wasn't like we could make an adult version of Toon Link, and that was about the time we heard that people were wanting a realistic-looking Zelda game again. Development was quickly redirected to be more in line with Ocarina of Time, and although Toon Link did eventually return on the Nintendo DS, he never got a chance to ride a horse on the big screen as Nintendo originally envisioned. After 3 more years in development, Twilight Princess released in 2006. It turned out Nintendo of America was right. Realistic Zelda sold more than twice as many copies as Wind Waker. Nintendo decided to capitalize on the game's success with a direct sequel, just like they'd done on the Nintendo 64. According to Miyamoto, the terrain created for Twilight Princess was vast. I really thought there was more we could do with it, so after we finished with the development of Twilight Princess, I talked to the staff about whether or not we could do a side story. With a big series like Zelda, we usually only release a new version every 3 to 5 years, but we thought it'd be great to make something for those people that really enjoyed Twilight Princess where they'd be able to keep playing in the same world. The Zelda team started pre-production on a Majora-style sequel, but the idea Miyamoto chose in the end was a small side story based on the Wii Zapper. The Zelda team was shocked when they heard Miyamoto's decision, as it meant killing all the big ideas they'd started working on. Some felt strongly he wasn't making the right call, so Miyamoto proposed a compromise. They'd make a prototype for the Zapper side story and have it playtested, and if the focus group didn't like it, the Zelda team wouldn't have to make the Zapper game. The focus group ended up loving the prototype, and the project ultimately evolved into Link's crossbow training. But Miyamoto's team kept pushing to make it bigger, so we ended up making a list of rules. The developers couldn't add anything unnecessary to the game's simple concept, and every stage had to be shorter than 3 minutes. There couldn't be any story cutscenes, and the game couldn't have any bosses. But his team kept pushing. According to Miyamoto, they kept bugging him to include boss battles, so he finally gave in and agreed, but said they could only make 1 boss. Despite Miyamoto's orders, they wound up making 2, the Dark Nut and the Stall Lord. The Zelda team was heartbroken when their ideas for a Twilight sequel ended up on the cutting room floor, but Link's crossbow training proved to be the right business decision. The game sold nearly 6 million copies, almost 2 million more than Wind Waker. Not everyone was happy with the side story, but crossbow training did have one very important fan, series producer Eiji Aonuma. He actually pitched a sequel with improved gameplay and online multiplayer, as he explained to Games TM in 2009. To tell you the truth, I actually wanted to create Link's crossbow training too. I thought we should do something more and better in the field of the first-person shooter, based on our experience making the first game. For example, I was thinking maybe we could intensify the multiplayer mode. The original was really just a solo game, but I thought we could add a true multiplayer mode with multiple users playing together over Wi-Fi. Nintendo's higher-ups didn't share Aonuma's enthusiasm, however, and told him he should focus on the main series. After his crossbow training 2 pitch was rejected, Aonuma got to work making a Majora-style sequel to Phantom Hourglass, which launched 2 years later as Spirit Tracks. Although most Zelda fans have played every mainline Zelda game, few have played Four Swords, which released alongside A Link to the Past on GBA. By connecting up to 4 GBAs together with link cables, friends could explore randomly generated dungeons cooperatively, but also competitively, as each player was ranked on total rupees collected. 2 years later, it was followed up with Four Swords Adventure, where each player used a link cable to connect their GBA to a GameCube. Everyone shared the TV, but if a player went off in their own direction, gameplay switched to their GBA screen. Partly due to the multiplayer hardware components, Adventures never managed to sell even 1 million copies. But shortly before the DS released in 2005, Miyamoto suggested the DS would make this hardware issue a thing of the past. He said, at the time of GameCube and GBA connectivity, you had to connect the system to 4 GBAs, so the price of entry was a bit high. However, the DS has 2 screens and Wi-Fi support, so we feel the threshold is a lot lower. We're thinking of bringing Zelda Four Swords to the DS, and in another interview, the game's producer Eiji Aonuma told Club Nintendo, the Zelda team is already planning Four Swords for the Nintendo DS. This game will have a lot of connectivity and feature a lot of interaction between both screens. It will be interesting. But a year later, Aonuma backtracked on his previous quote, suggesting Four Swords DS turned into Phantom Hourglass during the game's prototype phase. The game's director Daiki Iwamoto eventually shed a little more light on how the Four Swords team ended up producing something completely different. They stated, it was around May 2004, right after we finished Four Swords Adventures. The DS hadn't been released yet, and the game was in the experimental stage. We started by trying many ideas on how to use the stylus, and wanted to continue exploring the theme of connectivity between 2 different screens. Eventually Aonuma said, let's try something different. So we started to think about a new type of Zelda system, one that would become a standard for the DS. In the end, a 3rd entry in the Four Swords series was never produced. But it's worth mentioning that the original GBA game got a remaster on DS called Four Swords Anniversary Edition, released in 2011 to celebrate the franchise's 25th birthday. The DS remaster added lots of updates and brand new content, including a single-player mode, wireless connectivity, and new stages based on Zelda 1, A Link to the Past, and Link's Awakening. The Anniversary Edition never got a physical release, and was only available for digital download for 5 months on DS, then for just 4 days on 3DS a few years later. As a result, it's been unobtainable since 2014, meaning most Zelda fans never got a chance to experience the Four Swords remaster. In 2009, rumors spread that Retro Studios was working on a Zelda game for Wii, but those rumors weren't proven until May 2020, when concept art was found on an ArtStation account for Sammy Hall, who previously worked at Retro Studios on games like Metroid Prime 3 and Donkey Kong Country Returns. According to Hall, the concept art was from a cancelled Zelda project that would have taken place in the bad timeline, the timeline where Ganon defeated Link at the end of Ocarina of Time. Instead of Link, the spin-off starred the last surviving male Sheikah, after the rest of the Sheikah were wiped out in a genocidal event. The last Sheik's journey was planned as an origin story for the Master Sword, and the plot used the Gerudo's 100-year birth of Ganon as a backdrop. Hall's notes reveal the project began in 2005 during the Wii era, but ended up being cancelled in 2008. Retro's post-apocalyptic Hyrule took some visual inspiration from Twilight Princess, while also introducing lots of brand new ideas. Concept art included enemy types labeled Clock Kids, as well as Deku Warriors, the Lord of the Swamp, and several designs that may be bosses. There was also the Dark Valoo race, creatures clearly connected to Wind Waker's Valoo. Some concept art was titled Autumn, implying a use of seasons, possibly inspired by Oracle of Seasons. According to Sammy Hall, it was very experimental stuff, but games in the Zelda universe have very weird stuff, and this game was setting out to be 10 times weirder. 3 days after his artwork was first spotted by Metroid fan site Shine Sparkers, Hall gave IGN a brief statement explaining the game was still in pre-production when it got cancelled, adding it was mostly handled internally at Retro without much involvement from Nintendo HQ. According to Hall, the game was cooked up by 3 Retro leads, including Mark Pacini, the director of Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3. But production came to a halt when all 3 of them quit Retro to start their own studio in April 2008. Just a few hours after he spoke with IGN, Hall's social media was deleted, and even his Patreon account got pulled down, making fans speculate Nintendo, or possibly Retro's legal department, were the ones who pulled the plug. Since then, anyone involved has been unable or unwilling to comment, and no further details have been made public. However, it's important to note that Sammy Hall uploaded all this concept art after finding it on an old hard drive, so it's possible that other Retro employees still have more artwork and documents that hopefully someday might find their way onto the internet, revealing more about the 3-year project. A few months after Link's Awakening was re-released with some updates on the Game Boy Color, Capcom producer Yoshiki Okamoto approached Miyamoto about remaking Zelda 1 in the style of Link's Awakening. Perhaps wanting to avoid a repeat of the CDI debacle, Miyamoto blew him off, but Okamoto refused to take no for an answer, threatening to produce a rip-off if Miyamoto didn't say yes. In a 1999 interview with German magazine Total, Okamoto explained how the Trilogy project came into existence. He said, "I especially like the Zelda on Famicom, but Nintendo just wasn't interested in translating it onto the Game Boy Color. So I told Mr. Miyamoto that I wanted to produce the game, but nothing ever came of it, so I had to threaten him." The magazine, probably shocked, asked him to repeat himself. "You threatened him?" "I said if Nintendo doesn't want to do it, Capcom will make an identical game, but just change the name of the game and all the characters." Then he asked if we wanted to develop the game legitimately. We immediately accepted. Eventually, a deal was struck that after the remake was complete, Capcom would follow it up with a trilogy of brand new games called the Triforce series. As producer, Okamoto was meant to supervise the remake's development, but ended up spending most of his time overseas, so the project was led by Capcom director Hidemaru Fujibayashi. If that name sounds familiar, it's because after the partnership between Capcom and Nintendo was dissolved, Fujibayashi was hired to work directly for Nintendo and later served as director on Breath of the Wild, and is currently directing its sequel. In many ways, Breath of the Wild was a reimagining of Zelda 1, but at the time, Fujibayashi wasn't as enthusiastic about remaking Zelda 1 as his boss Okamoto. The Capcom team felt Zelda 1 was too difficult for the modern generation of gamers, so they ended up scrapping the remake and skipping ahead to development of the Triforce series. According to Miyamoto, The Tale of Power was originally planned to launch in late 1999 and focus on action, followed up a few months later with the puzzle-based Tale of Wisdom, and then a few months after that, the trilogy would conclude with the Tale of Courage. All three games would be connected with passwords, so after completing one game, fans could continue their adventure in the next installment. It was expected that fans would play the trilogy in the order they were released, but they were being developed in a way that fans could play the games in any order they wanted. The Triforce series was initially planned to make use of the mobile system GB, a service that allowed fans to connect a Game Boy Color to the internet by using a cell phone adapter. Miyamoto said, "The original idea for those games was for them to be more episodic in content, and the development actually started with the notion of potentially trying to sell dungeons individually. Linking all three games together proved too much for the team, however, so Okamoto made more than just a call for help. He had to send out an SOS for Miyamoto to ride in on a white horse and save the trilogy from development hell. To get the project back on course, Miyamoto cut the series from 3 games down to just 2, and any ideas involving online features were thrown out as well. The games were temporarily rebranded as the Mysterious Seeds series, but in the end, The Tale of Power became Oracle Seasons, and The Tale of Wisdom became Oracle of Ages. After more than a year of delays, instead of releasing episodically, the games finally launched together in February 2001. Bits and pieces of the cancelled Zelda 1 remake found their way into Seasons. Both games have a western graveyard, and the first dungeon can be found inside a dead tree on a small island, and even the dungeons' internal layouts are similar. 6 of Seasons' dungeon bosses were also taken from Zelda 1. As for the Tale of Courage, also known as the Mystical Seed of Courage, it's impossible to know exactly how much made its way into Oracle of Ages and Seasons, but in addition to the online features, we do know a few more pieces of the puzzle that got left out. The 2 games that survived made use of magic items called the Harp of Ages and the Rod of Seasons, while concept art revealed in the Hyrule Historia suggests the last game in the trilogy was planned around the magic paintbrush, an item that would have taken full advantage of the Game Boy Color. The Oracle Nairu plays a central role in Ages, and Din stars in Seasons, while the 3rd game was originally planned to feature Furori. Since the game was never finished, Furori ended up with just a small token role in Ages and Seasons, essentially as a password clerk in the Hall of Secrets. Some websites claim that Capcom was also planning to remake Zelda 2 for the Game Boy Color, but we couldn't find any credible evidence to support that claim, even after talking to Okamoto himself. So it appears the idea of Capcom remaking Zelda 2 was nothing more than a rumor, but there has been some legitimate interest in remaking Zelda 2 over the years, not only from outside studios, but also from Shigeru Miyamoto himself. Miyamoto has gone on record more than once saying Zelda 2 was one of his biggest regrets, even referring to the game as a failure. So in the early 90s, he began working on a Super Nintendo remake with Zelda and Mario alumni Yoshiaki Koizumi. If the game made heavy use of polygons, it was probably running on the Super FX chip, a coprocessor that allowed for incredibly advanced graphics for its time, powering both Star Fox and Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. The project was ultimately cancelled, but buzz surrounding a potential remake has continued to this day. Most recently in 2018, when Inti Creates CEO Takuya Aizu said Zelda 2 was his dream remake. Inti Creates is famous for breathing new life into old games and big IP belonging to other companies, like they did with Mega Man 9 and 10 10, and Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon, so we reached out to Mr. Aizu to ask what a Zelda 2 remake might look like with him in the driver's seat. Aizu told us, "If we were to start development right away, I think it would be very aware of its Famicom disk system roots. But if this dream remake were to happen a few years down the road, I think it would be made in a way that would be most suitable for players at that time using the best development techniques we have available at Inti Creates. But if you talk too much about your dreams, they cease to be dreams, so I think I'll leave it at that." He told us discussions with Nintendo hadn't taken place, at least not yet, so we took the liberty of sending our email directly to Nintendo in hopes that someday, Inti Creates might get the chance to add Zelda 2 to their long list of retro remakes.
Did you know? The comment from Link's uncle when he says, "Save the princess, Zelda is your," has caused a lot of confusion among Western gamers. This is because it seems to imply Princess Zelda has some sort of family relation to Link. However, the line is likely a misinterpretation by the game's English translators. The original Japanese dialogue states, "Save Princess Zelda, you are the princess's," as if Link's uncle was about to say something along the lines of, "You are the princess's only hope." Development of A Link to the Past started long before the Super Nintendo released and took about 3 years to complete. This included a year of experimentation, a year of planning, and a year of actual production. Similar to how the original Legend of Zelda was developed alongside Super Mario Bros., A Link to the Past was purposefully developed alongside Super Mario World and was intended to come out near the Super Nintendo's launch. The idea to return to a top-down perspective was something Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto had been planning for years. In fact, he decided the third Zelda would be top-down even before work began on Zelda 2: Adventure of Link. Miyamoto also planned to include a party of characters in A Link to the Past, an elf fighter hybrid, a magical fairy, and a girl. This fairy character would have done reconnaissance instead of fighting, but the fairy was ultimately brought forward and used in Zelda 2 instead. In some cases, there's concept art for elements that were left out of A Link to the Past. Some concept art for Zelda shows her in futuristic attire. When the original Legend of Zelda was being developed, it was planned for the fragments of the Triforce to be electronic chips, and the entire game overworld would have existed in both the past and the future, with Link being the link between the two times. This concept art could be an indication that Nintendo wanted to revisit the idea and explain why A Link to the Past has multiple worlds. Speaking of which, early in production, the team toyed with the idea of having 3 overworlds in the game instead of 2. However, they feared that 3 worlds might overcomplicate the gameplay and be difficult to implement. There was another story element planned for the game. At one point, the story would have involved the world ending when a large egg cracked at the top of a mountain. Sound familiar? This idea was later used in Link's Awakening for the Windfish and its egg at Tall Tall Heights. There were several other elements planned for Link to the Past. One new addition to the series was that Link could walk diagonally. The team originally had Link swinging his sword while facing these diagonal directions as well, but sword swinging didn't feel right at an angle. Diagonal sword attacks were removed, and the team came up with the spin attack to fill their place. The team also planned for wildfires to sweep across a patch of grass if the player lit them with the lantern, an idea that was eventually used in 4 Sword Adventures. The team also wanted to add the ability to dig a ditch with a shovel and bomb the edge of a body of water to expand it. At one point, the player also had to go around testing walls to see if they were destructible. If the player hit a wall with their sword and heard a hollow sound, the wall could be brought down with a bomb. By itself, this mechanic proved to be too cryptic, and small cracks were added to indicate that walls could be broken. Link to the Past is famous for its incredible music, but surprisingly enough, that music gave the development team a lot of trouble. The music originally took a whole megabit of data, an eighth of the entire cartridge. This was a huge amount of music for games at the time, and programmers struggled to compress it all to make room for other data. In fact, the size of the music meant some elements had to be left out of the game entirely. A lack of space on the cartridge as well as time constraints are 2 often cited reasons as to why ideas were left out of the game. There are a few complete elements in the game's data that, for whatever reason, weren't implemented in the final version. There's a fully programmed but unused enemy in the game that holds a cannon. This cannon soldier will fire in the general direction of the player and, when knocked back after taking a hit, will walk to the position they started in. Unlike other blue soldiers, they take 2 hits to kill instead of 3. There's also an unused skull statue that was intended to appear in the Skull Woods dungeon but can only be viewed by glitching or hacking the game. Interestingly, the statue's design seems to have been reused in the background of Yarna Desert in Link's Awakening. When A Link to the Past was re-released for the Game Boy Advance, the graphic appeared in a new bonus dungeon called Palace of the Four Sword. Although many of Link to the Past's secrets are behind the scenes, some of its secrets can be found in-game. If the player solves the puzzle inside of the swamp ruins, the water will begin to flow and drain the swamp outside. This will cause a fish to appear, flopping around on the ground. If the player brings the fish to the street merchant in Kakariko Village, he'll give the player 21 rupees, 10 arrows, 8 bombs, and a magic jar. If the player goes north of Kakariko Village, they'll see 2 lumberjacks. The Japanese word for lumberjack is kikori, and the name of the childlike godlike race in Ocarina of Time is Kokiri, an anagram of Kikori. Considering the name and that the lumberjacks wear similar green outfits, this may be where the idea for the Kokiri race originated. If the player enters the Waterfall of Wishing, they'll be asked if they want to throw an item into the pond. If the player throws in an item, then responds to the fairy honestly, she'll upgrade whatever item was thrown in. This is likely a reference to the Aesop fable, The Honest Woodsman. In the story, a man accidentally throws his regular old axe into a lake. Then he starts weeping, having lost his only means of livelihood. The god Hermes takes pity on him and goes to retrieve his axe. Hermes emerges from the lake with a golden axe and asks the man if it's his. The man says that it isn't. Hermes then finds a silver axe and asks the man again. The man says that it isn't his axe either. Because of the man's honesty, Hermes lets him take all 3 axes. A Link to the Past has received a lot of praise over the years, some of which came from within Nintendo itself. During a question and answer session on Nintendo of America's official Twitter account, CEO Reggie Fils-Aimé revealed that A Link to the Past is his all-time favorite game.
Did you know? Nintendo considered naming A Link Between Worlds the new Legend of Zelda. This was due to the game's new yet classic approach, which was likened to New Super Mario Bros. And how that game brought Mario back to its roots. A Link to the Past was called Triforce of the Gods in Japan. And since A Link Between Worlds is a sequel of sorts, its Japanese name is simply The Legend of Zelda Triforce of the Gods 2. Although A Link Between Worlds is the game's final name, it was internally called Jack. This seems to be part of a bigger reference. The internal name for Ocarina of Time 3D is Queen. For Wind Waker HD, it's King. And for Majora's Mask 3D, it's Joker. The internal name for Triforce Heroes is Alice, implying the project names are all a reference to Alice in Wonderland. The game has another secret within a name. The protagonist Yuga is named after the Japanese word Yuga, which means oil painting, a clear reference to his wall-merging magic. Plans to make A Link Between Worlds began immediately after the completion of Spirit Tracks in 2009, and before the 3DS was fully developed. Most of the Spirit Tracks team left to work on Skyward Sword, leaving only 3 developers to work on a new game. These were Shiro Mori, Hiromasa Shikata, and an unnamed programmer. The 3-man team began making a game around the theme of communication, and after about 6 months of work, the project was shown to Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto. Miyamoto thought the project was outdated, saying it seemed like an idea that's 20 years old. The team dropped their old concept and brainstormed something new. During a meeting, Shikata had the idea of Link entering walls. The concept didn't make sense to him at the time, but it was at least something they could expand on. Although Shikata came up with the wall merging idea, series producer Eiji Aonuma has a different account of where the concept came from. Aonuma told Spike.com that it originated from the Phantom Ganon fight in Ocarina of Time. He stated, "There's a part there where Phantom Ganon turned into a painting, but we thought it might be interesting to give Link that ability, to have him be able to turn into a painting and go in the walls, and then use that ability to get around obstacles and go to places that he hadn't been able to go to before." That said, Aonuma could simply be describing how they elaborated on Shikata's idea. A prototype of Link merging with walls and wrapping around corners was made in a single day, and the idea of Link going through cracks in walls spawned from this prototype. The project was again presented to Miyamoto, who this time gave his approval. After their victory, however, the team was disbanded to work on titles for the upcoming Wii U, which desperately needed games for its launch. Sensing the project wouldn't be finished in 2013 if work didn't resume immediately, Aonuma worked part-time on the game with 2 staff members while the rest of the team were away. A few test dungeons with the wall mechanic were made, with plans to make 50 more small-scale dungeons. When this 50-dungeon proposal was shown to Miyamoto, it was literally torn up. Miyamoto reiterated a suggestion he'd already made, that they should base the game on A Link to the Past. Miyamoto had previously asked for A Link to the Past to be remade with stereoscopic 3D, but Aonuma had dismissed this. Aonuma thought a 2D game with 3D visuals wasn't interesting enough on its own. However, this idea was a solution to one of the game's issues. The title started out using the Spirit Tracks camera angle, which the team grew bored of. The camera didn't change enough when Link merged with a wall, which presumably affected the gameplay. To give a clearer view of Link, and better define both parts of the game, the camera was made to switch from a top-down view to a side view when Link transformed. For Aonuma, the wall merging and camera utilization ultimately justified a 2D-style Zelda having 3D visuals, as it made the concept more interesting. Instead of starting from scratch, Aonuma wanted to convert A Link to the Past's map into 3D. The team were worried about basing the game on A Link to the Past, as they didn't want the project to become yet another Zelda remake. Aonuma didn't believe it would become a remake, and tried to convince everyone that they were heading in the right direction. He made a tool to recreate the 2D maps in 3D, and quickly remade chunks of the world to show the team his vision. A test of Link moving around these areas was made within 2 months and shown to Miyamoto, who again approved. Some of these early, crudely rendered areas can still be found in the game's data. The team decided to make the game run at 60 frames per second, which led to many restrictions for the designers. They had to keep geometry simple and effects minimal to keep a constant high frame rate. This was done to stabilize the game's 3D effects, which the team began experimenting with. They tried using the game's stereoscopic 3D to enhance the Tower of Hera, as it had a lot of depth and verticality. The team made Link jump to the next floor by hitting jump platforms with a hammer to emphasize the 3D, but the idea didn't work out as they wanted. Instead, it became the mechanic where Link is slung into the air by the mole enemies. This area was one of the first to be made, and influenced how the rest of the game's dungeons were made. Although the team was eager to experiment with stereoscopic 3D, they had to keep themselves in check. Partway through development, they were told about the Nintendo 2DS and the system's limitations. Since its hardware couldn't display 3D, they had to tweak the game so that all puzzles could be solved without stereoscopic visuals. The team also experimented with Link being able to jump in his wall form, as they thought running along a wall resembled 2D platforming games. They ultimately decided to keep things simple and limit Link to horizontal movement. Another interesting detail about the game's perspective is that every object in the game is slanted. This was done so the player could clearly see the front of objects, such as Link. If the characters were standing straight, the player would only see the top of Link's head. Some dungeons in A Link to the Past can be completed out of chronological order. Nintendo saw an opportunity to expand on this concept and allow players to complete later dungeons in any order they want. This meant that if a player got stuck on a puzzle, they could simply go to a different dungeon and continue playing. Aonuma has admitted that Nintendo has a bad habit of holding the player's hand to make sure they don't get stuck. Aonuma and Shikata actually argued for 3 days over including a single hint in the game. It would have helped the player solve one of the game's puzzles, but was ultimately removed. The idea to rent items at a cheap, accessible price near the start of the game came from one of Aonuma's hobbies. People new to the hobby could rent items before purchasing them to see if they liked them, and the same economics were applied to the game. Interestingly, the team never intended to use a live orchestra for A Link Between Worlds. This is because live orchestras produce too much reverberation and low-pitched sounds for good playback on 3DS speakers. The game's music purposely uses recordings that are low in bass for optimal playback on the 3DS and standard earphones. The game has a few other musical secrets. When the Low-Rule Castle theme is reversed, part of it becomes the Hyrule Castle theme. Nintendo also reused some music exclusively in Japan. A track from an infamous Japanese A Link to the Past commercial was updated and reused to advertise A Link Between Worlds. Although some of the names appear to have been changed from A Link to the Past to A Link Between Worlds, they were simply reverted to their original names. The Loyal Sage was originally known as Shinpu in Japan, which means priest. The name was changed in A Link to the Past because of Nintendo of America's stance on minimizing religious references in games.
Did you know? The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask actually has voice commands programmed into the game, and they still work. On March 1st, 2018, Nintendo 64 ROM hacker Zoinkity found voice commands programmed into the original Japanese release of the game. Just a day later, Zoinkity discovered the voice commands were programmed into all versions of Majora's Mask, including the GameCube re-releases. For years it was known that Majora's Mask's debug menu mentioned support for the voice recognition system add-on, but there'd been no proof the game ever actually used it until now. It appears a single byte of data is the only thing stopping the VRS from working. Once changed in the ROM, commands can be spoken into the voice recognition system just as they can in Hey You Pikachu. The commands are in Japanese in all versions. Okiro, Japanese for wake up, can be used to wake up Deku Scrubs. Ato Nanjikan, or how many hours left, can be asked of the Sheikah stones to tell the player the time. Then there's milk, which allows the player to gather twice as much milk from cows. Of course, this isn't the only secret surrounding the game. The game's original director, Eiji Aonuma, actually wasn't looking forward to remaking the game for the 3DS. Aonuma said, "It was one of those games where I was able to do quite a bit because I was much younger, so I didn't want to open that lid again." When Aonuma finally reopened the lid, he found decision after decision that made him think, what in the world? In fact, there were so many questionable decisions that Aonuma ended up making a what in the world list of features that needed to be tweaked or changed. When he gave the list to the 3DS design team, it was filled with confession-style apologies. One read, "At the time, I think there was something wrong with me. It's probably good that some ideas from Aonuma's younger days didn't make it into Majora's Mask. One idea considered was that Link would mark his hand to reflect the balance in his bank account. Aonuma recalled, maybe you could only see them if you shone a black light on them. This would sort of make sense in that he goes back in time but stays who he is. He retains everything that is part of his person. You could just look at your hand and say, oh yes, you are this person with this account and this is your balance. But the team realised there'd be some paradoxical issue no matter their approach. Ocarina of Time also had many obscure features that were changed before the final release. In 1997, Miyamoto was interviewed by Japan's Famimaga 64 magazine and revealed several details about Ocarina of Time that were different to the final game. Originally, Link would have had his speed slowed down as his health depleted. Only adult Link would have been able to use magic. Link would have been able to use staves as weapons. And Link would have been able to dash by pressing the B button when the game prompted it. The 3 spiritual stones were also intended to slot into the ocarina, which had 3 holes for this purpose. Miyamoto even said Shadow Link wouldn't be in Ocarina of Time, as it was a last-minute addition to Zelda 2. He also suggested that there'd be multiple horseback enemies, but the only enemy who rides a horse in the final game is Phantom Ganon. Yet one feature was always intended to make it in, the demon roosters. Miyamoto said, "We created this rooster so realistically, it's scary. He follows along just like a stalker. It would be bad if you bullied it." The Gerudo Fortress isn't accessible to Link when he's a child. However, an extra piece of heart can be found above Link's cell while in child form, and can only be obtained via cheats or glitches. The treasure chest that contains a piece of heart for adult Link instead holds an odd mushroom during the child era. Both of these discoveries imply that the fortress was originally explorable by child Link, and these objects can even still be found in the 3DS remake of the game. There's also unused files on Ocarina of Time's bonus disc, which was a pre-order bonus for the Wind Waker. The disc contains files alluding to The Legend of Zelda X, along with a logo for the title. Many believe that this was the bonus disc's original title. Twilight Princess went in a different direction to Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. Rather than having details left out of the final game, details went into the game that are obsolete or difficult for a player to notice. For example, in most Zelda games, signposts can be chopped up with your sword. In Twilight Princess, the wooden pieces left over are programmed to float in water. What makes this detail interesting is that in the final game, there are no signposts located directly next to rivers, so to find it, players need to move the pieces to the river themselves. The feature took some time to implement, with Miyamoto jokingly saying, "This feature took us about the same time as it did to work on just one of the horses." Among Nintendo staff, Miyamoto is known to upend the tea table, meaning he demands large changes to a game towards the end of development. Aya Kyogoku, who was in charge for the overall script and some events for Twilight Princess, said players originally only spent 1 day in Ordon Village, the first location of the game. Kyogoku said, "Out of the blue, it was decided to make it 3 days. We got a sheet of paper with a specification plan written on it, a kind of Miyamoto-san's 3-day plan." According to Kyogoku, the team received the paper late in development, right after E3. The reason seemed to boil down to the Wii version of Twilight Princess not giving players much time to adapt to the radically new control scheme. If players only spent a small amount of time there before heading to more difficult parts, they might feel unprepared and get frustrated. Still, the effect of the decision was abrupt and intense. Programming, positions of characters, field design, all of the lines spoken by characters, and even several items in the village were altered. Kyogoku had to tell the European and American localization teams that the village was going to be completely changed, and not to translate anything before the changes were finished. But then, right when the team was finishing up, the tea table was upended again when it was decided to put another event into the game's story. Despite this, the team managed to get everything finished in time for release, including the localization staff. While the localizations for Breath of the Wild are largely the same between the Japanese and English versions of the game, some interesting changes were made. One difference is that the English localization team appears to have changed the motivation behind Ganon transforming into his Dark Beast form. In the English localization, it's stated, "He has given up on reincarnation and assumed his pure, enraged form." This appears to directly contradict the Japanese version, which says, "This form was born from his obsessive refusal to give up on revival." This wasn't the only interesting difference. One change was made to the book The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, Creating a Champion. In the Japanese version of the book, concept art of Link's family can be found in a transition page between book sections. This art shows Link's father, who is stated to be a knight in the game, and his sister. The English version of the book replaces this photo with a map, effectively region locking the art. There's another hint to Link's origins in Creating a Champion that may confirm a long-standing fan theory. In the entry for Hateno Village, it says Link's hometown may have been Hateno Village. The image accompanying the entry seems to imply that the vacant house for sale in the village once belonged to Link and his family. Of course, for a game as large as Breath of the Wild, there are many unused ideas. One of these appeared at the Game Developers Conference in 2017. There, several Breath of the Wild developers gave a presentation about breaking the conventions of the Zelda franchise. One of the unused pieces of concept art showed off depicted a floating island with Ganondorf standing atop of it. Though it never appeared in Breath of the Wild, this idea might not go unused after all. In the trailer for Breath of the Wild's sequel, a clip shows part of the land, Hyrule Castle included, breaking off from the earth and rising into the sky. Another unused idea for the Zelda series comes from Charles Martinet, the voice of Mario. Martinet once asked Shigeru Miyamoto whether he could also be the voice of Link. Miyamoto reportedly responded, "Link isn't going to have a voice, he's going to stay the way he is." If Martinet was disappointed, he didn't show it, saying, "Of course, Mr. Miyamoto is always right. The way it works right now is the way it's supposed to be." Speaking of voice work, both Zelda the Wand of Gamelon and Link the Faces of Evil for the Philips CDI have unused audio warnings. The protagonists of both games will warn the player that the game disc might be dirty, and recommend cleaning it before continuing.
"I think your game disc must be dirty. Try ending the game and cleaning your disc."
Fans of Nintendo might be aware of the iQ Player. It was a Chinese exclusive console that essentially existed as an alternative to the Nintendo 64 and used comparative hardware. Well, the iQ Player was finally cracked in April 2018, a full 15 years after its release. Inside, hackers discovered a never-before-seen Taiwanese ROM of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. This suggests that the iQ Player, and possibly also Ocarina of Time, were originally planned to be localized and released in the region.
Today we'll be taking a look at several cases of plagiarism of the Legend of Zelda series, some of which are quite surprising. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness, or so says Oscar Wilde. This episode will be exploring games that clearly took too much inspiration from Zelda, or media that literally took material straight out of the series. While in some cases these may be inspired by Zelda, at some point inspiration and homage don't quite fit the description. It's easy to assume that because something is almost entirely plagiarized, it would be inferior or generally of poor quality, but this simply isn't the case with this first example we're looking at. Announced in 2019 and set to release sometime in 2020, Genshin Impact is an action RPG set in a vast cel-shaded world utilizing elemental-based combat and gameplay. Players set off in the world fighting with both close-quarters weapons like swords, while also being able to use a bow and arrow for long-range attacks. The player is able to climb environments with a depleting stamina meter and glide across long distances. They must also solve environmental puzzles, cook at fires and hunt small critters for meat, and enemies can be defeated through direct combat or by using elements such as fire. Now some would identify what we've just described as Breath of the Wild, though the description applies to both of these games. Genshin Impact, however, is not a Nintendo property, and is instead created by miHoYo, a Chinese studio best known for the mobile game Honkai Impact 3rd. The company doesn't shy away from the clear similarities between their new title and Breath of the Wild, calling the Nintendo game an inspiration for their new release. Genshin Impact was shown at China Joy Gaming Expo by Sony, leading many in the audience to question exactly what they were seeing. The similarities between Breath of the Wild are immediately noticeable to anyone that has played the Nintendo heavy hitter. Fans at the event could be seen holding up their Nintendo Switch consoles or copies of Breath of the Wild, whilst flipping off the newly revealed game at Sony's booth. One fan was so upset that they even destroyed their PlayStation 4 console for all to see, and I don't know why. One unsurprising addition to Genshin Impact, which has not been fully revealed and is not present in Breath of the Wild, is the inclusion of microtransactions. It's believed that these are used in order to unlock additional equipment and possibly additional characters in a gachapon-like system. With this in mind, Genshin Impact will be released free to play, though it is yet to be seen how much of an abuse of the customer's purchasing habits the title will take advantage of. This isn't the only Breath of the Wild inspired game to come to light since the Switch title's launch, and unsurprisingly, this next game comes from the mobile game market. The game, released in China, is called The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Adventure Journey. The game's listing showed images ripped directly from Breath of the Wild as well as from Hyrule Warriors. Despite the game's title including Zelda and the page's screenshots including Zelda gameplay and characters, the game itself actually looks nothing like Zelda. Proclaimed as a high-quality recreation of the PC version, it looks like Breath of the Wild Adventure Journey is actually just another random Chinese game released under a different name with fake screenshots. Somehow this game managed to appear on both the iOS and Google Play stores, though as you might expect, it has since been removed. While this ill-fated title and Genshin Impact might not literally contain any material from the Zelda franchise, one game released on the Nintendo Switch eShop actually does. In July of 2020, Korean video game development and publishing studio HUP released what they describe as the original action RPG, Final Sword, on Nintendo's online store for $17.70. Now, you might not be too shocked to learn that this game is simply a Switch port of a mobile game, and makes use of a wide array of generic game assets. However, there's more to the game than this, as the title also uses music that, while not ripped from a Zelda game, is clearly using Zelda's lullaby. How the game passed Nintendo's quality control is yet to be determined, but it likely comes as many games are being approved for sale each week, leading to less stringent quality assurance being held over third-party titles. It only took a few days for the Big N to take notice, and the game was subsequently removed from the Japanese eShop before ultimately being removed from international stores as well. Now here's an interesting case of theft, though this time it isn't quite so clear-cut. In Russia, a schoolgirl became a young author with her first book published in 2007, Agremont. Exmo, the book's publisher, began a large-scale campaign to promote the young author, claiming, "The book is a real miracle. Nothing like this has ever been published in our country or abroad. Valeria Speranda was only 10 years old when she wrote this book." A lot of emphasis was made on the unique nature of the novel, which was compared to the likes of Lord of the Rings and Narnia, and the fact that the book contained special magical people that you will not meet in any other book. After appearing on shelves and selling some 20,000 copies, skeptics began to speak out, claiming that the book may not actually be the work of a 10-year-old and that it was actually the work of an adult. This was quashed after Valeria turned up to a book club presentation, and soon she had been interviewed by a large number of outlets. She claimed to have written the book for her mother as a birthday gift, and that she was guided by her mum to make a detailed work plan, think through the plot to the end, and break it into chapters. The response to the book was mixed, but one group of readers seemed rather unhappy: gamers. The book is in fact a rather detailed retelling of the plot of Ocarina of Time. A small excerpt from the opening should provide enough evidence for anyone aware of Ocarina of Time's introduction. Alan was sleeping. The night was unusually dark without the moon and stars. For several days now, the boy's dream was filled with anxieties and nightmares. A little fairy, like a firefly, cut through the pre-dawn darkness with a bright stripe. She knew who was the chosen one. Navi flew to Alan's house. He was the chosen one. Many characters from the story, such as Navi, Ganondorf, the Gerudo, Talon and Malon, retained their names, though some were changed, like Lord Jabu Jabu becoming Lord Wabu Wabu, or Lake Hylia becoming Lake Shelia. Link, of course, became Alan, while Zelda became Elder by simply removing the Z in Zelda. Many became aware that the credit for the book's imaginative world shouldn't be given to the young Russian schoolgirl, but the adult Japanese developer Shigeru Miyamoto. Nintendo never challenged the publication legally, and the book's publisher has refrained from comment, though they were likely unaware of Zelda and were genuinely impressed with the imagination behind the plagiarized story. When asked recently about her book, Valeria said she spent some time growing up in Germany where she got an N64 and Ocarina of Time for her birthday. She learned German whilst at school and could understand the relatively basic vocabulary of the game. Where the book diverts in story from Ocarina of Time is based on her inability as a child to face scarier moments, so she would make up stories around those segments. Much of her original writing was criticised by the publisher, and rewrites were constant, with several changes being made from her original drafts. She spoke of being bullied for several months after the book's similarities to Zelda came to light, while the book's publisher was communicating with Nintendo of Japan. Apparently, the Japanese rights teams didn't take the case any further, and eventually concentration on the novel dissipated. Valeria Speranda gave up her career in writing for a culinary vocation and believes she'll never go back to writing for fears of people assuming any new story she makes will be plagiarized.
Did you know? The Minish are likely based on a race of tiny humans from Ainu folklore known as the Koropok Guru. Like the Minish, these beings are often portrayed as carrying leaves and as small as thumbs. It's also possible that Minish Cap's developers took inspiration from European folklore. The Minish that live in towns behave very similarly to the brownies of British legend and similar European tales. Brownies are said to help with household tasks and try to please people in exchange for gifts, but hate being seen. These same traits can be seen in the Minish, although they seem to act more selflessly. At one point in the game, the Minish help the shoemaker Rem finish the Pegasus boots as he sleeps. This plot point is based on the Brothers Grimm tale, The Elves and the Shoemaker. In the tale, a poor shoemaker repeatedly buys leather, goes to bed, then wakes up to a finished pair of shoes in the morning, which he sells for a high price. He eventually finds that elves have been making the shoes for him at night. The shoemaker and his wife then decide to make clothes for the elves to thank them, but this gesture frees the elves of their servitude, and the shoemaker never sees them again. The idea to make Link change sizes in Minish Cap came from the team at Capcom wanting to keep in line with Zelda tradition. Zelda games often have Link go between two worlds, such as a light and a dark world, or the past and the future. A contrast between big and small was chosen early in development, and this concept guided the title's production. Capcom took a different approach when developing the game, however, and made copious amounts of concept art. Nintendo usually make far less, and opt to create game assets from scratch to save time. Although the game seems to take cues from the Wind Waker and uses many of its characters, the world of the Minish Cap was designed to have its own unique identity. Developers then decided to bring in residents from Wind Waker that fit Minish Cap's atmosphere and made them part of the world. The Minish Cap is one of the only games in the Zelda series to be released in Europe before the United States. This was due to the launch of the Nintendo DS, which came out in December of 2004 in the US. Nintendo of America delayed the release of Minish Cap so that the two products weren't competing with each other. Conversely, the DS wouldn't launch in Europe until 2005, and Nintendo of Europe wanted to push the Minish Cap as a major release for the holiday season. The Minish Cap was also available in Europe as part of a limited edition release that included a special Zelda-themed Game Boy Advance SP. Out of all of the limited edition packages produced, 6 of them contained a special golden ticket. Anybody who found one of these tickets would receive a 24-karat gold-plated Game Boy Advance SP. Only 7 of these systems were made. 6 were given to golden ticket holders, and the 7th was given away as part of a magazine promotion. As a side effect of its early release, the European version of Minish Cap is actually an earlier build of the game, and contains several glitches not found in other versions. If the player tries to fuse kinstones with the character Eni, then cancels and leaves the screen, they'll be unable to fuse kinstones with him again. This makes one of the game's side quests impossible to complete. Another example is if the player uses the boomerang or bow immediately after lighting the lantern. This will allow them to perform several tricks, such as levitating in midair or shooting double arrows. Some regional differences also hint at unused content. The description for the Ice Wizrobe figurine in the European game says, "They're weak against fire, so hit them with your fire rod." There's no fire rod in the final game. However, there is a fire rod in the game's data. Graphics, text, and even some functionality for the fire rod are still in the game. Because the fire rod is similar in function to the lantern, it's believed the lantern replaced the rod towards the end of the game's production. The game also has a crudely drawn unused character that wears only a cape, hat, and trunks. The character was most likely used for testing purposes early in development. 3 items used to debug the game still exist within its data. They're named Cell Overwrite Set, Enemy Set, and Mega Crush. Only Cell Overwrite Set is still functional, and lets the player copy and paste surrounding tiles and edit the environment. Some of the Minish Cap's unused content also references other games. There are 3 unused stained glass windows. These were originally meant to be part of Hyrule Castle, and depict Valu, Jabun, and the Great Deku Tree from Wind Waker. Similarly, the 3 Goddess Pearls from Wind Waker also exist within the game, but are left unused. It's unclear whether they would have played a significant role in the game. Zols, Gels, and Potabus from The Legend of Zelda Four Swords also exist in the Code of Minish Cap. By hacking, the Zols and Gels can be spawned in one of 3 colors, and the Potabu can be modified to split into a different number of mini Potabus when hit. There's an interesting secret in the Caster Wilds area that can't be seen under normal circumstances. Outside of the playable area of the cave, there's Japanese text that says Mogura, which means mole. Considering the cave needs to be dug out, this writing seems to be a reference to the mole mitts item. Another possible reference is that Vati's laugh seems to be a shortened version of the Happy Mask Salesman's laugh from Majora's Mask. Did you know? In a Link's Awakening DX staff questionnaire, Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto confessed to having nightmares about game-breaking bugs in Zelda games. Ironically, development on Link's Awakening was more carefree for Miyamoto and marked the first time he took a back seat on a Zelda project. He joined the team towards the end of development to test the game and offer feedback. Link's Awakening originally began as a hobby project by programmer Kazuaki Morita. To test out what the Game Boy was capable of, Morita tried to make a Zelda-style game. This caught the eye of Takashi Tezuka, who'd just finished co-directing The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Tezuka yearned for more, however, and decided to join in on Morita's pet project. Tezuka recalled, "We weren't particularly planning on a Zelda game for the Game Boy, but we thought we'd try it out to see how it would work. So at first, there was no official project. We'd do our regular work during normal work hours, and then work on it sort of like an after-school club activity. More people got involved over time, and Tezuka became impressed with their work as the project grew, pushing him to formally pitch the game to Nintendo. Luckily, the project was quickly approved, and development on the first handheld Zelda game officially began. In spite of the game's new official status, the team still enjoyed relatively free reign due to the game being on the Game Boy. The crew originally planned to port A Link to the Past to the Game Boy, but the project evolved into its own unique title as the team added more to the game. The game even borrowed an unused idea from A Link to the Past, such as combining items for new effects. For instance, the fishing minigame was added in for fun by Morita, who has a reputation among his colleagues as an avid fisherman. Lead programmer on A Link to the Past, Toshihiko Nakago, explained in an Iwata Asks interview, "He's the kind of guy who makes fishing games without even being asked." Morita wasn't the only one who had fun either. Other members of the team enjoyed squeezing in Nintendo characters such as Yoshi, Kirby, Dr. Wright, and many more into the game. The crew often didn't even ask permission to put in these references. Tezuka stated, "It was for the Game Boy system, so we thought, oh, it'll be fine. Maybe that's why we had so much fun making it. It was like we were making a parody of The Legend of Zelda. Not everything was a joke, though. For example, the surreal themes of Link's Awakening were heavily inspired by the cult classic American TV series Twin Peaks. Tezuka recalled that Twin Peaks was popular at the time, and the show's drama came from a small number of characters in a small town, as well as its focus on dreams. So when it came to making Link's Awakening, he wanted to make something that would have deep and distinctive characters despite being small in scope. However, while Tezuka was brimming with ideas, the team struggled to plan out a story. Although Yoshiaki Koizumi was only brought onto the project to write the game's manual, he was quickly roped into writing the entire story alongside Kensuke Tanabe as well. The pair were relatively free to write whatever they wanted, as long as it remained in line with Tezuka's vision and didn't include anything related to Hyrule, Princess Zelda, or the Triforce. This proved to be a big leap for Koizumi in particular, who'd exclusively worked in smaller support roles beforehand. Nevertheless, Koizumi put his years studying film to good use, and took the reins to make the game's storyline, and the world of Koholint Island. Meanwhile, Tanabe worked on the concept of an ominous giant egg sitting atop a mountain into the story, an idea he'd been kicking around since working on A Link to the Past. Despite Link's Awakening's laid-back development, the game went on to make a serious impact on the evolution of the Zelda series. It introduced many firsts in the franchise, and set the bar for future games to come. In fact, the game served a major inspiration for Ocarina of Time's developers. Series producer Eiji Aonuma stated, "The staff who worked on Ocarina of Time had all played Link's Awakening, so they had a sense of how far they could go with the series. I'm certain it was an important element in the series making a breakthrough. If we had proceeded from A Link to the Past straight to Ocarina of Time without Link's Awakening in between, Ocarina of Time would have been different. In return, Malon and Talon were added to Ocarina of Time as direct references to Marin and Terran. Leading up to Link's Awakening's North American release, Nintendo held a publicity stunt known as the Zelda Whistle Stop Tour. At the event, participants started a 3-day cross-country journey on a train in New York City. On the train, each contestant was given a Game Boy with a pre-release copy of Link's Awakening, with the goal to beat it before arriving at their destination. The first to complete the game would win a $1,000 prize for the charity of their choice. Additionally, each player was given 5 rupees, represented by Mamba candies, that they could use to buy hints from Nintendo game counselors if they got stuck. More rupees could be won over the ride by correctly answering questions about the state the train was passing through at the time. The event didn't go as smoothly as Nintendo hoped, however. The train ride was planned to end in Los Angeles, but a major bridge on the route collapsed shortly beforehand, and the destination was switched to Seattle at the last minute. Later, when the train arrived in Chicago for a transfer, Matt Williamson was locked inside his sleeping compartment and wouldn't answer calls. Eventually, the train crew was forced to take a sledgehammer and break the door down, where they found Williamson fast asleep with his Game Boy still at his side. Afterwards, Williamson was affectionately nicknamed Sleeper by the other contestants for the rest of the ride. While the event was primarily held for the press, 1990 Nintendo World Champion Jeff Hansen was also invited to attend. Hansen managed to beat the game before anyone else, roughly 2 days into the journey. However, Nintendo refused to give Hansen the prize. Hansen told Nintendo Life, "Unfortunately, there wasn't really any incentive for Nintendo to give me, the only non-journalist, the money, so I was a little disappointed to find out that I did not qualify. I recall that there were several others that also beat it before we arrived in Seattle, and the first one to do so, after me, was declared the official winner." According to Russ Sokola, a writer for EGM who came in second place behind Hansen, the journey was fun for those involved, despite any setbacks. Sokola wrote, "From New York to Seattle, we played the Zelda game, had fun, got harassed by rude Amtrak personnel, and generally stuck together as a group bonded by such an unusual experience. Everyone on the Whistle Stop Tour accumulated anecdotes, learned more about each other, and had a great time playing games and seeing the fields, abandoned cars, people, and mountains through 12 states across the northern half of America. When I tell people about the trip, they look at me like I'm crazy that I actually went along voluntarily, but overall it was a positive, once-in-a-lifetime experience." For Link's Awakening on Switch, development seems to have started sometime in 2016. This comes from a recent issue of Edge magazine, where Eiji Aonuma admitted to secretly teasing the game to Edge back in 2016. In the 2016 interview, Aonuma stated, "Nintendo has been telling me to create a new IP, but then they're also telling me to make more Zelda games. I can't really share much, I'm not sure I'm allowed to say anything, but I really like the idea of a game where I can live as a thief. That's all I'll say." This was a nod to how in Link's Awakening, the player can steal items from the town tool shop. This wasn't the only clue fans got regarding a Link's Awakening remake. In mid-2018, Nintendo updated the official Zelda timeline on their website. The main reason for the update was to add Breath of the Wild to the site, but Link's Awakening was also moved during this update. The game was moved from taking place after the Oracle's games to taking place before. Although this probably wasn't an intentional hint, in hindsight it clearly signified that Nintendo were thinking about Link's Awakening's story. According to Aonuma, there were 2 main motivations for remaking the game on Switch. Firstly, the original Game Boy version is 26 years old now, and is becoming harder and harder to come by. Aonuma wanted to make sure that new players will always be able to experience Link's Awakening in some form. And secondly, the team believed Link's Awakening was the perfect place to try out a new experimental feature. Shigeru Miyamoto was the first to bring up the idea of the Dungeon Creator feature. He thought letting players arrange their own dungeons would be a fun feature to add. When the team started to run with this idea, they realized that every dungeon room in Link's Awakening is about the same size, making the game a perfect fit. This also had its own appeal, as arranging preset rooms was like a puzzle in itself, which seemed to fit the Zelda series. Some fans have pointed out the similarities between the Dungeon Maker feature and the Super Mario Maker games. When asked if the success of the Chamber Dungeon mode could lead to a full-on Zelda Maker game, Aonuma told Kotaku, "I can't predict the future, but if people do love this idea of arranging dungeons, I'll keep that in mind going forward. We have something in mind for everybody when we make the game, so that's what we hope players experience and enjoy as well." but we understand also that players have a desire for free customization. One noteworthy fact is that the Switch and Game Boy versions share practically none of the same developmental staff. Producer Eiji Aonuma didn't start working on Zelda games until Ocarina of Time, and the Switch version is mainly being developed by Grezzo, who handled the 3D ports of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. The Switch team had a different approach than the Game Boy team. This can be seen with one action, where the team actually asked permission to use non-Zelda Nintendo characters. For a time, the Switch game's official website listed the number of players as to be determined. Fans speculated this meant Nintendo were bringing back a feature cut from the original title, multiplayer. One design document for Link's Awakening showed 2 Links taking on some sort of enemy, with a note at the side saying, "What are we gonna do about one-player mode?" This seems to imply there was a co-op mode at one point, possibly using the Game Boy Link cable. However, the Switch game's site was later updated, and clearly stated the game was for one player only.
Did you know that Nintendo canceled the Zelda game between Link's Awakening and Ocarina of Time so they could make Star Fox 64 instead? We've covered quite a few lost Zelda games over the years, but today we're going to take extra deep dives into 3 of them: Zelda Super FX, Zelda Treasure Tracker, and Ura Zelda. We worked with some data miners, translated old magazine interviews from around the world, and even talked to a couple guys who worked on those games, all to dig up some new info that you definitely haven't heard before. So let's get into it, starting with the follow-up to Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, that was planned as the series' first footsteps into the 3rd dimension. The game was being developed for the Super Famicom, that's the Japanese version of the Super Nintendo, around 1994. And just like Star Fox, the cartridge would have had a Super FX chip inside. Those chips were fully capable of rendering 3D polygons and would have made Zelda one of the most powerful games on the console, maybe the most powerful. Not only that, but Nintendo also put some of their top developers on the project. Zelda Super FX has been shrouded in mystery for decades, but thanks to some leaks and new translations, we've got some early Link models, animations, and some information never available in English before. In a 1995 issue of Edge magazine, Miyamoto said they were going to release a lot of Super FX games over the coming year, but only 4 of them ended up making it to store shelves. Several more were in development but ultimately got cancelled, the most famous of which was Star Fox 2. It was 100% complete, but Nintendo threw it in the trash because they were afraid it was going to look like trash compared to games already coming out on the PlayStation, with them specifically citing Ridge Racer. Side-by-side comparisons would have made Nintendo look weak and behind the times, so they decided to slow their roll with 3D until the Nintendo 64 launched a year later. We heard that there was a Zelda title that met the same fate, and some details could be found in the official Japanese strategy guide for Star Fox 64, so we bought a copy from Japan and had it translated. Inside there was a 6-page interview where Miyamoto and a few other devs reveal not only the cancelled game's existence, but also that Takayo Shimizu, Kazuaki Morita, and Takaya Imamura were all working on it. For folks unfamiliar with these guys, well, basically they're all Nintendo OGs. Just to name some of their highlights, Shimizu was Star Fox 64's director and also directed BS Zelda, the Zelda 1 remake only released in Japan. Morita programmed the original Adventure of Link and was the main programmer on Ocarina of Time. And Imamura was art director on Majora's Mask, as well as the creator of Star Fox, Captain Falcon, and Tingle. In the interview translation, Shimizu says, "Actually, the 3 of us were working on a Super Famicom version of Adventure of Link. But then the 64 wave came and I told Miyamoto that it would take 2 years to make this Link game. He asked me what the heck I was talking about." Miyamoto chimes in and says, "I was quite shocked." The interviewer asks, "So this was some time ago?" Miyamoto replies, "Yeah, back when there were still tyrannosaurs roaming Japan." Just kidding. Jokes aside though, yeah, we started Star Fox 64 a year before the N64 came out. All of these guys went on to have prominent roles in Star Fox 64's development, so it sounds like Link died so Fox could fly. Simply put, Zelda got cancelled because it would have arrived too late in the Super Famicom's life cycle, about a year after the Nintendo 64 was already on the market. That's why it got cancelled. But what kind of game would it have been? Even in Japan, not much else was known until 2011. That's when Yoshiaki Kazumi revealed he was part of the team as well and dropped a few more details. He said, "I really like Zelda 2 The Adventure of Link, before Super Mario 64. I had actually been making Adventure of Link in polygons with Miyamoto. When asked if he meant for Super Famicom, Koizumi said yes, we were experimenting with a thin polygon Link seen from the side and fighting with his sword. Chanbara was a pending issue at the time. We couldn't really bring Adventure of Link into form at that time, but I kept that desire to achieve a sword-fighting Legend of Zelda game until I joined the Ocarina of Time team." Chanbara here basically means exaggerated samurai-style sword fighting. The original Adventure of Link introduced the down thrust, up thrust, and a few other moves, but combat was still pretty basic. Ocarina's combat was very much influenced by Chanbara, and would have been interesting to see how they would have implemented it into Zelda Super FX. Koizumi was scriptwriter for Link's Awakening, so with him and those 3 other rock stars on the job and Miyamoto overseeing it, Adventure of Link had all the ingredients to become something special. A lot of fans consider the original Adventure of Link the black sheep of the franchise, and Miyamoto appears to think so too. In 2013, Miyamoto was asked if he'd ever made a bad game, and he said, "I wouldn't say that I've ever made a bad game per se, but a game I think we could have done more with was Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. When we're designing games, we have our plan for what we're going to design, but in our process it evolves and grows from there. In Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, unfortunately all we ended up creating was what we originally had on paper." Now, almost a decade later, with a dream team, more powerful hardware, and some new ideas, it seems Miyamoto was aiming to fix what they had failed to do the first time. But unfortunately, they waited too long to start making it. And by 1995, the PlayStation was making the super effects look like cave drawings. In the 2 interviews where the game gets mentioned, the devs call it Adventure of Link for Super Famicom. Some Japanese fan wikis classify it as a sequel to the original Famicom game, but the primary sources don't specify if it was actually a sequel or more of a remake. We spoke briefly to one of the game's developers, but he'd only confirmed that he had worked on it, and refused to define if it was either a remake or a sequel. Nintendo doesn't like squealers, unfortunately, and they had never released a single screenshot of the game, but in 2020, the GigaLeak revealed what appeared to be early Link models from the abandoned project. They were found in a file called the Koizumi and dated July 27, 1994, which implies Nintendo worked on the game for about a year before scrapping it to begin work on Star Fox 64. The models were discovered by a modder named Starkson, who already had tons of experience with the super effects after reverse engineering Star Fox years before. What you're seeing now is Link imported into the Star Fox engine, because they use the same model format and the same standard color palette. We got in touch with Starkson and asked if he thinks that these models are from the long-lost Adventure of Link. He said, "They are very early experiments. They surely have something to do with what Koizumi was describing in that Iwata interview, but they seem to be very, very early in the process." Starkson's a bit of an expert on the Super FX chip, so we asked if it was capable of more complex models that could have looked, better, or if this was as lifelike as it was going to get. He said with enemies, obstacles, and scenery, they couldn't have made models much more detailed than what you're seeing now. Although it's worth noting, Link probably would have been a different color in the final game, and also would have been a lot smaller and surrounded by the game world, so he wouldn't have come across as quite so blocky. After all, if you look at pretty much anything from that era close enough, it all looks like lifeless squares. Starkson also told us that as far as he knows, no one's found any other assets in the GigaLeak like items, locations, or other character models. But that said, the leak contained tens of thousands of files, so maybe there's more in there that data miners haven't found yet. It's possible that someday they'll dig up the right file and discover a half-built Hyrule. So until more information's either revealed by Nintendo or found in a leak, what we've shared in this video is everything there is to know since the game's cancellation 25 years ago. While we were searching the internet for more details, we stumbled over a Japanese fan site that engaged in an interesting thought experiment, and we'll close out this segment by sharing their thoughts on what they call The Adventure of Link 2, the unfinished 5th Zelda game. They write, "It seems development ended halfway through due to timing issues, but one wonders what kind of game it would have been if development continued. After it released, maybe the franchise would have split into 2, a sub-series for 3D and a sub-series for side-scrolling Zeldas, like what happened to the Mario franchise. If this project was released to the world, perhaps the history of Zelda would have been different. Whether that timeline was better or worse than the one we're currently living in, we'll leave that up to you to decide." Next up is a Zelda diorama game pitched internally at Nintendo around 2012. The short version of the story is that Captain Toad Treasure Tracker was originally pitched as a Zelda game. It got good review scores when it launched, but it probably would have been more interesting and sold better if it starred Link instead of Toad. Unfortunately though, Miyamoto said it couldn't be a Zelda game. Then the pitch was literally set on fire and destroyed. But let's get into the long version of the story, which features 3 main characters: Koichi Hayashida, the director and producer of 3D Mario games, Shinya Hiratake, a Mario level designer, and of course, Shigeru Miyamoto. After wrapping up development on Super Mario 3D Land, the team started exploring ideas for a new Wii U game. Fans complained about how the camera worked in early 3D Mario, so Galaxy and 3D Land ditched the player-controlled camera in favor for a camera that controlled itself. Wanting to try something new on the Wii U, the devs experimented with a new type of Mario game where every stage was a standalone miniature world, a diorama, and spinning it around with the camera was one of the core mechanics. But they ended up deciding it wasn't a good format for Mario, and they wanted to make a Zelda game out of it instead. According to Hayashida, when we started working on Super Mario 3D World, we created a number of tests, one of which was a stage where you look in from the outside, a little diorama stage using Mario. The thing we noticed was that if Mario could jump, the stages become pretty big, so we wondered whether it would be possible to make a game with a character who can't jump. Hiratake submitted an idea to Mr. Miyamoto, the father of both Super Mario and Zelda, to use Link as the character. We wanted to make this into its own game, separate from 3D World. In a Japanese interview we translated, Hirotake says he built a little diorama out of paper mache, a tiny little Zelda world. In another interview he said, we always wanted to think about how we can introduce more 3D games to people. So we wanted to build a sandbox, a small, contained world that has a linear path. When we were thinking about which characters don't jump, we thought of Link from The Legend of Zelda. After some preparation, Hirotake took his paper mache diorama and pitched it to Miyamoto and a few other executives. He spun it around, imitating the camera mechanic. Miyamoto liked it, but he was sort of confused. He thought Hirotake wanted to manufacture physical dioramas and sell them as toys, kind of like Lego sets. When Hirotake said, "No, I want to make a Zelda video game," Miyamoto soured and told him no. But he would let them use it as a minigame in Super Mario 3D World. That's when Link got swapped out for Captain Toad, who the devs reasoned also can't jump because he wears a heavy backpack. After 3D World was finished, Miyamoto liked the 6 Captain Toad stages so much that he said, "You know what, actually I think it would be a good idea to make this into its own game." 1 year later, that game released as Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. According to Hayashida, the game's first boss, being a dragon, was actually a leftover from when they were thinking it'd be a Zelda title. This may be why it bears some resemblance to Valu from Wind Waker's first boss fight. A few other ideas appear to be leftovers as well, like collecting keys and unlocking doors, something you don't see much of in Mario games. Almost all of Treasure Tracker's 70+ dioramas are tributes to some slice of the overall Mario franchise, like this one themed after the original 1981 Donkey Kong arcade game. A few more are reminiscent of the series' green grass, desert, ice, and fire levels. There are also some nods to the series' spin-offs, like this homage to Luigi's Mansion. If Treasure Tracker stayed part of the Zelda IP, we likely would have gotten dioramas based on Zelda 1, A Link to the Past, Koholint Island, Kakariko Village, Termina, the Great Sea, and so on. Besides the dragon boss, a few other Captain Toad levels already feel like they'd be at home in Zelda Treasure Tracker. This train stage could have easily been themed after Spirit Tracks, and this stealth stage feels pretty similar to the stealth sequence in Ocarina of Time's castle courtyard. None of that's too far-fetched, it's just unfortunate that the original pitch went the way it did. In that Japanese interview, Hayashida says if Hirotake had given a better presentation, there's a chance it would have been a different game with Zelda instead. Then the interviewer asked Hirotake what ended up happening to that papier-mâché Zelda diorama. "I burned it," he said. "It was such a bad memory that I decided to let it die." With an average review score of 82%, Captain Toad was a solid game, but unfortunately its protagonist just didn't have the star power of Mario or Link, so most people never gave it a chance. Even after it was ported to the Switch, Treasure Tracker never managed to sell well. It even reviewed better than many Zelda spin-offs and remakes, but sold far less, so maybe things would have been different if it starred Link. And maybe Miyamoto turning down Hirotake's original pitch wasn't the best business decision. Treasure Tracker is almost a decade old at this point, without a sequel in sight, so apparently Nintendo didn't think it sold too well either, at least not well enough to become its own side series. There is a silver lining to this story though. It seems Hirotake's pitch may have had an impact in a way he never could have expected. In 2019, Nintendo announced a Switch remake of Link's Awakening, with a new art direction that series producer Eiji Aonuma called a miniature diorama style, with Link modeled after a 10cm figure. They even built some real-life dioramas of Koholint Island and showed them off at E3. The devs never explicitly stated the new look was inspired by Hirotake's pitch, but considering the proximity of events and the unique art style, it seems unlikely to have all just been a coincidence. And now on to the next game we're going to talk about, Ura Zelda, a disk drive expansion to Ocarina of Time that met a similar fate as Zelda Super FX. Ura Zelda's been covered by countless other YouTube channels already, but a lot of them are filled with rumors and half-truths. We managed to dig up some new information on what was real and what wasn't. So we figured, what the hell, there's probably room on YouTube for at least one more video. For the past 2 decades, there have been 2 schools of thought. The fans with a wildly overinflated idea of what Ura Zelda really was, like that Zora's domain was going to get unfrozen, and Link could finally outrace the Running Man, and the opposite side of the spectrum. The fans who insist it was never going to be anything more than the Master Quest, the GameCube bonus disc that was just Ocarina of Time with remixed dungeons and increased difficulty. But really, the truth is somewhere in the middle. At a Q&A session around the time Ocarina's development was wrapping up, someone asked Miyamoto, will there be a 64DD Zelda or an add-on for Ocarina of Time? He said, I don't know if add-on is the right terminology. For the 64DD, we are working on a Zelda game, which we call Ura Zelda, where you first play Ocarina of Time. After finishing everything, you can enter into the world, into the basic design of the same. The basic design of the same. Pretty vague, right? Possibly poor translation work from 1990s American press, but even if that's the case with this particular quote, it's fair to say Miyamoto used a lot of vague language to describe what Zelda was going to be throughout its entire development. He did occasionally drop some solid details though, but unfortunately not usually in English. At this point in our research, we had to dig through a few thousand old gaming magazines from around the world to find all the Zelda interviews. So let's work our way through them. Then, onto some data mining. The week Ocarina hit store shelves, Miyamoto told Next Gen magazine, Ocarina of Time was designed with the introduction of the DD in mind, and if you load the game with the drive connected to your system, you will see a different title screen option, which says Zelda, another version of Zelda. This was actually a mistranslation from Next Generation. I've got my copy of Ocarina and a 64DD right here next to me. This is what you'd see. It doesn't actually say Zelda, it just says disc. When you boot up the cartridge with the DD attached, the game will just boot per usual. However, we can trick the game into thinking is present with a custom disc or software emulation. Every Ocarina cartridge was manufactured with the expectation that Zelda was already on the way and millions of players were going to connect it to their Ocarina carts. It never happened, obviously, but we'll get into that later. In that same interview, Miyamoto goes on to say, there were several ideas I could not incorporate into Zelda because of the lack of time and various other factors. For example, I wanted to create some extra dungeons and challenges for those who had completed the quest, and we planned them for the predicted introduction of the DD. One feature in particular that Miyamoto wanted to do in Ocarina but couldn't was connectivity features with the Game Boy. Talking to Japanese magazine 64 Dream, he said Majora's Mask would not let players create custom masks, but hinted they might be able to do so in Zelda, by using the Game Boy camera together with Mario Artist. At the time, Nintendo was already experimenting with a similar feature for Mother 3, another disk drive game that never saw the light of day. But we weren't sure if that stuff actually got worked on, or if it was just an early idea Miyamoto threw out there willy-nilly in a couple of interviews. Lucky for us, tons of N64 development assets dropped in the 2020 GigaLeak. We wanted to dig through them and check for mask customization in Zelda, but frankly, it's a lot more complicated than we're equipped to handle. So we talked to Luigi Blood, an Ocarina of Time modder and 64DD enthusiast who'd already spent countless hours digging through all that leaked data. We'll try not to use too much technical jargon, but basically he told us that Ocarina's assets showed it was compatible with Mario Artist, just like Miyamoto talked about. That compatibility was removed from Ocarina's retail release, but Luigi Blood noted, they also mess with masks during Zelda development. There are traces where they seemingly wanted to do something with the Gerudo mask and Keaton mask. Unfortunately, I don't know what for, as the disk source code is not present in the GigaLeak, only the base information and makefiles. All I can see is that the disk side code keeps track of the model file location, possibly to replace the mask files. In other words, new mask stuff in Zelda was indeed more than just empty chatter. Nintendo was actually making it at one point. Another interesting feature Miyamoto talked about was an online component. In the August 98 issue of Nintendo Power, having just finished making Ocarina, Miyamoto said, "We've already talked about a network Zelda as an interesting idea. The assistance of other players in the network could motivate a player's active participation instead of the traps or secrets that I create." And the 64DD was fully capable of accessing the internet. In fact, most people who bought it paid 2,500 yen a month for an online subscription. But again, we weren't sure if those network features actually got worked on. We checked with Luigi Blood, but he said there weren't any traces in the GigaLeak. But the leak was incomplete and missing lots of data, so network features not being in there didn't necessarily mean they weren't in development. Fortunately, Miyamoto wasn't alone in that Nintendo Power interview. There were 3 other Zelda developers, one of them being a very young Giles Goddard. Giles was the first non-Japanese programmer to ever work for Nintendo, basically because Nintendo couldn't find anyone in Japan who could match his whiz-kid programming skills. Giles worked on Star Fox, which was revolutionary for achieving 3D in the 16-bit era, and he also made the stretchy face for Super Mario 64. More importantly though, he worked on Zelda. Giles left Nintendo in 2002, and now he lives on a small, idyllic Japanese island running his own studio and making games like Curse to Golf. We tracked him down to ask some questions about the old days. We talked for half an hour about various projects, and toward the end, we read him the quote from his interview with Miyamoto in 1998. Here's his response.
Do you recall any specifics regarding work on this network Zelda that have never made their way into a finished Zelda game?
Yes. And I want to stay alive, so I'm not gonna say what.
Giles wasn't willing to share any details beyond the fact that they did work on those network features that were never made public, and that they were, and still are, top secret. But just knowing Network Zelda was more than empty chatter was interesting in itself. Miyamoto saying players would replace his traps and secrets kinda sounds like a dungeon builder, where you could design your own dungeons and share them online. We went looking for evidence, but eventually realized that wasn't the correct interpretation when we found a German magazine where Miyamoto specifically said no, there won't be a dungeon builder. Interestingly though, he does describe a different dungeon system than the static remixes that made their way into Master Quest. Instead of simply remixing dungeons, he said they were going to be randomized. The Germans asked what'll make Ura different from Ocarina, and Miyamoto said simply put there will be a random element. Every time you go into a dungeon, the composition will be different. For example, if a treasure chest was in a certain place the first time you entered the dungeon, it won't be there the next time, but will be in a completely different location. Then he says there won't be a dungeon builder or something like an online versus mode, but because of the 64DD's read and write capabilities, they're thinking about new downloadable dungeons and sharing other data with players. That seems to line up with what he told a Mexican magazine a couple months later, that there's a potential for hundreds of dungeons. Both of these interviews were in late 1999 though. By then, it seems Miyamoto had already given up on adding new features outside of Hyrule's dungeons. That's because at that point, Ura Zelda had already been neutered in favor of Majora's Mask due to Eiji Aonuma thinking Ura wouldn't make a worthy sequel. Talking to Nintendo president Satoru Iwata, he said Miyamoto felt like there was still a lot left to do and wanted to make new ways to play and a new story. But as Ocarina's dungeon director, Aonuma just couldn't get excited about making new ones for Ura. So, Miyamoto offered a compromise. Instead of using Ocarina's assets to make a flip-side game, if they could use those assets to make an entirely new game in 1 year, then Aonuma wouldn't have to work on Ura Zelda. Aonuma took the deal. Then he and most of the Ocarina team broke off to work on Majora's Mask, leaving a much smaller team left to work on Ura. Even Miyamoto, originally the driving force behind the expansion, abandoned it to focus its attention exclusively on Majora's Mask. With most of its resources stripped, all of those earlier ideas about custom masks, network features, and new story elements fell by the wayside. And that's how Ura Zelda became Master Quest. Instead of an ambitious expansion, it was downgraded to a second quest with remixed dungeons. In a few interviews, Miyamoto teased the idea of releasing Ocarina with remixed dungeons as a $20 N64 cartridge. But by the time Ura's development wrapped up in June of 2000, the GameCube was right around the corner, so they threw it in as a Wind Waker pre-order incentive, and the rest is history. Well, not really though. It's one of the most legendary cancelled games of all time, so history never really ends and the rumors just keep on coming. So we need to debunk some new rumors that came out of the 2020 Giga Leak. You might have heard news that 64DD files were discovered for 9 mini-dungeons, which were intended as a sort of boss rush mode that got cut during Ura's development. Here's the first one, which is only 2 rooms based on the Deku Tree. A modder named Zell was kind enough to reconstruct all 9 mini-dungeons for us. Here's the footage of what it looks like to actually play them. You fight a few enemies, get some treasure, then fight a boss. Most of them are a little bigger, like the Spirit Temple mini-dungeon. When they were discovered in the Giga Leak, since they were 64DD files, a lot of fans thought that they were an Ura Zelda boss rush, and that's what got reported by various websites and YouTubers. A new mode would have been awesome, and really help make Ura feel like a true expansion to Ocarina, but unfortunately, the reality isn't quite as exciting. These mini-dungeons were actually developed before Ocarina was finished, and they appear to just be placeholders for testing out the 64DD's hooks. Hooks are basically just the things that let the game replace one thing for another. In this case, swapping out dungeons. Luigi Blood spent a long time cataloging all of the hooks, and he told us when they made the retail version of Ocarina of Time, they had to have a base disc expansion for testing, because it would have been bad if the game came out with a bad disc expansion code within. The only hooks I've seen are for rooms, scenes, dungeon mini-maps, dungeon maps for the pause menu, text, scene processing, and ROM loading. Although, you can technically replace almost anything except sound and music, including NPCs and NPC code, for example. But the 64DD hook system felt badly planned for new features. Not impossible to implement new features, but oddly more complicated than it could have been designed. Miyamoto did say he wanted to expand on Hyrule's NPCs, but it seems that ambition was ultimately pursued in Majora's Mask rather than in Ura. Speaking of which, early versions of the Swamp Spider House and Beneath the Well were also found in Ura's leaked files, which led to more rumors that they were originally created for Ura, but got repurposed for Majora's Mask. But those files were added to Ura in May 2000 after Majora had already released in Japan, so it seems they were also just for testing purposes and never actually meant for inclusion in Ura Zelda. This was a pretty complicated section, so here's the general takeaway. Nintendo designed the hooks to be capable of much more than just remixed dungeons. So some features were actually in development and discussed publicly by Miyamoto after he had already finished making Ocarina, like mask customization and online connectivity. In that sense, you could say Ura Zelda really was more than Master Quest. But a lot of the rumors and fan expectations of what Zelda should have been, like unfreezing Zoro's domain and outracing the Running Man, were just fake. They were never promised by Nintendo, and there's no evidence they were ever in development. And as a side note, while we're talking about the Running Man, during our research we actually found out why you can't beat him in Ocarina, and that's probably a good way to end today's video. In the April '99 issue of Nintendo Dream magazine, the interviewer asks point blank, why can't you outrace the Running Man? Ocarina's map data manager, Shigeo Kimura, takes the question and explains, quote, "The Running Man seems like someone you can beat, but you can't. That effectively makes him Link's greatest rival in Hyrule. In a way, he's even more powerful than Ganon. But really, the reason's because we didn't have anything to give the player as a reward for beating him. So there's your answer to the great mystery. The devs don't let you beat him because they didn't have anything special to give you. I guess they didn't want to give us another huge rupee."
Today, we're covering 5 rumored Zelda games. A cancelled adventure between Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, a Zelda 2 remake, a couple Oracle-era Game Boy Color titles, and a Zelda mobile game. That last one's still in development. Or is it? Before we show you the evidence debunking or supporting each game's existence, we'll give you a few seconds to try and predict if the rumor was true, or just gaming websites making up fake news for clicks. So, let's dig into the first one. Did you know there was almost a Zelda 2 remake on Game Boy Advance? Low-res images and footage of a demo surfaced online in October 2000, showing an impressive reimagining of Hyrule's overworld. It had flowing water, more detailed tiles, and transparent clouds floating across the screen. Almost 15 years after its debut on NES, it looked like the black sheep of the series was getting a bottom-up remake. So was there any truth to the rumor? Well, no. But some news outlets at the time would have had you believe it was real, and some versions of the myth still survive on lost media websites like Unseen64 and YouTube videos chronicling cancelled games. Back in 2000, Nintendo World Report said there was, quote, a demo of Zelda 2 running on Game Boy Advance, and hoped it'd be part of a Zelda All-Stars collection on Nintendo's new handheld. Fan sites like Zelda Power and Zelda Legends carried the story as well, calling it a demo of an enhanced version of Zelda 2 running on GBA hardware. To be fair though, even though they were hyping it up as a possible remake, most sites were careful to say a remake wasn't officially confirmed. But some sites weren't so careful. More on that in a minute. Not much else was known about the mysterious Zelda demo until 2019, when it was suddenly discovered by accident. We recently spoke with Internet Archivist Jacob Leonard, who explained how he lucked into finding it. He was browsing eBay looking for prototypes and stumbled over a QA tester selling a development disc for SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge. The QA tester must have used them for playtesting 20 years ago and was now trying to clear out some space and make a few bucks. After Jacob won the auction for $100, he dug into the discs and found some SpongeBob prototype assets. Satisfied that he found what he was looking for, Jacob uploaded the contents of the disc to the Internet Archive and moved on with his life. But now that it was freely available to the public, another archivist group known as Forest of Illusion went digging even deeper into the disc's contents and found the long-lost Zelda 2 demo. Apparently, the devs used it to help make SpongeBob, and the ROM was still fully intact on the disc as part of a software development kit. So discovering the long-lost demo 20 years later was just a happy accident. But here's the thing. Once they got their hands on the demo, it was pretty clear it had absolutely nothing to do with Zelda 2. It only bears the slightest resemblance to the game's map and could have just as easily been any other game. Many 8-bit titles looked pretty similar. But there's nothing indicating a connection with any of them. It's just a tech demo showing off the GBA's capabilities, like scrolling, zooming, and transparency. So where'd all these websites get the idea that it was Hyrule? Most of them don't cite a source at all, but the ones who do say they got their information from the Nintendo Project, an old news site that doesn't exist anymore, but can still be found with the Wayback Machine. The Nintendo Project was run by a 15-year-old kid named Brian Stelter, who nowadays hosts a show on CNN called Reliable Sources. Or at least he did. Reliable Sources actually got taken off the air while this video was being written. Back in October 2000, Brian posted several articles about the so-called Zelda 2 demo, including this one with the headline, Exclusive, Zelda GBA Demo Revealed, and goes on to make it sound like a full-on remake is in the works. And yes, we can confirm it is in fact the Brian Stelter, the CNN guy. The Nintendo Project had a French partner site, also called Nintendo Project, and Brian got all of his information about the demo from his French partner Julien Fursat, who who was the only person known to have played it. One thing missing from all these articles was where the demo actually came from. They never addressed if it was at E3 or Space World or some high-level meeting. They just kinda said it existed, without explanation. So now, 22 years later, we got in touch with Julian Fursat to find out. He told us, "I had a website, Nintendo project, and we had several contacts in the industry. I played it at the office of French publisher Titus Interactive. They were of course not authorized to show it to us, but Titus is gone, so it's okay to talk about it now." We asked if anyone told him it was a Zelda 2 demo, and he said no, but it sure looked like one to him. As the conversation went on, it was clear he was such a huge fan of Zelda 2, it had seeped into the cracks of his brain and he genuinely believed he was looking at Hyrule. But even back in 2000, he knew it was just a tech demo for developers, and not a remake in progress. In other words, the only reason people thought it was Zelda for the past 2 decades is because of one guy's misunderstanding, then Brian Stelter's clickbait articles sensationalizing it and spreading misinformation all around the English-speaking world. We reached out to Brian to get his side of the story, but he declined to comment. We guess you could say, for this story at least, his sources weren't so reliable after all. Sorry, couldn't resist. The punchline just kinda wrote itself. Okay, now to the next rumor. A game known as Zelda Mobile. The story was initially leaked through the Wall Street Journal in a 2017 article that relied on anonymous sources. It said in part, quote, "Nintendo plans to bring its video game franchise The Legend of Zelda to smartphones," people familiar with the matter said. The latest step by the Kyoto company to expand its mobile games lineup. Nintendo is developing the games with Tokyo-based DeNA company. Representatives of Nintendo and DeNA declined to comment. For those unaware, DeNA is the company Nintendo owns a piece of and partnered with to make all their early mobile games. But as we said, the report all hinged on anonymous sources, which should always be taken with a grain of salt. So, was the rumor true? The jury's still out, but we actually think this one might have some basis in reality. Let's look at the evidence. The Wall Street Journal's anonymous sources also said Animal Crossing Pocket Camp was going to release in late 2017, which ended up being true, despite not having a release date at the time. The sources also said a new Pokemon TCG app was also in the works, then one released about a year and a half later. So it seems those anonymous sources might have known what they were talking about. The journal's reporting was also corroborated by the Financial Times 2 weeks later, in an article that says people close to Nintendo confirmed that Zelda Mobile was in development. We talked to one of the article's authors, who told us they did have insider sources of their own and weren't just repeating what the Wall Street Journal already printed. We also checked the Japanese side of the internet. There's a couple app tracking sites with placeholders for Zelda Mobile, but the only sources they link are the 2 articles we just mentioned. In other words, Japanese fans don't know anything more than we do. Nintendo never officially confirmed or denied the leak or made any official announcements, but some interviews from a few months earlier seem to hint at their authenticity. At a Tokyo press conference, Nintendo President Kimishima said together with DeNA, they were going to launch 5 mobile games by March 2017. A little while later, when Super Mario Run released, Time magazine asked Shigeru Miyamoto if this was one of those 5 DeNA games. He said, "Yes, this is one of the titles Mr. Kimishima had referenced, but we don't know if there will end up being all 5 of them." Then in a follow-up email after the interview was over, Miyamoto redefined the release schedule, saying, "We've consistently stated a plan to launch approximately 5 mobile apps by the end of this fiscal year, but given market conditions and the development process for each title, our current plan is to launch 4 total mobile titles in that period." In other words, one mobile game was either delayed or canned, partly due to concerns surrounding development. It stands to reason that the missing game might have been the same Zelda mentioned in the leaks. At this point, Nintendo had most of their biggest IPs already on smartphones or currently in the works, like Mario, Mario Kart, Animal Crossing, Fire Emblem, and Pokemon. So based on everything we've covered so far, we think Zelda Mobile probably was in the works. But what would it actually have played like? Modern smartphones are fully capable of delivering a traditional Zelda experience. Games like Oceanhorn come to mind, and Genshin Impact is pretty similar to Breath of the Wild, and reviewed well on mobile. But all Nintendo's other mobile games are trimmed down, pocket-sized versions of their respective series, so we don't expect anything resembling a console experience. One thing we can see with near certainty is that it wouldn't have been a traditional Zelda game with a button overlay, since Nintendo hasn't resorted to that with any of their other games, and their mobile games tend to all be playable with one hand. When Nintendo bought 10% of DNA and entered a partnership to make Nintendo mobile games in 2015, then President Satoru Iwata said, "There are significant differences in the controls, strengths, and weaknesses between the controllers for dedicated game systems and the touchscreens of smart devices. We have no intention at all to port existing game titles for dedicated game platforms to smart devices because if we cannot provide our consumers with the best possible play experiences, it would just ruin the value of Nintendo's IP." There's been a ton of speculation on what Zelda Mobile might have been from sites like IGN, who suggested a Pokemon Go-like shrine hunting concept where players track down shrines in the real world. They also thought it could be a town builder or something along those lines. Then there's Zelda Universe, who thought it might have had something to do with the dungeon builder from Link's Awakening, which was sorely missing the ability to share your custom dungeons online. But the most interesting take came from somewhere else. About a year after the initial Zelda mobile reports, fan site Japanese Nintendo noticed a new patent filed in Japan. The paperwork was for Spirit Tracks and included the terms downloadable video game program and program for smartphone, suggesting Zelda Mobile was still in the works and might be headed in a new direction, drawing inspiration from Link's second outing on the Nintendo DS. To be clear, the patent might have meant nothing. Just Nintendo renewing old IP with the smartphone category tacked on as trademark protection. But Spirit Tracks does make some amount of sense, since it was controlled almost entirely with the touchscreen, and the long, thin nature of trains and railroad tracks would fit nicely on a phone's vertical display. The game's musical instrument, the Spirit Flute, was also played by blowing into the DS's microphone, which would have also translated well onto mobile. It's not hard to imagine a modernized Spirit Tracks sequel you can play with one hand, just like Nintendo's other mobile games. Here's Miyamoto showing Americans they can play Super Mario Run with one hand while eating a burger in the other. Now that's salesmanship. And that brings us to the one thing we do know about Zelda Mobile, and that's how Nintendo would probably monetize it. Super Mario Run was a pretty decent game when it was released in 2016, but financially, Nintendo considered it a failure. The problem was that they charged a $10 flat fee to buy the game outright, giving access to the complete experience. Mobile users balked at the price tag, and only 3% of the people who downloaded the free demo shelled out for the full game. So every Nintendo mobile game after that was free to play and stuffed with microtransactions and loot boxes, which apparently mobile gamers prefer, because those games were exponentially more successful. We don't want to bore you with too many numbers, but it's only going to take one example to get the point across. The average person who downloaded Fire Emblem Heroes spent $55 on microtransactions, while the average person who downloaded Mario Run only spent 28 cents, because most of them just played the free demo, then didn't want to pay the $10. Seems people would rather get nickel and dimed. There was some celebration last year when Mario Kart Tour removed most of its loot boxes, but it still got a store with $40 price tags and core content locked behind a $5 a month Gold Pass subscription. We played Mario Kart Tour, Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, and Fire Emblem Heroes while researching this video, and we think it's fair to say they're all designed to make you reach for your wallet as often as possible. If Zelda Mobile released back in 2017, maybe we could have gotten the Mario Run treatment and paid for the full game up front. But if Nintendo releases it someday in the future, which they probably will in one form or another, there's a good chance it'll be free to play and built around microtransactions. Fire Emblem players have spent billions, making them 196 times more profitable than Mario players. Zelda's a much bigger IP than Fire Emblem, virtually guaranteeing a bigger crowd and more money. As a publicly traded company, Nintendo's got a fiduciary responsibility to maximize profits for their shareholders, so in accordance with their current mobile strategy, they're almost certainly gonna loot box it up. For the record, you can play Nintendo's mobile games and have fun without spending a penny. Zelda Mobile would probably be the same. You could adventure all the way to the end for free, but the best swords, train parts, and castle upgrades or whatever are gonna cost $5 in the shop, or have a 1% drop rate in randomized loot boxes. But enough about mobile games. Let's move on to those Game Boy Color games. In 1999, Nintendo partnered with Capcom to make 6 new Zelda games, but they only ended up making 4: Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, 4 Swords, and the Minish Cap. So did we miss out on 2 Zelda games Nintendo and Capcom promised to make? No. Wikipedia, Fandom Wiki, and various other websites and YouTube videos all say Capcom agreed to make 6 Zeldas. That claim is double-sourced on Wikipedia, so at a glance you'd probably assume it's true. So let's dig into both sources, a 1999 issue of a German magazine and an IGN article from the same year. We originally went digging into this story to try and learn more about those two missing Zelda games in order to find out what they were. So we tracked down that German magazine and had it translated. It's an interview with Oracle producer Yoshiki Okamoto, but nowhere does he say anything even close to Capcom and Nintendo signing an agreement to make 6 Zelda games. We checked out the IGN page too, but it just says, IGN has learned that Nintendo's hard at work on 6 new Zelda titles for Game Boy Color. They never say how they learned that information. They did talk to Okamoto earlier that year, but not about Zelda specifically. We'd like to have checked with IGN's author to ask where he learned that information no one else had, especially since it flies in the face of everything we do know about the Oracle game's development. But the article doesn't even say who wrote it. We got in contact with Yoshiki Okamoto, but when we asked him about it, the idea of 6 Zelda games didn't ring any bells. And he was the guy at Capcom who struck the deal with Miyamoto in the first place. Now, it is true that Oracle of Seasons essentially began development as a Zelda 1 remake for Game Boy Color, and after that there were gonna be 3 Oracle games until Miyamoto canceled one of them, because Okamoto's team was having trouble making a full trilogy. But the deal for 6 Capcom Zeldas, and especially 6 for Game Boy Color specifically, just seems like it was kind of made up from thin air. It's an unsourced claim from IGN that made it onto Wikipedia, then got copy-pasted all over the internet. That kind of thing happens more than you might expect, actually. One time Wikipedia cited a particular page of a book, so we bought the book on Amazon, then we read it, and it wasn't even about the same topic. But we digress. We've pretty much exhausted everything we know about this false claim, so let's tackle the last and largest game in this video. The Legend of Zelda: Valley of the Flood, also known as Project Deluge. In the summer of 2008, it had almost been 2 years since Twilight Princess came out, with no word from Nintendo on what was coming next. That's when a leaked interview surfaced online, which wasn't supposed to be published until E3 a few weeks later. In the interview, Zelda director Eiji Aonuma offered some details on what the next Zelda was going to look like. Simply put, it was a Wind Waker prequel, but much darker and wouldn't have Link as the main character. So was it true? Was this the cancelled Zelda game between Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword? Of course not. In retrospect, it's an obvious fake leak, and that anyone believed it at all seems laughable. But some people actually did believe it. Fans were talking about it all over the internet, from message boards to actual website articles, and even Wikipedia moderators didn't know if Project Deluge should be added to the main Zelda page. Like most fake leaks, Valley of the Flood's been mostly forgotten about nowadays, but it's one of the most far-reaching Zelda rumors of all time, and pretty hilarious to look back on. So let's get into it. In the quote-unquote leaked interview, Aonuma says, "There are various critical aspects of Deluge that I want to address. The first is a greater sense of psychological peril. Miyamoto and I have disagreed a great deal on the importance of storytelling in games. He argues for simplicity and straightforwardness, and I have long believed that stories in games can be as powerful as in books if done well. So I want to assert that the game will have a much more complicated story in the sense that our hero is no longer mute. In Wind Waker's opening cutscene, it recounts a time when Ganon returned, but the hero never came to slay him, so the gods flooded Hyrule. Aonuma says before that flood is when this game will take place, with Hyrule crumbling and the races in chaos. The land needs a hero, so one boy deludes himself into thinking he is that hero, and even starts wearing Link's iconic green tunic. He's insane basically, and believes it's his destiny to defeat Ganon and save Hyrule. Ganon's more of a lunatic too, and occasional cutscenes show his madness overpower him throughout the game. Nintendo is drawing visual inspiration from Majora's Mask to elicit themes of psychological peril, and putting special emphasis on voice acting and a fully orchestrated soundtrack, a first for the Zelda franchise. This iteration of Hyrule would be more steampunk themed. Miyamoto was thrilled with the idea apparently, and some enemies would even fight with muskets. For transportation, the hero has a horse, access to a railroad spanning Hyrule, and a method of flying that Aonuma didn't want to give away before E3. However, world traversal would get a lot more difficult towards the end of the game, when the flooding starts and huge swaths of Hyrule are completely underwater. Nowadays, fake leaks are a dime a dozen, but back in 2008, folks were a bit more naive. Those were the days of gaming magazines and message boards, before Twitter and YouTube were all that prominent. Looking at old forum threads, it seems most fans didn't believe it, but a lot genuinely did. or at least wanted to believe it. There hadn't been a new Zelda game or even a hint of one for 2 years at this point, and Aonuma saying a new one was releasing next year provided fans with the hope and hype they were yearning for. Other fans were more in the middle, maybe not wanting to look like chumps. Looking back, there's a few lines that make the interview especially suspicious, like Aonuma saying Mario will have to fix Nintendo's leaky pipes so news of Project Deluge don't make it out to the public. If there's a lesson to be learned, it's to try to only get information from people you trust. And if it's from some random dude on the internet, believe nothing you hear and only half of what you see. Did you know? Although some of the earliest rumors about Zelda games have been lost to time, a handful have been documented in physical and online media. One prominent rumor about the first Zelda claimed that it had a third quest. If the player beats The Legend of Zelda, or names their character Zelda on the first playthrough, they'll be able to play a slightly altered version of the game known as the second quest. The rumor alleges that if the second quest is beat, a third quest will be unlocked. This claim was even taken at face value by Nintendo's official magazine in Sweden, known as the Nintendo Video Spelklubb. In the 6th issue of the magazine for January 1989, there's a segment that reads, "Have you heard that there's a third quest? Yes, there is. After clearing the second quest, you'll return to the beginning where everything looks the same, but after a while you will notice that things are no longer the same as they were in the second quest. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and explore quest number 3. However, this rumor was entirely fake, and no third quest exists in the game. There was eventually a third quest of sorts released in the form of BS The Legend of Zelda for the Super Famicom's Saddle of View add-on, but this wasn't until 1995. Another prominent rumor stated that it was somehow possible to equip Link with a Santa suit, though some rumors reported this as a set of pajamas. This claim likely originated from one of Link's hit frames. When Link takes damage, he flashes a various range of colors, including white and red, which is very reminiscent of Saint Nick. As you might expect, it isn't possible to unlock this Santa-esque color scheme in the game without the aid of cheats or hacking. Another rumor from the time alleged that you could beat the title entirely without using the sword. This claim persists to this day, possibly due to the Zelda swordless speedrunning category. However, even these runs use the sword at least once. It's only possible to make it as far as the fight against Ganon without the sword, as the player needs a sword to defeat Ganon. Another often cited rumor is that players could, by whatever means, acquire a gun in the game. There have been several variations on this story, such as acquiring a gun from the old man at the start of the game, to performing an elaborate set of tasks to possess one. Although Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link wasn't as popular as the first Legend of Zelda, it still had its rumors. One rumor alleged that Nintendo was limiting the amount of new games they sent to stores in North America in 1988. This was apparently so that demand exceeded supply, creating buzz. This would also force customers who wanted Nintendo games at Christmas to buy older titles, clearing out Nintendo's unsold stock. This rumor stems from Zelda 2 being originally planned for release in February 1988. The title was teased many times throughout the year in Nintendo Power, then called Nintendo Fun Club News, but the title was ultimately pushed back to October. In one issue of Nintendo Power, it was stated that the delay was due to a shortage of computer chips needed to manufacture cartridges. This was suspicious in the eyes of the public, as the chip shortage Nintendo mentioned only seemed to affect Zelda 2 and Super Mario Bros. 2. This led to people assuming Nintendo were lying about the chip shortage and were creating artificial demand for their products. However, this rumor doesn't stand up to scrutiny. While it may be true that Nintendo underestimated the demand for their games in 1988, the chip shortage for this moment in time is well documented. On top of this, it's estimated that Nintendo sold 33 million cartridges that year, but could have sold 45 million carts if they fulfilled the existing demand. It seems unlikely that Nintendo would willingly lose 12 million units in sales to create buzz for a few games. For The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, there were rumors about a special set of yellow clothes for Link. To unlock the rare mail, players would have to enter the Dark World, then get the magic hammer at the Palace of Darkness and immediately leave. They'd then have to beat the Swamp Palace, Thieves' Town, Skull Woods, and Misery Mire in that order, then return to the Palace of Darkness and complete it. Then, if the player went to the Ice Palace and opened the large chest, they'd have a set of yellow clothes instead of blue ones. This rumor was clearly false and could be disproved simply by completing the proposed steps and finding the standard blue mail. Surprisingly, the claim was featured on several prominent cheat websites throughout the late 90s and 2000s, but most sites have since deleted the rumor. Just as a quick aside, we won't be talking about the Chris Houlihan room or any similar secrets in Zelda games. The existence of the room was publicly announced in a contest where the winner would get a secret room named after them in a future Nintendo game. Although there was some speculation over how to find the room, we don't feel that we can class the situation as a rumor. This is because the room's existence was clearly communicated by Nintendo in advance and was implemented as described, a secret room. To make sure our rumor videos are consistent, we need to define what a rumor is, and we believe a rumor needs to either have a questionable point of origin or a questionable authenticity from its inception. Whether or not the Houlihan room existed has neither. Again, it was also included as described. Being the first portable Zelda title didn't stop Link's Awakening from getting its share of rumors. The final dungeon of the game takes place in the Windfish's Egg, which starts with an empty room leading into a second room with a pitfall. This second area is almost entirely floorless, but there is a ledge on the other side of the room beside a doorway. The ledge is unfortunately inaccessible, but this didn't stop fans from speculating what could lie beyond it. Some believe that the room led to the true final boss, and some thought the door led to a secret ninth instrument, or even another dungeon. However, the room leads to nothing. Another rumor about Link's Awakening stated that a topless mermaid was hidden in the game. This claim surprisingly has some truth to it, and may have stemmed from players who imported the Japanese version of Link's Awakening. Although the mermaid Martha is in all versions of the title, the Japanese game has a more lewd tone. In the English game, Martha emerges from the water after Link has brought her a lost necklace. In the Japanese version, Martha emerges after Link brings her a bra. The implication in the Japanese game is that Martha wouldn't come out of the water until she was able to cover herself up, implying she was naked. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time was an ambitious game for its time, and the title's popularity and depth made it an ideal target for rumor mongers. Rumors about the game usually stemmed from a misunderstanding or hoax, and were easily debunked. One prominent rumor involved the Running Man, who appears frequently running around Hyrule Field. The player can race the Running Man with the goal of beating a certain time, but it's impossible to actually beat him to the finish line. After Ocarina of Time's release, rumors began spreading that it was possible to beat the Running Man. These claims persisted for over a decade, culminating with a 2009 video by YouTube user Rusty Sporks, which showed them winning the race. Rusty Sporks claimed to have started a race, then traveled back in time by 7 years, then waited 7 years in-game. Since Ocarina of Time's days are 4 minutes long, the player would have to wait about 7.1 days in real life. After waiting for 7 years, the Running Man would finally meet Link on the bridge in defeat. This, however, was fake. Players have tried all kinds of tactics to beat the Running Man, such as hacking the game to speed up Link. However, the game is programmed so that the Running Man will always beat the player by at least 1 second. There's also no dialogue in the game's ROM in the event of the player beating him. Another rumor, which emerged shortly after the title's release, claimed the game had a hidden cheat code that made everyone at the Lon Lon Ranch naked. Allegedly, game translator Dan Owson claimed there was a secret code in the game that would cause Malon, Talon, and Ingo to become naked. Fans asked Owson to publish the code after this rumor was posted on the fan site Closet of Hyrule, but Owson denied the code's existence, and also denied that he'd ever mentioned such a code before. Several other sites claimed the secret could be unlocked without a code, as long as the player followed a long list of 66 steps. The steps ask the player to do seemingly meaningless tasks all over Hyrule, and almost comes off as comical. In 1999, the admin of Closet of Hyrule admitted they'd created the rumor themselves, and asked Zelda fans to stop messaging Dan Owson for the code. Some players also posted about their encounters with a mysterious pig-like enemy, nicknamed El Puerco, which allegedly had a small chance of appearing during the race with Dampé in the graveyard. This rumor was dismissed by most of the Zelda community, but it's been hypothesized that the creature could have been a glitched Re-Dead enemy. The more likely explanation is that El Puerco is a complete fabrication, as no evidence of such a creature was ever supplied. Yet another absurd rumor stated that players could somehow obtain an M16 at Kakariko Village. One version of this claim alleged that using a bomb or the hammer in a specific location in Kakariko after beating the Water Temple would unlock the weapon. Other rumors were at least partially grounded in reality. After Ocarina of Time hit store shelves, fans looked back at how the game was covered in the media and noticed several places and features were absent from the final game. As you might expect, this led to a large amount of speculation and rumors. One area that was planned to appear in the 64DD expansion was nicknamed the Unicorn Fountain by fans. It was said to still be in the game and could be reached by going through a mysterious tunnel located under the ice in Zora's domain. Early screenshots from the game also show Link performing a sword beam attack, where the player can fire a beam out of their sword if they're at full health. Since both the sword beam and unicorn area had been seemingly removed or hidden, fans speculated that the beam could be unlocked at the unicorn fountain. Some players also speculated that melting the ice at Zora's domain as adult Link would grant access to the tunnel that led to the unicorn fountain. A widely repeated method of doing this involved entering the Great Deku Tree as adult Link and finding a hammer that could shatter the ice. This can't be done in normal gameplay, however, and hacking the game to do so reveals that nothing is different if the player visits the Deku Tree as adult Link. This fact became irrelevant when some players found a way to glitch themselves under the ice in Zora's domain and found nothing. Easily the most prominent rumor for Ocarina of Time stated that the Triforce could be collected as a physical item in the game. This rumor likely stemmed from early screenshots and video, which seemed to show Link obtaining the Triforce. The final game also shows an imprint of the Triforce in the title's menu, which is significant as these outlines usually mean an item can be collected. Several possible methods of finding the Triforce were passed around, including throwing a bomb into the center of the lava pool outside of Ganon's castle, destroying all the gossip stones found in the game, and completing the title 100% without taking any damage. Some gamers even believe the Triforce could be found at the Unicorn Fountain. Several of these tales also claimed that Dark Link would appear in Link's home partway through trying to obtain the Triforce. The Triforce rumor was given some credibility in 1999 by a series of screenshots posted on the fan site Hyrule, the Land of Zelda. The screenshots were sent to the site's owner by a person claiming to be a 17-year-old Colombian woman named Ariana Almandos. The images appeared to show Link obtaining the Triforce in a previously unseen area of the game, which was supposedly in the Temple of Light. Ariana claimed this was possible by using the song Overture of Sages, which was apparently taught to the player by Kaepora Gaebora before young Link pulls out the Master Sword and would warp the player to the Light Temple. However, close analysis turned up several inconsistencies in the screenshots, such as Link's sword hanging on the wrong shoulder in one picture. The creator ultimately admitted the entire story was an elaborate hoax. Data mining of Ocarina has also been fairly comprehensive in recent years, and no evidence has been found to support that the Triforce can be collected or that the Sword Beam or Unicorn Fountain are in the final game. Although Ocarina of Time had a fair amount of dungeons, rumors of even more dungeons popped up several times after the game's release. Tales of a secret hidden dungeon started spreading shortly after the title's release. Players discovered that playing the Song of Storms in one spot in the Haunted Wastelands made lightning flash, which uncovered a distant pyramid-like structure. Sandstorms usually stop the user from pursuing it past the area's boundary, but cheating makes reaching it possible. Approaching the pyramid will reveal that there's no concealed dungeon, and the supposed pyramid is just a rock. A rumored second secret dungeon was often discussed by Zelda fans, known as the Sky Temple. No actual evidence, real or fabricated, sparked speculation of the dungeon's existence. The Sky Temple was rumored to exist because every sage in the game has a respective temple that the player gets to explore, all except for the Sage of Light, Rauru. Because there was no dungeon attached to Rauru in the main story, players assumed there had to be a secret dungeon somewhere in the game. As the rumor wasn't based in reality, the supposed ways to reach the Sky Temple were often outlandish. Some rumors stated that players needed to kill several hundred Style children after freezing the day and night cycle with cheats, which would summon a gigantic skeleton monster. Killing this giant apparently opened a portal to the Sky Temple. Another rumor alleged that a cow in Death Mountain would fly Link to the temple after beating the game. The previous mentioned YouTube user Rusty Sporks also made a video that only exacerbated the spread of the rumor. In the video, Link is shown under the ice at Zora's domain, where he walks into a tunnel which takes him to the supposed remnants of the Sky Temple. As you might expect, this video is fake, and no evidence of any such dungeon has been found to exist in the game's data. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask may not have been as popular as Ocarina when it launched, but it still attracted the rumor mill. Although many masks can be worn in Majora's Mask, the titular mask itself is never worn by the player in the game. This led to several rumors popping up that claimed it was possible to get Majora's Mask as a wearable mask. One rumor stated that if the player beat Majora 10 times in a row without losing a single time, and without getting the Fierce Deity mask, a Moonchild would give Link Majora's Mask instead of the Fierce Deity mask. As you might expect, there was no evidence to back up this claim, even 19 years after the game's release. At the start of Majora's Mask, the player passes an unusual twisted tree that resembles a Deku. Later on in the game, the Happy Mask Salesman teaches the Song of Healing to the player, which helps beings heal in various ways. Players eventually meet the Deku Butler at the Deku Palace, who later gives them the Mask of Sense and reminisces about his son. As the game's credits play, the Deku Butler is seen mourning beside a twisted tree, implying the dead tree was his son. This spawned rumors that the son could be restored as a living Deku somehow. The methods of restoration often involved the Song of Healing, but they were often debunked immediately. This is because the path back to the twisted tree is blocked off after the player reaches Clocktown. Despite this, it's possible to glitch back to the area or use cheat codes to go back. Unfortunately, none of the rumors gave an accurate means to revive the Deku Butler's son. Not all rumors about the game have a dark tone, however. If players go to the Astral Observatory, they might notice a caged Kuko near the telescope. Some players claimed that it was possible to free the Kuko through various means. One method was to shoot an arrow directly at the chicken, which would hit the middle of the cage, then to shoot a fire arrow, an ice arrow, and then a light arrow right at the cage. This would supposedly let the chicken loose. Due to the growing prevalence of the internet in the early 2000s, information on the development of video games was becoming more sought after, and their production was documented more thoroughly. Unfortunately, this desire for information led to rampant rumors. After The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker was first shown at Nintendo's Space World event in 2001, fans began speculating on why the game's visuals were so different to the tech demo shown in 2000. There was a rumor that Nintendo changed the art style because the tech demo looked too mature. Some people even circulated a fake interview with Shigeru Miyamoto. Miyamoto allegedly claimed that the original direction was realistic and may have been too violent, which would scare away small children. Some fans claimed that the then unnamed game's visuals were quote simple because it was a full-on remake of the original Legend of Zelda. The animations in the Wind Waker's reveal were very smooth and fans took notice. This even led to a rumor claiming the smooth animation was due to some sort of procedural code that was linked to players having one-to-one control over Link's sword with the analog stick, similar to the Ape Escape games. A second GameCube Zelda was rumored to be in development in 2002 by the same source that claimed Link would have one-to-one swordplay. Needless to say, the images provided were laughably fake. Another rumor around this time claimed that Wind Waker's story would involve Link traveling to the underworld to save Princess Zelda. Other rumors said the story would take place before all other Zelda games, and that every character would be voice acted thanks to the GameCube having far more storage than the N64. Some claimed that you'd be able to play as other characters such as Ganon and Zelda, and there would be a two-player cooperative mode in the game. And of course, people claimed you'd be able to obtain the Triforce. These last two rumors had some truth to them, as a kind of two-player gameplay was possible with the Tingle Tuner, and Link obtains a third of the Triforce in the game. Before Wind Waker released, there were rumblings that Ocarina of Time would be coming to GameCube. Further rumors elaborated on this, claiming a 3-disc collection would be coming out containing a director's cut of Ocarina of Time with unreleased dungeons from Master Quest. The rumors also claimed this version would have graphical options that let players choose between updated or classic N64 graphics. This would also include a making-of documentary, a music collection, along with a cloth map of Hyrule, pocket watch, art book, and a character figurine. Although some aspects of this rumor never came to be, a Zelda collection did end up coming to the GameCube that included both Ocarina of Time and its Master Quest version. Shortly after the Wind Waker launched, the fan website Hylia.com reported that the game had been issued a recall. This was apparently because Nintendo hadn't properly submitted the title's content to the Entertainment Software Rating Board and had to resubmit the game to acquire a new rating. However, this turned out to be an April Fool's joke on behalf of the site's webmaster. Did you know? Perhaps the most absurd Zelda rumor ever spread around a year before Twilight Princess's release. In August 2005, IMDb was updated to include several celebrities in the game's credits as voice actors. This included rapper 50 Cent as Epona, fitness instructor Richard Simmons as Tingle, and Reggie Fils-Aimé as The Man. Back in 2005, IMDb was seen as a very credible source of information. Because of this, many websites took the updated face value and reported on it, despite it being entirely false. The earliest rumors about Twilight Princess began in 2003, when claims of a cel-shaded Wind Waker sequel were reported by several gaming outlets. From this point onwards, two competing rumors spread. One set of rumors said the game would be cel-shaded, seemingly based on Miyamoto's comments about the next Zelda using similar graphics to Wind Waker. The other claimed any new Zelda game would take on a more realistic look, spurred on by Link's inclusion in the GameCube release of Soul Calibur 2. When Twilight Princess was first shown at E3 2004, the rumors of a cel-shaded sequel were put to rest. In July 2004, another round of rumors claimed that Twilight Princess was planned to release in summer 2005 in Japan, and everywhere else at the end of the year. The rumors also claimed Link wouldn't fight Ganon this time around, but an evil army called the Horde. They also alleged the game would be called either A Link to the Darkness or Legacy of Link. None of these rumors were true, and seemed to be guesses based on what Nintendo had shown at E3. Nintendo did originally plan to release the game in 2005, but ended up delaying it to 2006 so they could fine-tune the game and create the Wii version. Later, in April 2005, Electronic Gaming Monthly revealed that anyone who pre-ordered Twilight Princess would get a special pre-order bonus. Supposedly, the bonus included an entirely new version of the Wind Waker, featuring 2 dungeons that had been cut from the original game, and a complete graphics overhaul to match Twilight Princess. This, of course, was fake, and was one of EGM's infamous April Fool's pranks. In the run-up to Twilight Princess's release, IGN claimed that Hyrule took around 45 minutes to cross on horseback. Some fans misunderstood this claim, which spawned a new rumor that just Hyrule Field took 45 minutes to cross. However, both these claims were inaccurate. Hyrule itself takes about 5 minutes to cross on horseback, and Hyrule Field takes just 3 minutes. After the game's launch, a rumor claimed that beating the Wii version of Twilight Princess and watching the credits would put a Link Mii in the console's Mii parade. This rumor was featured on many gaming cheat and tips websites, and is even on Games Radar's Twilight Princess cheats page to this day. The rumor, however, is false. Fans once again looked back at print and online media, and noticed some parts of Twilight Princess changed since it was first shown. They saw several differences to the final game, such as how it lacked the magic meter, moblins, and an entire forest area from the game's reveal trailer. This area, which became known as the Beta Forest, was a fairly open wooded area that resembled the Beta Forest cut from Ocarina of Time. Naturally, fans wondered if this area was hidden somewhere in the game, which led to rumors. Many claimed the forest was still in the game, with various reports saying it was in the game and fully functioning, with others claiming only relics of it were still there. Several videos were published online to back up these claims. Some were highly speculative and lacked an understanding of game development, and others were entirely fake. Another area that fans tried to reach was the inside of Fado's home. For the entirety of the game, Fado's door is locked. This led to rumors about a hidden way to unlock the door, and that there'd be a special reward inside. Fans ultimately found a way to glitch through the walls and get inside, but inside there was only empty black space. In March 2007, Nintendo World Report interviewed the game's director, Eiji Aonuma, and asked him about Fado's house. Aonuma explained that modeling and programming the inside of the home would have taken up precious development time, so they decided to make the door permanently locked to save time. Throughout the mid to late 2000s, there were an entire series of rumors and hoaxes trying to pass off fake Zelda titles as the real deal. In October 2005, an eBay listing popped up for a Zelda 3 NES prototype cartridge. The cartridge looked fairly convincing and had the title The Legend of Zelda: The Triforce Saga. The cartridge's owner, Richard Vialou, originally denied requests to test the game, saying he was too busy. Naturally, this brought the cartridge's authenticity into question, so Vialou eventually posted an image of the game's title screen. When the auction ended, the prototype's final bid settled at around $3,000 by someone named Night7. Vialou told now-defunct gaming site Joystick.com that he believed Night7 was connected to game developer Silicon Knights. However, Joystick were contacted by president of Silicon Knights Dennis Dyack, who denied any connection to the auction. After the whole ordeal, Zelda fan site The Hylia scrutinized the prototype and noted several issues. The biggest issue was the time the cartridge was set to be made. Although Nintendo began designing Zelda 3 in 1988, the game itself was always planned to be a Super Nintendo game, not an NES game. As you might expect, the cartridge was shown to be a hoax. Less than a year later, in June 2006, another Zelda 3 eBay listing popped up, this time being a Super Nintendo cart. The game was bundled with other allegedly early versions of games like Star Fox and Earthbound, but this too is generally regarded as a hoax. In 2005, VGMaps.com posted an overworld map of Koholint Island, claiming it was from a special Game Boy Advance version of Link's Awakening. The title was apparently a pre-order bonus for The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. The site claimed the GBA version had new challenges, such as figurines to collect, and a new dungeon that showcased the GBA's abilities. However, this was an elaborate April Fool's joke. VG Maps contributors John Leung and Ozravad remapped Koholint Island entirely using background tiles and sprites from A Link to the Past. A year later in 2006, another Zelda game was rumored to be in development. After an initial statement from Nintendo that a Tingle RPG was in the works, the now-defunct website BUG Game revealed that The Legend of Zelda Tingle Returns was being made. The site posted a screenshot of the game, but this was clearly a manipulated screenshot of Super Smash Bros. Brawl's Final Destination stage. Despite the image being easily proven fake and having a 2009 copyright on it despite the year being 2006, some fell for the image and spread it online. It ultimately became clear the entire ordeal was another April Fool's joke. The Tingle RPG announced by Nintendo was later released as freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. In 2008, VG Maps once again claimed to have background art from an obscure Zelda game. The site showed assets from The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Hours. This name was often linked to the unreleased Zelda title Mystical Seed of Courage, which was the third game in the Oracle's collection. The game would have released alongside Oracle of Ages and Seasons for Game Boy Color, but was cancelled due to technical difficulties connecting the three games. According to VG Maps, Oracle of Hours saw Link meeting the Oracle of Hours, Furore. She's responsible for the movement of the sun and moon, but the evil entity Prudel captures her, threatening to cause an eclipse that would awaken their evil energies. Just as Oracle of Ages and Seasons had different times and seasons to jump between, Oracle of Hours would jump between day and night. As you probably guessed, this was another April Fool's joke from the site. Again in June 2008, a supposed leaked interview between Zelda series producer Eiji Aonuma and a journalist named Kyle was posted on several message boards, including 4chan, GameFAQs, and the IGN forums. This interview detailed the next Zelda game coming to the Wii, said to be The Legend of Zelda, Valley of the Flood, or Project Deluge. The game was apparently a prequel to Wind Waker and was to be set in a dark steampunk-inspired world. The game's story would center around a young boy who takes up the mantle of the hero of time, despite not being the true hero himself. The boy would need to save Hyrule from being destroyed by a flood, ultimately leading into the events of Wind Waker. An image also surfaced around this time showing steampunk visuals and a professional-looking logo. This added some legitimacy to the rumors, that is, until the source of the artwork was found. The original image can be found on DeviantArt and was posted in 2004. Although the rumor turned out to be false, it continued to gain popularity due to its interesting premise, and Nintendo having already teased the next mainline Zelda title a few months earlier. In April 2008, IGN released a trailer for an upcoming The Legend of Zelda film. The video seemed to come out of nowhere and appeared to be fairly well made. This is why many fans were surprised when a day later IGN announced the trailer was an April Fool's prank. The trailer was made in collaboration with Rainfall Films, who went on to make other impressive fan films such as Metroid: The Sky Calls. A few smaller hoaxes were published in the following years. In April 2009, Hyrule.net posted news about a Wii Zelda game that connected to Spirit Tracks' plot. In this game, the player would save Hyrule by sending top-secret letters to the future so future citizens could protect themselves. Past Link would send letters into the future for future Link to deliver. The site also released some unconvincing art to go along with the post. In April 2010, the now-deleted website Zelda in My Pocket claimed to have footage of a trailer for the upcoming Zelda game on the Wii. However, the video was of an old fan film that used footage from something else. Only a month later, Zelda in My Pocket claimed to have information on a new Tingle game from Vanpool, who made the Tingle RPGs on the DS. After several posts that gave little information, the site's owner admitted everything was a publicity stunt. The game they were referring to wasn't going to be made by Vanpool, but themselves, and was a fan game that focused on the side character Kakashi. Between 2008 and 2012, there were an entire series of rumors that claimed Retro Studios were working on a Zelda title. The first was in January 2008 and alleged that a retro-made Zelda game was to be announced at E3 of the same year. However, E3 came and went with no mention of the Retro Studios Zelda project. A year later, in May 2009, the panel on IGN Nintendo's Nintendo Voice Chat podcast seemed to back up the rumor. The team stated that Retro were originally working on a Zelda project but no longer are, and almost posted the rumor themselves a year earlier. The project was apparently going to be something big, but for one reason or another, development on the title stopped. In December 2011, rumors linking Retro to Zelda popped up again thanks to a Miyamoto interview with Wired.com. In the interview, Wired brought up Nintendo EAD's collaboration with Retro on Mario Kart 7 and asked if Miyamoto would do a similar collab with a Mario platformer or Zelda game. Miyamoto finished his response by saying, "As you know, we've already collaborated with Retro for the Metroid Prime series in the past, and I think when we talk about any other franchise, Zelda might be a possible franchise for that collaboration." A month later in January 2012, users over at NeoGAF found information posted by newly hired artists at Retro Studios. One of the artists was Eric Kozlowski, who stated on their personal blog, "I'm going to work on another project that I'm super excited about. I can't talk about it too much, but if all goes well, it might just be one of my crowning achievements as an artist." Users from the message board assumed this crowning achievement was work related to Retro, and possibly Zelda. They then tried to contact Eric on Twitter, who said his crowning achievement statement was referring to illustrations for his brother's book. Some users didn't take this as an answer, however, and pestered Eric so much that he deleted his Twitter account. Another month later in February 2012, Retro were supposedly looking for FX artists and 3D environment artists with experience making hand-painted textures. This led to speculation that Retro were working on a sequel to Skyward Sword, which had released a year before. No further information was released about the rumor, and the possibility of Retro working on Zelda was seemingly squashed later that year. In October 2012, Miyamoto did another interview, this time with Game Reactor's Spanish division. In the interview, Miyamoto was asked about Retro working on a Zelda game, and replied by saying that Retro wouldn't be a suitable fit for collaborating on Zelda. After Skyward Sword art was first shown, but before the game's title and story details were officially announced, speculation ran rampant about the game. In January 2010, a list of supposedly leaked details about the project was posted on the Japanese forum 2chan. According to the leak, Zelda Wii wouldn't continue the cycle of dungeon and overworld exploration that had become the standard for Zelda games. Players would also be given the option to choose if Link would be left or right-handed, and new abilities unlocked as Link's sword increased in power. Horseback combat was said to appear often, and the player's horse would have improved AI to better avoid obstacles. The female character shown in the game's first pre-release would apparently be named Adele, and would communicate with Link through his sword. The game's plot was said to involve time travel and take place either partially or completely outside of Hyrule, and the version of Link in the game would be the same one from Ocarina of Time, making Zelda Wii something of a sequel to Majora's Mask. In June 2010, just days before Nintendo's E3 conference, another leak appeared on German Zelda message boards. This supposed leak came from someone claiming to be the friend of a German-language instructor working with Eiji Aonuma. They claimed that Zelda Wii's official title would simply be The Legend of Zelda, and would tell a story set hundreds of years before Ocarina of Time about the creation of the Master Sword. The leaker also said the name of the female character was Zordiana, and that motion controls would be used often throughout the game, such as for drawing symbols on doors in order to open them. The bow and arrow would also be controlled in a similar method as the archery event from Wii Sports Resort. The hookshot would return as an item, but this time it could be used to swing across gaps. The game would include 2 difficulty settings, a normal mode for casual players and a hero mode for skilled players. There would also be dungeons with no bosses inside. Lastly, the leaker claimed the game's E3 demo would feature an ice-themed dungeon, which would be the first dungeon in the game. Another set of rumors were spread in June 2011. The rumors alleged that Skyward Sword was nearly complete. They also claimed that the girl's name would be Dorella, the magician shown was called Nefibero, and was part of an evil group of sources trying to get the Triforce. Ganondorf would also be in the game as a child, and Zelda would have brown hair. The game would have a fully orchestrated soundtrack and 2 overworlds which would contrast like heaven and hell. There was apparently post-game content that never ended with new dungeons, and would release November 1st of that year. While these leaks correctly predicted some details, they were largely proven false. The female character in the first piece of artwork was named Fi, the magician was named Girahim, horseback riding wasn't in the game, and many other details about the game's dungeons and story were shown to be incorrect. A trailer for Skyward Sword was released at GDC in March 2011, and fans spotted a few frames in the video that appeared to show the silhouette of Skull Kid. While there was a resemblance to the character, this turned out to be one of the game's redesigned Skulltula enemies. In late 2011, the next major game in the Zelda series was confirmed for the Nintendo 3DS. IGN editor Sam Claiborne stated Nintendo was working on 2 new Zelda games. In January 2012, an image surfaced on 4chan showing new Japanese logos for 2 games called The Legend of Zelda Fire Prophecy and Ice Prophecy. Building on Claiborne's statement, the image implied the new Zelda project would be comprised of 2 different games, similar to Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons on the Game Boy Color. However, in early 2013, the new project was revealed as a sequel to The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, proving the rumors to be false. In June 2013, a new set of rumors emerged about the game. It would apparently be set during a time of rebuilding after the events of A Link to the Past and would feature a brand new villain. There would be at least 6 dungeons, and the Dark World would return, although altered somewhat by the events of A Link to the Past. There would also be some kind of multiplayer functionality. While some details of the leak were accurate, much of it was shown to be incorrect by the official reveal of the game. In the run-up to E3 2012, a supposed leaked list of Wii U games was published online. The list reported several new games coming to the platform, including The Legend of Zelda HD Tri-Pack, which featured Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and 4 Swords Adventures in HD. Although this rumor somewhat predicted Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD's releases, it seemed to be a lucky guess from a Nintendo fan. Not only did 4 Swords not come to Wii U, but several other titles on the list, such as Final Fantasy Racing, never came to be. Rumors about a new Zelda title for the Wii U were also common around this time. In 2013, the German video news site Polygamia posted an article covering details of a new Zelda game, allegedly shown by Aonuma during a visit to Nintendo. Titled The Legend of Zelda: Book of Hyrule, the game was said to take place in a modern world starring a child Link without his trademark pointed ears as he attended school and visited the library. The article mentioned features like using an in-game smartphone to take screenshots, contact NPCs, or leave messages in the world for other players to find. In August of that same year, Polygamia updated the article stating the entire story was a fabrication. It was only written to spark conversation in the Zelda community. In May 2014, rumors of a new Zelda game for Wii U emerged once again. Firstly, a list of games allegedly to be shown at E3 was shown. The list showed Nintendo's offerings for the year, which included The Legend of Zelda: Shard of Nightmare. Shortly after, a logo for the game surfaced, along with a screenshot of Link holding a torch. As you probably expect by now, the game was entirely fake, and the art for the fake screenshot came from DeviantArt. In 2015, attendees of the Zelda Symphony of the Goddesses concert in Germany had an odd encounter. After checking their Street Pass, they had connected with someone who'd been playing The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess 3D. As it turned out, the person supposedly playing the game had modified their 3DS and edited their Street Pass information to show the non-existent game. Unfortunately for anyone that tried to access the fake Twilight Princess 3D eShop page, their accounts would be banned from Nintendo's online services. For several years starting in early 2015, rumors of a Zelda Netflix show spread. In February 2015, the Wall Street Journal reported that Netflix were working with Nintendo to make a live-action series. They also reported that Netflix was looking for writers, and that the show was in its early stages of development. Some doubted the claims, however, as the journal's source was anonymous. A month later, Time magazine asked then-president of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata, about the reports. Iwata denied any live-action Zelda was in development with Netflix, saying, "As of now, I have nothing new to share with you in regard to the use of our IPs for any TV shows or films, but I can at least confirm that the article in question is not based on correct information." Although this seemed to squash any hope of a Netflix show, the rumors resurfaced in 2018. In October that year, Adi Shankar, who produced the Castlevania Netflix show, made a post to his Instagram. The post said he was working with an iconic Japanese gaming company to adapt their franchise into his show. He then stated that he'd reveal which game the show is based on in November. Website The Warp claimed to know what the show was and that it was based on Zelda. However, when asked about the rumor, a Nintendo spokesperson stated, "We have nothing to announce on this topic." Rumors ran rampant until November 16th, when Shankar revealed he was making a show about Devil May Cry. At E3 2011, Nintendo showed off the Zelda HD Experience tech demo to demonstrate the graphical capabilities of the Wii U. This was the first time fans had seen Zelda in HD, and although the HD experience was only a demo, it led to some speculation about Zelda on Wii U. Later in 2011, Nintendo confirmed they were working on a new mainline Zelda for the system that had nothing to do with the HD experience. A large batch of rumors about the game began circulating in September 2012. Wii U Daily reported on info from an anonymous source, a source that previously broke accurate news of Nintendo working on the social network Miiverse. The report said that Zelda U was set for release in 2014 and that Nintendo had been working on the game since 2010. The rumor stated the game's development team was the biggest Nintendo had ever assembled, comparable to Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto team. Appropriately, the rumor claimed it was also the most expensive game Nintendo had made to date. The game supposedly had dungeons so big they were broken into 3 parts and took hours to complete. Players would use the gamepad to navigate and avoid traps, as well as follow clues. The game was said to have features like Miiverse and an online system where players can leave hints for each other. The game was said to reuse the art style from Skyward Sword, but that Nintendo were using a state-of-the-art engine built from the ground up. The title was also said to showcase things not possible on any other console. In December 2012, another anonymous source claimed to have insider info and released their own set of rumors. They claimed Zelda U would be shown at E3 2013, and although it wouldn't be released until 2014, the game would have a downloadable demo in late 2013. They too claimed the game's art style would mimic Skyward Sword's. The game's developers were apparently weighing the pros and cons of using full voice acting and whether Link should speak. The rumor also claimed that Nintendo's team in Japan wasn't expecting the romance between Link and Zelda in Skyward Sword to be as well received as it was, especially by Westerners. Because of this, they expanded on the relationship in Zelda U and looked to Nintendo of America for help. The Westerners at NOA were apparently looking to romance novels like Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey for research. Although some of these early rumors were correct, they were generally inaccurate. The game didn't have massive dungeons or Skyward Sword's art style, and didn't focus on romance. It also wasn't shown at E3 2013 at all, which led to fans asking more questions and even more rumors popping up. In July 2013, rumors emerged that Zelda U would be using the HD Experience graphics engine. These rumors also claimed the game was a direct sequel to Twilight Princess, and it'd have an open world on a similar scale to Skyrim. The game was set to build on the controls of Twilight Princess's GameCube release, and that there'd be heavy use of the gamepad. These rumors also alleged that there'd be 10 dungeons, and players could do the first 5 in any order, and then the second 5 in any order. Solving puzzles in one dungeon would affect puzzles in other dungeons, and Twilight Princess art director Satoru Takizawa was set to be directing the title. The game was set to have an online co-op similar to Four Swords, and this multiplayer mode would have paid DLC. All NPCs would apparently be voice-acted in the fictional Hylian language. This set of rumors in particular was highly inaccurate. In September 2014, a rumor emerged stating development of Zelda U had barely begun and that its plot was non-existent yet. The only setup was that dormant ancient machinery had come back to life and started causing problems. A river that runs through Link and Zelda's village had become tainted, making the water undrinkable and the crops weak. Instead of the usual sword and 3 items loadout, players had 1 item slot but could switch between items, even in combat. Each time the player hit an enemy, they filled a momentum bar. When filled, players could slow down time to perform precise hits. The game would have a crafting system, and Zelda would follow Link around, similar to games like Ico. The vast majority of these Zelda U rumors were disproven when the game was first shown in June 2014. When the game was shown, players noticed its incarnation of Link looked even more effeminate than usual, and wondered if this Link might be female. Later in April 2016, industry insider Emily Rogers reported on several rumors about Zelda U. Rogers had previously revealed that a Paper Mario game was coming to the Wii U, which turned out to be accurate. Rogers said players could choose between a male or female Link in Zelda U. Even though Nintendo initially debunked claims from earlier rumors, a female version of Link named Linkle was added to Hyrule Warriors. This opened up the possibility for a female Link in Zelda U once again. Rogers also claimed that Zelda U would have voice acting, but Link would remain mute. However, in June E3 2016, Nintendo reconfirmed that no female Link would appear in the game. The game's producer, Eiji Aonuma, told GameSpot, "We thought about it and decided that if we're going to have a female protagonist, it's simpler to have Princess Zelda as the main character. If we have Princess Zelda as the main character who fights, then what is Link gonna do?" A few months before Breath of the Wild's release, a rumor popped up on a blog claiming the Wii U version had been cancelled. The cancellation was apparently linked to performance issues, as shown in a supposedly leaked document in the blog post. The rumor alleged that pre-orders for the Wii U version had been cancelled and that the pre-order page at Amazon Japan had been removed. However, this was a complete lie, purposely set up by a troll. The original rumor blog post was later replaced with a GIF that mocked the journalists who reported on it. At the start of January 2018, several video game news outlets reported Nintendo had contacted them to use review quotes for a Link Between Worlds. Companies usually ask to quote reviews when they're publishing a product for advertisements or to put review quotes on the box. This caused speculation that the game might be ported to the Nintendo Switch. Some pointed out that Nintendo may be republishing the game for 3DS under the Nintendo Selects banner, but A Link Between Worlds had hit Nintendo Selects in Europe over 2 years earlier. Some thought it was strange Nintendo would bother adding it to Selects in America so late in the 3DS's lifespan. However, later in the month, Nintendo confirmed the game would be re-released as part of the Nintendo Selects line in North America. Again in January 2018, a rumor claimed that a remake of Link's Awakening was in development by Grezzo, who'd previously worked on Zelda 3DS remakes. The game was apparently a spiritual successor to Link's Awakening, similar to how A Link Between Worlds was a successor to A Link to the Past. The game was also said to take inspiration from Breath of the Wild. Although this game never came to be, it did turn out that Grezzo was working on a Link's Awakening remake for the Switch, so there may have been some truth to the rumor. Later in 2018, there were rumors of the Zelda franchise crossing over with LEGO. In August, a list of games were supposedly found on the back end of the eShop by a hacker and posted to 4chan. Among the list was LEGO The Legend of Zelda, presumably a LEGO series game that borrowed the Zelda property. Many dismissed the rumor outright, as the list was very optimistic, and some titles had bizarre names Nintendo would never use. A few weeks later, however, Kevin Hinkle, former community manager for LEGO in the Americas, made a tweet that acknowledged the rumors. Although this kept the rumors spreading, there has since been no announcement of a Zelda LEGO title. Rumors emerged after a Zelda concert in Osaka, Japan on November 25, 2018. Series producer Eiji Aonuma was at the concert and spoke on stage with concert MC Yu Shimamura. Several attendees were live blogging the event and transcribed an interaction between the two. Aonuma came on stage, and Shimamura said, "I'd like to ask about secrets behind Breath of the Wild." Aonuma responded by saying, "Are you sure you don't want to ask about a Switch version of Skyward Sword?" Fans were unsure if Aonuma's response was a joke or if he was teasing a new game, which led to a slew of rumors about Skyward Sword coming to Switch. Shortly after this was reported on, Eurogamer reached out to a Nintendo spokesperson who told them, "At this time we have no plans to release The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword on Nintendo Switch," putting the rumors to rest.
Did you know? During development of A Link to the Past, Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to include a party of characters like in Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest II. In a publicized discussion between Miyamoto and Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii, Miyamoto revealed, "Ever since I started making the first game in the series, I've been saying that the third Zelda will feature a party, one that consists of the protagonist, who's a mix between an elf and a fighter, a magic user, and a girl. The fairy that appeared in the second Zelda title was actually a party member designed for the third Zelda game. Her purpose was to serve the role of reconnaissance. She would go and scout the surroundings without directly fighting the enemies." Other Zelda games have also gone through drastic changes during development. In early versions of the first Legend of Zelda, the old man at the beginning would give the player a choice between the wooden sword and a boomerang to start the adventure with. In the debug menu of Majora's Mask, it's possible to access an unused cutscene of the Great Fairy physically training Link in new techniques as opposed to just magically granting them like in the final version. In The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, the design for the Loftwing creatures derives some inspiration from real-world animals. The large eyes and thick beaks of the Loftwings are taken from the Balaeniceps rex or the shoe-billed stork. The shoe-billed species lives in tropical East Africa in large swamps from Sudan to Zambia. The curled tails of the Loftwings were inspired by a different animal, the designer's pet Sheba. Each Loftwing that lives in Skyloft has feather plumes matching their respective rider's hairstyle. According to Hyrule Historia, the designs for the human residents of Skyloft are also modeled after birds. This explains why some of the Skyloftians have bird-like names and features, like Groose, Pipit, Stritch, and Paro. More elements of Skyloft also have real-world origins. Gratitude crystals are based on a popular Japanese sugar candy, Konpeito. This candy dates back to 16th century Japan and is said to have originated in Portugal. The most iconic symbol in the series, the Triforce, shares the same design as an ancient Japanese symbol called Mitsuroko, or three scales. It's thought that the symbol dates back to the family crest of the Hojo clan, who were a major political power in 12th and 13th century Japan. Today, the three scales symbol is also widely recognized as the logo of an energy corporation called Mitsuroko. The seventh dungeon in Twilight Princess, City in the Sky, has been noted by fans for its uncanny similarity to a piece called Another World by MC Escher. Twilight Princess's design for the Okas strongly resembles the bird-like creatures in Another World. In MC Escher's piece, the creatures can be seen standing on the walls, and in Twilight Princess, the Okas are also seen standing and walking on the walls. Skyward Sword contains a reference to the 1997 film, The Titanic. While helping Skipper get his ship back, Link will find himself inside of Skipper's home. On the wall, there's a series of photos of Skipper and his crew on the boat. One of these pictures is of Skipper holding another robot over the front of the ship, just like in the iconic scene from the Titanic. In The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, the lonely letter writer, Mr. Wright, is based on the advisor character Dr. Wright from SimCity. Dr. Wright from SimCity is in turn based on the creator of SimCity, Will Wright. The theme that plays in Mr. Wright's house is Dr. Wright's theme from the SNES port of SimCity. The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker has a very subtle reference to Pikmin. On the northern, eastern, and southern Triangle Islands, before Link places the pearls of the goddesses on the respective shrines, the true goddess statues are enclosed in an outer shell. Nehru's shell has a crack where a mouth would be, resembling the blue Pikmin. Faror's statue has ears like the yellow Pikmin, and Din's statue has a nose like a red Pikmin. There is another reference to Pikmin in a Zelda game, this time in the Minish Cap. In the first dungeon, an enemy called Puffstool can be found that sprays spores on the player. This creature has similar traits to another mushroom enemy from the first Pikmin game. The mushroom creature in Pikmin is also called Puffstool and sprays the Pikmin with spores. It's interesting to note that in the Minish Cap, the Puffstools are only found when Link is tiny, like in Pikmin, where the entire game takes place on a microscopic level. The two enemies do, however, have different names in the Japanese version, so it's not certain if this was intended to be a reference by the game's developers. Two Philips CDI games, Link, The Faces of Evil, and Zelda, The Wand of Gamelon, are widely considered failures by critics and fans alike. Many people assumed that Nintendo had absolutely no involvement in the development of these games, but this isn't true. The development team had to submit design documents and character sketches to Nintendo for approval. When asked about the CDI Zelda games, series director Eiji Aonuma could barely remember them and had to be reminded of how poor they were. According to Dale Descharon, former manager of the development team that created the game, the low quality of the CDI titles was due to tight budgets and the fact that the Philips CDI was never intended to be a video game console. In an interview on Hardcore Gaming 101, Descharon stated, "It was dreadfully slow and severely limited what was possible. If you look at the side-scrolling in Link or Zelda, you'll see that you can only scroll about 2 or 2.5 screens horizontally. This was dictated by the video memory available. It was just obviously not a game system, and Philips was actually very clear in telling us that they didn't believe the market for this device was games." The Zelda CDI projects were given a budget of around $600,000, a one-year deadline, and the Philips publishing branch expected the games to contain full-motion video. To cut costs on the animation, around half a dozen amateur animators from Eastern Europe were given work visas to create the sequences. They lived in Massachusetts for 6 months and drew every frame of animation for the games by hand. The resulting product has become the subject of endless criticism by fans of the series. Eiji Aonuma's only public comment on these games was a chuckle followed by, "I don't know that those really fit in the Zelda franchise."
Did you know? In the original designs for The Legend of Zelda, Ganon was referred to as Bull Demon King and Hakai. Hakai comes from the Japanese translation of the 16th century Chinese novel, Journey to the West. The name is derived from the immortal character Chohokai. In the novel, Chohokai was banished from heaven and transformed into a hideous half-human, half-pig monster, which likely inspired Ganon's appearance. The name Ganon is of Irish origin and means fair-skinned or fair-haired. It's not known if Ganon's name is based on this Irish origin and seems like an odd choice considering his design. While the name is canonically spelled in the Zelda series as Ganon, it was originally spelled with 2 N's in the middle like canon. This misspelling was present in the original Legend of Zelda as well as the Famicom Disk System version of Zelda 2. The name was fixed in the North American NES release of Zelda 2 and has been spelled correctly in every game since. Although Ganon doesn't take part in Zelda 2 itself, he's shown on the Game Over screen, which threatens the return of Ganon. In the Japanese game, this screen used a roar sound effect, but the English version uses a laugh. This laughing sound is actually a reused sample from Punch-Out, where it was used for Soda Popinski. The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past was the first game to make mention of Ganon's human form, Ganondorf. The localization team also took the liberty of giving him the full name of Ganondorf Dragmire. They also gave him the title of Mandrag Ganon, which apparently means Ganon of the Enchanted Thieves. These names are only mentioned in the North American instruction manual and aren't considered a part of the Zelda canon. Ganondorf made his first physical appearance in The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, a game which has some interesting secrets. Ganondorf's laugh in Ocarina is the same sound effect as the Forest Temple's Poe sisters. The sound is just sped up or slowed down for each instance. After his defeat in Twilight Princess, Ganondorf has a brief monologue about the Triforce throughout history. This monologue was originally much longer. The final build of the game only includes 2 lines, but there are a total of 7 lines that can be found in the game's data. Ganondorf also appeared as the final boss in Wind Waker, wielding a pair of twin swords with Hylian engravings. When translated, the engravings read Honmono, a Japanese word which means genuine or the real thing. This is perhaps in reference to an earlier boss fight against Ganondorf's doppelganger, Phantom Ganon. Interestingly, Phantom Ganon's sword is also engraved, and the Hylian translates as Zubora Gabora. Zubora and Gabora are the names of the 2 blacksmiths from Majora's Mask. Ganondorf himself does not appear in Majora's Mask. However, in the 3DS remake, 2 horse dolls can be found in Romani's room. One of them is based on Epona, while the other appears to be based on Ganondorf's horse from Ocarina of Time. Ganondorf was also set to appear in Oracle of Ages and Seasons for the Game Boy Color. Ultimately, only Ganon's beast form made it into the games as a secret boss. All that publicly remains of his human form is a piece of concept art. Despite being a serious threat throughout most of the series, Ganon falls victim to several silly tricks and exploits in Zelda games. While fighting Ganon's alter ego Aghanim, it's possible to deflect his fireballs with the bug-catching net. Possibly as a nod to this trick, the bug-catching net can also be used to deflect Demise's fireballs in Skyward Sword. In Ocarina of Time, the fireballs thrown by Ganondorf and Phantom Ganon can be deflected by swinging an empty bottle, a trick that was also carried over to Wind Waker. In Twilight Princess, Ganondorf has a weakness to another unusual item, the fishing rod. Pulling out the rod during and casting a line will distract him long enough for Link to attack. During the development of Ocarina of Time, director and producer Shigeru Miyamoto had no idea how large they'd be able to make the game's world. In an Iwata Asks interview, Miyamoto explained that in order to conserve memory, he initially planned the entire game to be set within Ganon's castle. The castle would serve as a hub world to enter other areas, much like Princess Peach's castle in Super Mario 64. And in a worst-case scenario, Link might not have left the castle at all. Miyamoto elaborated, "At first, I didn't mind making the game complete within a single building, as long as I got to make Link in 3D. In other words, it might have turned out like Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Partially because of that, I started making it with the idea that Ganon's castle might be enough." One relic of this idea is the fight against Phantom Ganon, where the villain rides a horse in and out of paintings. Miyamoto believes the fight to be a glimpse of his original idea, and would use it to illustrate the concept for colleagues. For the final boss in Ocarina of Time, one early concept was to make Ganon a literal giant. The player would be forced to climb Ganon's massive body and attack his weak points. The idea was scrapped for 2 reasons. The Nintendo 64's limited power would have struggled to render the villain. Ganon would also be so large that it'd be impossible for players to see his whole body. However, this unused concept of fighting a giant enemy and scaling its body was brought back for Super Mario Galaxy. The idea was repurposed and led to the creation of the boss Mega Leg. Ganon has made several appearances outside of the Zelda games. One franchise is the Super Smash Bros. Series, where Ganondorf was actually a last-second addition to Melee. According to series creator Masahiro Sakurai, Ganondorf was a very lucky character to get in. To be honest, I had no plans to bring Ganondorf to Smash, but because of his various convenient circumstances, he was able to join the fight. I received his model and his traits were very clearly defined. The body proportions matched Captain Falcon, and above else, his popularity was high. Ganon also made a cameo appearance in the Animal Crossing New Leaf update. Ganon's birthday in New Leaf is February 21st. This is the day The Legend of Zelda was first released in Japan back in 1986.
Did you know there's several games in the Legend of Zelda series which never saw a release in the United States? In some cases, the reasons for these games' lack of localization is quite apparent, while the lack of localization for some other titles is nothing short of baffling. Regardless of the reasons, all these games expand the Zelda universe in ways that many won't have known about. There's 6 games to cover across the Super Nintendo, GameCube, and even the Nintendo DS. But we're starting with 2 Japanese Zelda titles which released on Nintendo's Satellaview add-on, which were never re-released, and as a result, are only playable thanks to a dedicated fan community. The first of these titles we're exploring is BS Zelda no Densetsu, known in English simply as BS for Legend of Zelda. BS Zelda is a fully fledged remake of the original NES The Legend of Zelda from 1986. With BS Zelda being on the Super Nintendo, the game's graphics were recreated within 16-bit limitations. The game still plays very similarly to the original release, but with a few changes, both minor and major. A few examples are that the Super Nintendo's L and R buttons allow the player to switch between items on the fly, and the maximum number of rupees is increased from 255 to 999. Alterations were also made to the game's map, with the overworld actually being smaller, and the game's dungeon layouts being completely different. These changes have caused many fans to refer to the title as a third quest for The Legend of Zelda, as the original had a second quest that was unlocked after beating the game. As we mentioned earlier, this game was only playable on the Satellaview, and made use of a narrator to provide hints and tips at certain points of the livestream. This narrator is alleged to be the Old Man from the start of the game. 2 versions of BS Zelda were broadcast. Between August 9th and August 30th in 1995, the initial third quest version was streamed via Satellaview. However, in December of 1996, a version featuring a different world was broadcast. This is often referred to as the Map 2 version of the game, or the fourth quest. Due to the game being streamed to players, it had to be played in real time. As a result, events would occur at certain points during a broadcast, such as killing all enemies on screen or giving the player an unlimited quantity of a particular item. The game was streamed in 4 weekly installments, and players had to tune in at those times if they wanted to play. Another feature of the fourth quest is that players actually do not take control of Link. Instead, the title makes use of the Satellaview's mascots. These are a red-headed girl and a boy with a baseball cap. The player's name and gender were determined by the user's settings on the Satellaview and loaded into the game. This is the first time a Nintendo-developed Zelda game would feature a female protagonist. Prior to this release, the only Zelda games to have a playable female character were the CDI titles by Philips, and we all know how good they were. This playable character is known as the Hero of Light, a character that would be explored more in the next game we'll be looking at, BS The Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets. Broadcast in 1997, BS The Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets made use of the Super Nintendo's Link to the Past engine, once again putting the player in the shoes of the Hero of Light. A number of changes were made to the game's mechanics, such as being able to change direction while using the Pegasus boots. This change was possibly inspired by the ability to change direction while running in Marvelous, Another Treasure Island by A.G. Aonuma, but we'll be talking more about that game later. Ancient Stone Tablets is often seen as a sort of second quest for A Link to the Past, as many elements from A Link to the Past were reused and rearranged to create an original release. The only difference to most standard second quests within the Zelda series is that Ancient Stone Tablets actually features its own unique storyline. The game's story takes place 6 years after Link defeated Ganon in A Link to the Past. While the kingdom is at peace, Princess Zelda has a recurring dream of a shadow over a temple. When a mysterious light appears in the east of Hyrule, both Zelda and Sahasrarla's younger brother, Aguinar, go to investigate. They find a young child lying on the ground, and take the youth to Sahasrarla's hideout near the Eastern Palace, where Aguinar now resides. Because of the young hero's clothing, they believe that the child may not be from Hyrule at all. Zelda learns that Sahasrarla has left the land to seek out Link, who left after defeating Ganon years before. Sensing courage within the child, Zelda believes that they could be the Hero of Light. We won't go too in-depth with the game's plot for those wanting to play the game themselves. That said, the hero sets forth on a quest to retrieve Ancient Stone Tablets in order to learn more on the impending evil. At the start of the game, the player has no weapon. Instead, prior to obtaining a sword and shield from the Eastern Palace, a golden bee in a bottle can be used to protect the player. When let loose, the bee will attack any monsters the hero encounters, but will run from those who wield a blade. Also given to the player is a bug-catching net and an ocarina, which can be used to return to the entrance of a dungeon. The game is set up over a timeline of 4 real-world weeks. Each week, an hour-long broadcast would be made, similar to that of a serialized story. And every week, the player would have a total of about 50 minutes to complete 2 dungeons, as well as explore Hyrule in search of secrets and bonuses. After the time limit is over, the player's progress would be saved regardless of their position in the game. Progress would be carried over to each session, and players would keep any obtained tablets, items, and rupees. Rather than allow players to complete unfinished dungeons from the previous week,
A thief stands at the entrance of the dungeon and would supply the hero with any treasures that they had found within said dungeon. The narrator from BS Zelda also makes a return in the game, but Aghanar and Princess Zelda will also speak to the player through telepathy. Their dialogue comes in the form of voice acting, and informs the player as well as advances the game's plot. The game also has timed events, which can change the weather to rain or fog, and introduce Zora enemies, as well as give players temporary powers. Some timed story events can also occur, such as the player having to save Zelda from Octoroks, or helping the Sanctuary Sage from drowning in a lake. The game was only ever broadcast twice, and was impossible to boot outside of the designated broadcast time, resulting in it being impossible to play without emulation. As the narration was broadcast to the player live and not stored locally, there's no way to emulate the game's voice acting and orchestral soundtrack without the original audio. While not considered part of the Zelda canon, Ancient Stone Tablets is the first time in which Zelda is shown predicting future events through her dreams. It also marks the first time in which Zelda's voice was ever heard. The game's plot also takes place 6 years after the events of A Link to the Past, the same period of time between the release of both games in Japan. Ancient Stone Tablets also mark the first time in which non-playable characters would move around the world and change behavior depending on the game's time, a feature used extensively in Majora's Mask. The term Hero of Light would also be featured in Four Swords Adventures, and is given to whoever is deemed most helpful during the multiplayer mode of Hyrulean Adventure. The BS Zelda titles are both impossible to play without the use of emulation. ROM files of the games can be found on the BS Zelda homepage, which was created in 1999 and is still maintained by Con. The site archives all releases of the games, as well as all patches that are available for the titles. These patches can range from changing sprites to be Link during gameplay, to attempting to recreate the full original broadcast quality of the titles. Of course, these games never saw a release in America, but they were also only available for a very limited time in Japan. In 1999, Nintendo broke its partnership with broadcaster Saint Giga, who controlled the service, and due to a dispute with the radio station, the service was terminated in the year 2000. The Satellaview, or some variant of it, may have been considered for the international market at some point. Regional variations of the Super Nintendo all had expansion ports used by the Satellaview on their underside, making it possible to utilize a similar device. However, there were no equivalent services to Saint Giga that operated outside of Japan. This would have made it difficult to get a similar service working in the West. Audio or radio dramas are also extremely popular in Japan, meaning the streams were tailored for a Japanese audience. In fact, many games feature audio drama adaptations. Along with the cultural differences, the need to find voice actors for English releases would have been costly, making the investment of localizing the games an even bigger risk. Before we get to the Zelda title we're most eager to talk about, we'd be doing this video a disservice if we didn't bring up a collection of DS Zelda games that never came to America. Tingle, a bizarre little guy who first appeared in Majora's Mask, divided audiences with his strange characteristics. That, however, didn't stop him having a number of games specifically following his exploits. His first solo adventure didn't come in a particularly unique form, nor as a massive release, being a game that was only made available as a reward from Club Nintendo in Japan. Released in 2007, Tingle's Balloon Fight DS was a remake of the original Balloon Fight for the NES, with Tingle taking the role of the main playable character. The game featured 3 modes labeled A, B, and C, with Mode A being a recreation of the original Balloon Fight's arcade format, 99 stages which loop upon completion. Mode B was a multiplayer mode which made use of the DS Download Play feature so that multiple people could play through just a single cartridge, providing a fairly simple competitive balloon fight for up to 4 players. Mode C is simply Balloon Trip, which sets Tingle across a set of side-scrolling stages as he navigates around various obstacles whilst attempting to collect rupees along the way. This was most likely created as a means of promoting another Tingle title that had been released shortly before, freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Released on Nintendo DS in Japan in 2006 and Europe in 2007, and developed by Vanpool, the game follows Tingle and his transformation from an average Joe middle-aged man into a green-garbed fairy. In the game, Tingle starts to hear voices which guide him to a spring nearby his house, where he meets Uncle Rupee. Uncle Rupee is an older looking man with a giant rupee for a head, who offers Tingle the chance to live out his days in a paradise known as Rupee Land, so long as he continues to throw rupees into the pool. With more and more rupees being offered to Uncle Rupee, a tower from beneath the water will begin to rise toward the sky, allowing Tingle to enter Rupee Land. By accepting Uncle Rupee's offer, he is changed, with rupees becoming his sole source of life. The game's events take place across 3 continents with a total of 11 differently themed islands, each containing a dungeon or puzzle that must be solved. The main goal of the game is to make the tower in the spring reach Rupee Land, with the gameplay centering around collecting as much money as possible. On top of this, the player must barter with a variety of NPCs to obtain both information and items, costing what the player must deem to be a reasonable price. Paying too little will provide the player with nothing, but paying too much will needlessly inflate how much they need to let go. This is likely the most bizarre element to the game, with so many people asking you to determine what is believed to be a fair price in certain scenarios. Defeating bosses and completing dungeons not only provides substantial rupee payouts, but also rewards the player with 1 of 5 gemstones, with all 5 needing to be obtained to complete the game. As the tower grows, more areas are unlocked at certain heights, leading to a continual need to donate money in order to progress. Items can also be obtained and sold on Tingle's adventure, or they can be used to aid other characters. Items can sometimes be combined to create new variations in a boiling pot at Tingle's house. There's also decorative items that can be used to adorn the top floor of Tingle's home. While exploring, the DS's top screen acts as a map, but maps must first be discovered, and even then, they are not complete. The game has the player circle landmarks on their maps, encouraging the player to explore all of a map's area. Once completed, the player can of course keep hold of their map, or they can sell it to the map maker for rupees, meaning that the player will no longer have a map for certain areas should they return to them. Seeing as Tingle is very much not a fighter, combat is peculiar in this game. Tingle initiates battles by walking into enemies, creating a large dust cloud. By tapping on the cloud with the stylus, Tingle beats his opponents more quickly. But it's also possible to move during combat to add more enemies into the mix. By increasing the number of enemies in a battle, rewards are increased exponentially, but it also increases how quickly Tingle is hurt. As Tingle's life force is directly attached to his rupees, damage simply depletes the player's rupee count the longer a battle goes on for. To assist in combat and puzzles throughout the game, Tingle can hire several supporting characters into his party in the form of bodyguards. Bodyguards all have varying stats and uses, and not only assist in combat, but are necessary to solve certain puzzles throughout the game. These characters are controlled by dragging them with the stylus, while Tingle is controlled with the system's buttons. Tingle is also aided by another fairy in his quest, known as Pinkle, who provides hints and tips along the adventure. Though not necessarily accepted as canon within the Zelda universe, Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land explains a fair amount about who Tingle is in the world of Hyrule. Tingle is actually not a person specifically, but rather a state of being, capable of falling upon any living thing. The game requires you to name your character, not allowing the name Tingle to be used at all. The name Tingle is still used, however, being adopted by the player after they are transformed. Whoever becomes Tingle will automatically don the green and red suit associated with the character, and become dependent on rupees to survive. Without rupees, Tingle will die. The game also suggests that, like Link, the person who becomes Tingle is bound to the role by destiny. Interestingly, it seems Uncle Rupee may have gotten his name as a result of a bad translation. In the original Japanese version of the game, he is known as Old Man, or Grandpa Rupee, suiting his appearance. It's possible that the translator didn't notice a single character of his name, which changes the word from Old Man to Uncle. The game also includes a wide number of references, such as the boss fight with Captain Stalfos having a top screen similar to that of Nintendo's Punch-Out cabinets in arcades. Even the game's combat system is similar to an earlier Nintendo game, The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls, another title that we've covered on this channel before. Making this even more interesting, The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls was actually a game which had its engine adapted for an earlier entry into the Legend of Zelda series, Link's Awakening. This means that Rosy Rupee Land pays homage to the predecessor to an earlier portable Zelda title. We'll talk more on the game's localization and release after we explore the next Tingle Adventure game on the DS, Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. Irozuki Tingle no Koi no Balloon Trip, or Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, was released exclusively in Japan in 2009. Unlike Rosy Rupee Land, where the game centers around money, Balloon Trip of Love is all about women. Just like in the previous title, the game begins with the player taking on the role of a regular 35-year-old man. Whilst watching telesales on his TV, he learns of a book known as Ripened Valiant Heroes Balloon Trip of Love, a novel following the story of a hero who leaves his parents to fall in love with a princess. He purchases the book at the discounted price of just 2 rupees. However, when he finally opens the book, he's sucked inside and transformed into Tingle. His goal, and only means of escaping the book, is to have a dance with the princess of the book's world, the primary goal of the title. While in this mysterious world, Tingle becomes acquainted with 3 characters reminiscent of those found in The Wizard of Oz. Kakashi, a friendly scarecrow, Biruki, a surly robot, and Lion, the cowardly, lion. Each serves different gameplay roles, with Kakashi capable of fitting into small spaces and using straw to prod at things, Biruki being able to kick objects or analyze them using her robot skills, and Lion being a coward though immensely strong, who has a good rapport with animals. With their help, Tingle must solve puzzles to progress, making his way to the city where Tingle & Co. can all have their wishes granted to them. An additional and central gameplay element of the title is romancing various women. Tingle must form relationships with girls throughout his journey, gaining their affections by showering them with gifts, with each one having their own specific tastes. These gifts can both be purchased or found throughout the game. Unlike the previous entry in the series, Balloon Trip of Love plays more closely to a point-and-click adventure game, with the gameplay being almost exclusively played with the stylus. The player must simply tap objects on screen to interact with them, solving various puzzles and making use of their inventory to further the story. Similar to Rosy Rupee Land, the game makes several references to other Nintendo series. During page 4 of the book, an expired bottle of juice can be found in a spooky abandoned house. If Tingle chooses to drink it, he will have a sudden upset stomach, running from the house to the invincibility theme from Super Mario. On page 6, a minigame can be played which pays homage to Super Mario Bros. 2, including a character select menu of the same style, in which the player must pick vegetables and worms from a field. The character of Lovia, who teaches Tingle how to win the affections of women as well as sell him various gifts, is dressed as an angel, similar to that of Nintendo's Pit. His theme tune is also somewhat reminiscent of Pit's as well. At the end of a dungeon minigame, a victory dance is displayed which has Tingle appear as he does in Majora's Mask, and it's really bloody creepy. The robot crew who operate the Orbital Industries shipping center are almost exactly the same in appearance to that of Chibi Robo. There are also many more throughout Tingle's adventure, so we shan't name them all. While the first iteration of the Tingle-centric games did receive a release in Europe, the second did not, and to top it off, neither titles made their way to an American audience at all. The reasoning behind this has never been officially stated by Nintendo, though fan speculation is that the sexualized themes of Tingle could have lent themselves to caution on Nintendo's part. It's also no secret that Tingle has often received a negative response by American audiences, even being acknowledged by Zelda director Eiji Aonuma himself. After all, this is the reason that Tingle never appears in Twilight Princess, though many would argue that the negativity surrounding the character is mostly in jest, and in some ways, it plays into the character's role within the Zelda series. With that said, Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land had an official poll on Nintendo's website, asking players whether the title should be released to American audiences, with the results swinging, arguably surprisingly, against a release. The fact that Nintendo felt the need to create the poll could be seen as an attempt to gauge a real response on people's feelings towards the character, and the idea of a game centered entirely around him, asking players if they thought he was interesting enough, whether he was considered funny, interesting, boring, or annoying, and even how people would react if he appeared in the then upcoming mainline Zelda game, Twilight Princess. Seeing as Balloon Trip of Love has even more of a sexualized central theme, primarily involving Tingle flirting with women in order to gain their affection, it's unsurprising that Nintendo were reluctant to consider a translation and localization overseas. This second title didn't even see a release in Europe, despite the first entry making its way to the continent, though this could also suggest that Rosy Rupee Land was released in Europe as translation work had already been underway, with the expectation that the game would be released in the US. As audiences had voted against the release in the US, the English translation could still be put to at least some use by launching the game within PAL territories. A fan translation for Balloon Trip of Love was completed in 2017, however, created by several people collectively known as Team Tingle. In 2010, Vanpool, developers of both games, were developing an additional full Tingle title, though the concept was dropped. The game would have been a horror title, starring Tingle in the main role, though it was cancelled due to, and I quote, a variety of reasons. However, it could be argued that a horror game with Tingle would be something that would have likely resonated with an American audience more than the slightly creepy perverted elf man going on wacky adventures to become rich and woo unsuspecting women by showering them with money and gifts. It's not quite fitting with Western values in this day and age. And now for another unique Zelda game that never came to the West. A GameCube Zelda game within a game. While not a fully fledged game in its own right, 2004's The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures had an entire additional mode exclusive to the Japanese and Korean releases called Navi Trackers. Similar to the main part of 4 Swords Adventures, Navi Trackers utilizes the Game Boy Advance to GameCube link cable to give each of the 4 possible players their own screen to play from, whilst the television is used as a map and shared screen. This screen also shows Tetra and a number of other characters from Wind Waker, who provide the player with fully voiced commentary while they play. This is interesting in its own right, as outside of the Satellaview titles, Zelda games didn't typically feature much in the way of voice acting. With this in mind, players can select their gender, along with 2 Japanese characters as their name, which are read aloud by Tetra in Japanese, which is also the case in the Korean release as well. Taking place after the events of the Wind Waker, players must compete across large mazes to navigate and locate the members of Tetra's pirate crew, whilst picking up stamps or medals along the way, to prove Link's worth as a member of the band of pirates, with the 3 opposing players being other pirates who have disguised themselves as Link. The mechanics weren't actually unique to this game, and appeared in an earlier Japanese exclusive title by Eiji Ayanuma, Marvelous Another Treasure Island. The mechanics in question weren't part of the fully fledged release of Marvelous, but rather a Satellaview broadcast in which players would listen to the radio broadcast while navigating a map to collect stamps. This is known as a stamp rally, a common event for Japanese people outside of gaming, in which they collect stamps during events or when visiting locations across the country. Essentially, Navi Trackers replaces the radio broadcast with Tetra's narration. Not only does this mode play as a 4-player competition, but there's also a single-player experience which pits the player against an AI-controlled Tingle instead. The name Navi Trackers worked as both a reference to Link's companion Navi, but also to demonstrate the primary challenge of navigation. That said, the game was once planned to be called Tetra's Trackers when it was announced for the West and first shown at E3 in 2003, alongside 4 Swords Adventures. Both games were previewed as separate titles, though later that year it was announced that both games, alongside an additional mode called Shadow Battle, would come bundled together on the same disc as a 3-in-1 package. The common thread between these games is that all of them would use GBA to GameCube connectivity. However, when the game was launched outside of Japan and Korea, only the main Hyrulean adventure and Shadow Battle were included. This confused many as Navi Trackers was originally demonstrated in English, with players choosing an English initial to represent their name in place of 2 Japanese characters. There isn't a lot of information available as to why this game was only released in Japan and Korea, but Nintendo had a tendency to steer away from voice acting in their major franchises, with many finding issue with the extensive voice acting featured in Super Mario Sunshine. Reprogramming many aspects of the game to work with English could have been a challenge in this respect. We've mentioned some similarities between Navi Trackers and Marvelous Another Treasure Island, but it seems the connection between these 2 games may run even deeper than loose inspiration. Marvelous was created after Eiji Aonuma expressed an interest in creating a Zelda game. Keep in mind, this was before Aonuma ever worked on a Zelda title, and is why Marvelous gives off some strong Zelda vibes. But now that Aonuma is the de facto Zelda series producer, he may have gotten the urge to go back to the world of Marvelous. In a Nintendo Online magazine interview published in March 2004, Navi Trackers director Yoshinori Tsuchiyama said the game originated from the desire to make a complete departure from Hyrulean Adventure, which is the main game in Four Swords Adventures, and incorporate a sense of realism produced by having the game talk to the players through the screen. Aonuma then chimes in, saying, "It all started with an 8-year-old game called Marvelous, which made use of the Satellaview satellite transmission system. In that game, players would collect stamps while listening to a radio broadcast. We replaced the satellite transmission system with the connectivity function, used Tetra's character as the vocal guide, and incorporated the pirates." So Navi Trackers was meant to be a complete departure from the main game in Four Swords, and upon hearing this, Aonuma starts talking about Marvelous. It'd be easy to think nothing of this, but there's unused assets in the game's data that make this brief exchange very interesting. Within this unused material are various player icons for a blonde-haired boy in a cowboy hat, a character known as Dion, who is one of the 3 main protagonists in Marvelous. There's 4 different colors for Dion, each for a player character, just like the 4 different colors for Link in the final game. There's even data suggesting that the character Gina Rockwell, who is Dion's teacher in Marvelous, originally took the place of Tetra in Navi Trackers. There's an unused background image showing Gina talking to the player, taking up the same part of the screen Tetra does in the finished game. Biggest of all, there's even a full 3D model of Gina which seems fairly polished. Putting all of this together, it seems that Navi Trackers was originally planned to be based on the Marvelous IP, with Gina guiding Dion instead of Tetra guiding Link. But it was reworked into something that would be more marketable, which is ironic considering that this game mode is probably one of the least played Zelda games of all time.
Did you know? As critically acclaimed as the Legend of Zelda games are, the series has its fair share of mistakes. In A Link to the Past, there's an item called the Cane of Somaria, which has an interesting story surrounding its name. When the game was ported to Game Boy Advance, the item was renamed Cane of Somasoa, but only in the Japanese version. Professional game translator Clyde Mendelin looked into why the name was changed, and documented any differences between the various releases of the game. The re-releases on the Wii and Wii U Virtual Console, as well as the release on the SNES Classic, call the item Cane of Somaria in English and Japanese. Mendelin even checked the version from the Japanese Super Famicom service, Nintendo Power. This now defunct service allowed people to download Super Famicom titles onto a blank cartridge at the fraction of the retail price. The item in this version of A Link to the Past still had the Somaria name. However, the item is named differently in the GBA's game's various Japanese strategy guides. Both Famitsu and Nintendo's Dream Magazine guides refer to the item as Cane of Somaria, with only Nintendo's official guide referring to the item as Somasoa. The word Somaria and the word Somasoa are very similar in Japanese. This is because the katakana for ri and so are visually alike, especially in A Link to the Past game front. It seems that while developing the GBA port, a member of the staff either misread or miswrote the cane's name as Somasoa. This mistake must have stuck and made it into the game's retail release. The very first Zelda game on the NES has a number of grammatical errors and translation issues. The English game's opening text was lifted straight from the Japanese version, which was written entirely in English. In it, the Triforce of Power and Wisdom are referred to as the Triforce with Power and Wisdom. Ganon's name is also misspelled with an extra N. This spelling of Ganon was also present in the Famicom Disk version of Zelda 2, and the Japanese version of A Link to the Past. The English and Japanese versions of the original Zelda have several re-releases with minor revisions to them. The opening script was revised in 2003 for the Zelda collection on the GameCube, which fixed spelling errors in the message. However, most of the in-game text is still far from perfect, with odd wording and cryptic hints. There's one spelling error that managed to slip through the cracks time and time again. The hint man in the first level talks about an eastern peninsula, but the word peninsula was again spelled with an extra N. Despite the changes made to the other spelling errors, this mistake popped up in the GBA port. It also occurred in the Zelda collection as well as the Virtual Console release for the Wii, Wii U, and Nintendo 3DS. It wasn't until the release of the NES Classic in 2016 when it was finally spelled correctly, nearly 30 years later. Developer oversights also led to the game's second quest mode, which essentially lets players replay the entire game with a few changed elements. In it, Iwata asks on the history of handheld Zelda games, designer Takashi Tezuka revealed he mistakenly only used half of the game's memory when making the game's dungeons. Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto saw this as an opportunity, and the team used the remaining memory to house the second quest. Nintendo veteran Toshihiko Nakago explained what happened when Tezuka gave him the first game's dungeon layout. Tetsukiya-san said, "I did it and brought this to me. I created the data exactly in line with it, but then Tetsukiya-san made a mistake and only used half the data. I said, Tetsukiya-san, there's only half here. Where did the other half go?" And he was like, "What? Oops. I messed up." Other releases of the game had even more spotty translation work, if any translation at all. In Europe, the first Zelda retained all English in-game text for most territories. Some versions left the text from the instruction manual untranslated, which likely left some players completely in the dark. This is somewhat addressed in the French release of Zelda 2. The game's manual came in French and featured translation for the in-game text, as some of it was still in English. However, the manual itself still had its fair share of mistranslations and errors. On top of this, not every line of dialogue in-game was in the book, including important text the player needs to get through the game. In Minish Cap, the player is able to buy figurines, depicting characters and locations throughout the game. In the European PAL version, the figurine of the Ice Wizard Robe enemy tells the player to use the Fire Rod item on them, as they're weak to fire-based attacks. While the Fire Rod does exist in the game's code, it was ultimately cut from the final product, and their true weakness is in the Flame Lantern. When the game released in North America, a couple months later, this information was fixed. Another example of a figurine giving false information is found in the Spear Moblin figurine. It states the Spear Moblins can appear in the Minish Woods, though they actually can't be found there at all. Mistakes in Zelda games have even started urban legends. In A Link to the Past, there were rumors of an invisible enemy found in the Dark World's Swamp of Evil, alternatively known as Misery Mire. If the player heads to the southern area of the swamp and uses the Bombos Medallion, they may be able to see the enemy catch fire and leave an item behind. Players were unsure of what this invisible enemy might have been for years, leading to the enemies being named the Ghost of Misery Mire. It wasn't until the rise of ROM hacking when the mystery was finally uncovered. A ROM editor by the name of Hyrule Magic was released in the early 2000s and unveiled everything in this game's code, including the supposed ghosts. The code reveals that they're actually Fireball Zoras, enemies that do appear in the swamp and go by the name Ku in the Dark World. The oversight leading to the ghost came from A Link to the Past's water. The water can be found in two varieties, shallow and deep, with a specific type of Zora, or Ku, appearing in each. However, Ku were only programmed to appear in deep water, and several Ku in the swamp spawn in shallow water. Because the Ku are placed on tiles with properties they were never meant to spawn on, they were not properly rendered in-game. It's believed that these Ku have either misplaced spawn points or were originally in deep water, which was changed to shallow water later in development. Either way, their presence in the final game is surely a mistake. The The Zelda games on the Nintendo 64 have a myriad of glitches, and a few details that were overlooked during development. A recurring oversight can be found in the pots of Ocarina of Time. The twins' house in the Kokiri Forest may show one pot in the background, but the collision model actually features two. Due to how the background is mapped to this collision, if Link tries to roll between the pots, parts of him will disappear behind the background where the hidden pot is located. The guardhouse in Hyrule Castle also has data for two pots that are missing. In the Water Temple's room with the Time Geyser houses 3 unloaded pots, indicating that this room went through a redesign with pots being left out. Having used the same engine as Ocarina of Time and being developed in only 18 months, Majora's Mask shares a lot of similar glitches and oddities with its predecessor. It also reused many assets seen in Ocarina, but not every one of them made a perfect transition. The game's quest status screen has an unused item slot, for example, which in Ocarina was used for a golden Scatula icon. The text on the Romani's Ranch arc reads, "Welcome to Kakariko Village," when translated. This is because the arc was lifted right out of Ocarina of Time's corresponding area, and was fixed on the Majora's Mask remake on 3DS. Another oversight on Majora's Mask allows players to get more items for less money. If the player purchases an item in Majora's Mask, their rupee counter will tick down instead of immediately dropping. This isn't just a visual transition, however. It reflects the game's internal rupee counter. Because of this, players can buy more items than they should be able to. For example, if the player has 50 rupees and bought bombs for 30 rupees, if they managed to spam the A button and click purchase again before the rupee ticker went below 30, they could buy a second set of bombs. Majora's Mask also housed a version of the infamous bottle dupe glitch, which allowed players to overwrite items assigned to the C button with a bottle. In one of the easier methods of pulling this off, players needed to catch something in a bottle, such as a fish, then go to the curiosity shop. When giving an item to the merchant, the player needs to hold the R button while pressing the A button to confirm the exchange, then quickly bring up the items menu by pausing and switch out the bottle with items of their choice. After the exchange has finished, the player will have an empty bottle in place of their old item. This glitch was also initially present in the 3DS remake, before getting patched out 2 weeks after its release. While the glitch is able to make certain tasks in-game easier, it's just as easy to permanently lose an important item through it, like the hookshot. Speaking of lost items, the Thunder Helm in Breath of the Wild can be permanently lost if it's received when the armor inventory is full. After getting the helmet from Riju, the game will register Link as having the taken item, but it won't show up in Link's inventory with no way to get it back. The game does have an effect in place to try and stop this from happening, pretending the player hasn't done the side quest required to get it if they don't have the space for it. But if the game is saved and reloaded several times, the scene may progress like normal, leading to the glitch. The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword also has its share of mistakes. The ancient robots all have model numbers that relate to the Lanayru Desert, with these numbers starting with LD. The LD stands for the Lanayru Desert, and different regional versions of Skyward Sword have different abbreviations in line with the area's name, such as Japan, which uses RS for Ranyuyu Sabaku. However, in this game's continuity, the robots were created before this area became a desert. When these robots were made, the area was a woodland by the sea. This means that any abbreviation referencing the desert doesn't make sense when the age of the robots is taken into account.
If there's only one thing you can learn from the life of Eiji Aonuma, let it be this: it's never too late to reinvent yourself. Aonuma entered the industry with almost no knowledge of video games, but has grown into a strong leader at the helm of one of Nintendo's biggest franchises. His work in the industry has left a massive imprint on action-adventure games, and has influenced multiple generations of developers. This is how a woodworker with no experience with gaming went to reinvent the industry's most storied fantasy franchise more than once. This is Eiji Aonuma. Eiji Onizuka was born on March 16, 1963 in the Nagano Prefecture of Japan. He would later change his name to Eiji Aonuma around the turn of the millennium after getting married. Aonuma's grandfather and uncle were carpenters, and their family lived near a carpentry shop. Because of this, Aonuma grew up watching people create things with their hands, which had a huge influence on his worldview and work ethic. Aonuma didn't play video games growing up, and his parents never bought him toys. This meant that Aonuma had to make toys of his own, picking up branches that fell from trees and nailing them together to create new playthings. In the 1980s, Aonuma attended the Tokyo National University of Fine Arts and Music, where he realized he wasn't gifted at drawing or coloring. Despite being told that he had no artistic talents, Aonuma found his passion in his family's roots: woodcrafting. He shifted his focus to woodwork, and in particular karakuri puppets, a traditional Japanese mechanical puppet made for entertainment, especially at parties. The puppets usually performed simple actions through the use of levers and gears, with one common karakuri puppet serving tea when teacups are placed on the doll. In particular, Aonuma has stated he made karakuri puppets that would appear to play music once they were wound up, but wooden puppets would not be the creations that defined Aonuma's career. Because of his inexperience with video games, Aonuma only had a casual knowledge of the industry. However, after graduating from Tokyo National University in 1988, Aonuma noticed the artwork and graphic design of Yoichi Kotabe. A fellow graduate of Tokyo National, Kotabe had provided illustrations for the Super Mario series and would later contribute to the Pokemon franchise. Aonuma met with Kotabe, who agreed to set up an interview for Aonuma at Nintendo with a man named Shigeru Miyamoto. Reflecting on the interview, Aonuma thinks his karakuri puppets made an impact on Miyamoto, who also ran a theater of dolls. Regardless, Aonuma impressed Miyamoto, and was hired as a graphic designer at Nintendo's R&D2 department the same year. Interestingly, Aonuma was not formally introduced to games until after he'd already applied for this position at Nintendo. His girlfriend at the time suggested Aonuma play the first Dragon Quest game, which he could not put down and sometimes skipped sleep to play. She also introduced Aonuma to the Portopia serial murder case on the PC 8801. Though he only developed graphics when he joined the Nintendo, the more Aonuma worked on games, the more he began to appreciate the medium. One of the first titles Aonuma is credited on is NES Open Tournament Golf, a title he worked on under Masayuki Uemura, the father of the Famicom. Aonuma also helped create sprites for both Mario and Peach during his early years at Nintendo. During this period, Aonuma naturally began playing through a wide range of Nintendo titles, including the first Legend of Zelda. The game frustrated Aonuma, who said at GDC, "At the time, I didn't have much experience playing games. I was particularly bad at playing games that required quick reflexes." Instead, his interest shifted more towards text-based games, or ones that focused on puzzle solving instead of action. Aonuma enjoyed reading stories and felt that games that allowed players to participate in their stories could bring joy to many gamers. In 1991, just 3 years after Aonuma joined the company, Nintendo would release The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past for the Super Famicom. This game had a huge impact on Aonuma's philosophy regarding games and game design. He later reflected on his experience with A Link to the Past during his 2004 GDC talk, explaining that the title incorporated many basic actions that were completely unrelated to battling enemies. These included cutting grass to find secrets, lifting stones to search underneath them, and finding keys to open doors in dungeons. Aonuma felt the same sort of progression in those non-combative actions as he did inputting commands in text-based adventure games. He also felt that the real-time nature of A Link to the Past's gameplay offered superior feelings of control. When speaking about getting inspiration from games he didn't work on, Aonuma told Eurogamer, "I don't look at what's happening in the game, but how it made me feel. What in the game moved me, and how can I bring out those same emotions in players who play my games? My intent isn't to copy them, but those are things that stay with you as a player." Aonuma was deeply impressed with A Link to the Past, and wanted to create a game that would live up to the standards that it set. He would get his chance with the title Marvelous, Another Treasure Island, Aonuma's directorial debut released for the Super Famicom on October 26, 1996. Marvelous had a rocky development cycle, initially envisioned for the cancelled Super Famicom CD peripheral. Nintendo also originally partnered with the entertainment studio Kyoto Animation to create an animated sequence for the title, but this had to be cut when Marvelous changed format from CD to cartridge. Additionally, Aonuma's team developed 2 Marvelous titles for the Super Famicom's Satellaview service before Another Treasure Island was physically released. The 2 titles, BS Marvelous Time Athletics and BS Marvelous Camp Arnold, were prequels to Another Treasure Island and were broadcast to the Satellaview service in January and November of 1996, respectively. Marvelous Another Treasure Island was released far enough into the Super Nintendo's lifespan that the Nintendo 64 was already on the market. Because of this, Nintendo did not want to invest in translating the title for the West, resulting in the game being region-locked to Japan. Still, the gameplay of Marvelous would fulfill Aonuma's desire to create a game like A Link to the Past, based on puzzles and texts and built on the same engine. Unlike A Link to the Past, Marvelous featured 3 playable characters and gave players more options when interacting with objects. A sequel was briefly considered for the Nintendo 64, but the series never continued, as Aonuma had a bigger role to play in another of Nintendo's franchises. Despite its setbacks, Miyamoto was impressed with Marvelous and Aonuma's work on it, and invited Aonuma to work on the new Zelda game in development for the Nintendo 64. Miyamoto had seen how much A Link to the Past inspired Marvelous, and reportedly thought that if Aonuma wanted to make games similar to Zelda, he might as well work with the main Zelda team at Nintendo Entertainment Analysis and Development. Though this Zelda game was originally envisioned as a launch title for the Nintendo 64, it had an unusually long development cycle and had to be reworked numerous times. The game had an interesting workflow, with several directors who were all in charge of certain portions of the game. Aonuma contributed designs for various temples and areas, including what would become its infamous Water Temple. Eventually, he also worked on several gameplay systems that became integrated into the dungeons. For example, Aonuma decided that each dungeon should have an overarching theme. For the Force Temple, it was chasing around a set of Poe sisters. For Jabu Jabu's Belly, it was rescuing and guiding the Zora Princess. Aonuma also worked on enemy designs for these dungeons, ironic considering that combat turned him off from the original Zelda. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time was released in November of 1998 to near universal acclaim, partially because of Aonuma's work on the title's dungeons. Many of the game's dungeon designs have remained iconic parts of the series, some being remembered fondly and one or two attracting a more notorious reputation. Aonuma was happy with the team's work on Ocarina and felt that they could hit even greater heights with their next game, even if they would face new challenges. He later explained in an interview that the atmosphere that we could set a higher goal because we had done a good job with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time was the driving force for making Majora's Mask. I still think we were lucky that we could actually achieve our goal even though we started off unprepared. Despite Aonuma's optimism, Nintendo and Miyamoto wondered how they could follow the success of a massive game like Ocarina of Time. It was decided that the next Zelda game would reuse the same engine as Ocarina of Time, since a significant amount of work and resources went into its development. Initially, Miyamoto instructed the Zelda team to begin remixing the game's dungeon in a new version that would be called Ur Zelda, or Another Zelda. Aonuma, however, was against this idea and instead wanted to make a full-fledged sequel. Two teams began working on the separate products, with Aonuma leading a project called Zelda Gaiden, or Zelda Side Story. While he was originally the title's sole supervising director, Aonuma was uneasy with this responsibility and asked Yoshiaki Koizumi to join him as a co-director. Koizumi agreed, but only on the condition that he be allowed to do whatever he wanted with the game. The new title was developed by much of the same staff as Ocarina of Time, and reused several assets from that game, allowing development to proceed quickly and efficiently. In the end, it took this smaller team only 1 year to complete what would become The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, a feat Aonuma does not believe he could achieve again. Though it wouldn't go on to sell as many copies as its predecessor, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask was still a massive success and was similarly universally acclaimed. Game Informer went as far as to call it, without question, the finest adventure the N64 had to offer. Critics and players praised the title's unique and unsettling tone, and thought the time loop gameplay system made it the most unique Zelda game to date. Due to the incredible success of Majora's Mask, Aonuma was tasked with continuing the Zelda franchise, overseeing future entries in the series. In addition to this professional advancement, Aonuma's personal life also changed during this period. Before work on Majora's Mask was completed, he would be married, and shortly after its release, Aonuma's son was born. Before development of Majora's Mask was completed, Nintendo knew the next Zelda game would release on the Nintendo 64's successor, the GameCube. Several experiments were done with the hardware to decide a new direction for the Zelda series, including a realistic demo that was shown at Space World 2000 featuring Link fighting Ganondorf. Though the clip resonated with many fans, it was hastily put together and didn't excite the Zelda team. Aonuma even hated the realistic demo, saying, "I thought, no, this isn't Zelda. This isn't Zelda at all. I felt like this wasn't what I imagined Zelda to be. It wasn't the Zelda I wanted to make. That video clip didn't contain any big surprises. There wasn't any type of revelation going on. It was more like a continuation of the previous version." The staff began looking for a new direction, and one day, artist Yoshiki Haruhana drew Link in a cartoonish style. This design would chart a new course for the Zelda team. The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker was revealed to the public at Space World 2001, but to mixed responses from fans. The harsh initial reaction came as a surprise to Aonuma, as many longtime fans felt Nintendo was abandoning them to appeal more to children. Despite this, when The Wind Waker was released, the game received widespread critical acclaim. Critics praised the title's fluid gameplay and excellent level design, and positively compared the cel-shaded art direction to the works of Disney and Hayao Miyazaki. Regardless, fans remained divided on the look, and the title sold considerably less than Ocarina of Time. Nintendo of America attributed the weaker sales to the art style, while Nintendo of Japan believed a general decline in Japanese interest in video games negatively impacted The Wind Waker. Initially, a direct sequel to The Wind Waker was put into development. However, these plans were scrapped after the mixed reactions. This devastated Aonuma, who briefly considered leaving the Zelda series altogether. He decided the next game should cater more to the North American market and pitched a new game that would act as a continuation of Ocarina of Time. Miyamoto was hesitant about just changing the graphical presentation, and suggested that Aonuma work on concepts that were cut from Ocarina of Time, such as fighting on horseback. Aonuma and his team began working to create realistic horseback riding, and completed the feature in just 4 months. Shortly afterwards, what would become The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess was revealed at E3 2004 to possibly the best reception a Zelda title has ever had. Similar to previous games like A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time, it was decided to include both a light world and dark world into Twilight Princess. Around this time, Aonuma had a dream about a wolf locked into a cage, and was inspired to add Wolf Link to the game to counterbalance the abilities of Human Link. Despite this, Twilight Princess had a troubled development. Aonuma was also working as a supervisor on both the Minish Cap and Phantom Hourglass, and when he returned to check in on the Twilight Princess team, he found them struggling to make the gameplay satisfying. During this period, Aonuma was shown the motion control hardware from the Nintendo Wii, and thought that pointing at the screen might be well suited for shooting arrows. Aonuma decided to delay Twilight Princess for a year so his team could continue to polish up its gameplay, as well as to incorporate motion controls for a Wii port. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess was released for the GameCube and as a launch title for the Wii in late 2006, to massive critical and commercial success. Between the two versions, Twilight Princess sold 8.85 million copies, more than even Ocarina of Time. After the success of Twilight Princess, Aonuma was promoted to the role of producer for the Zelda series, and would eventually take up the position of supervisor for the franchise. He had previously overseen the Zelda franchise's expansions into crossovers, including Soul Calibur 2, and provided support for both Super Smash Bros. Melee and Brawl. Interestingly, Aonuma was also a contributing factor for Smash Bros. Series director Masahiro Sakurai to return to the franchise. He told Sakurai that the Smash Bros. Series would probably end if Sakurai didn't contribute his skill and expertise to Brawl. In his new supervisory role for the Zelda series, Aonuma oversaw remakes of both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask for the Nintendo 3DS, and then later HD remasters of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. However, the first new home console Zelda game Aonuma oversaw would have more mixed results than past Zelda titles. Development on a new Zelda game for the Wii began in late 2006, and Twilight Princess was used by the team as a starting point. Aonuma believed that Nintendo hadn't fully realized the goal of creating a vast, realistic world with Twilight Princess, and wanted to make a game as memorable as Ocarina of Time. The company originally estimated that it would take just 3 years to make this game, but unexpected difficulties extended that timeline to 5 years. The game incorporated the Wii Motion Plus peripheral, which allowed for more one-to-one control of Link by the player. Though Aonuma was originally enthusiastic about incorporating Wii Motion Plus, the team had difficulty implementing it and he considered dropping it altogether. The team would later borrow technology from the developers of Wii Sports Resort so they could better include sword play for the new Zelda game. Despite the troubles, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword was released in November of 2011. Though the game did receive critical acclaim, it sold fewer than half as many copies as Twilight Princess. Additionally, some critics and many fans felt that Skyward Sword was far too linear, and relied too heavily on traditional Zelda elements. Many players also had difficulty with Skyward Sword's motion controls, and felt like the game was holding their hand. This feedback was important to Aonuma, who later told Kotaku, "When we created Skyward Sword, I really felt the need to make sure that everyone playing the game understood it, and I kinda front-loaded all that in Skyward Sword. It doesn't really help to get that information when you don't know what to do with it. So that was a real learning experience for me." Another comment from fans was that they wanted to explore the areas between Skyward Sword's segmented maps. Because of this, Aonuma decided that the next game in the franchise should feature a large interconnected world that would rethink many of Zelda's conventions, and take inspiration from open-world RPGs like The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim. It was also decided to include voiceovers during cutscenes, a first for the franchise. The gamble to completely reinvent the Zelda franchise paid off, as The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was released on March 3, 2017 to massive critical and commercial acclaim. It is often cited as one of the best games of all time, and has sold over 15 million copies. It wasn't just a good change for the game, but for the man as well. Aonuma has said that working on Breath of the Wild was the most fun he's ever had making a game. He told Game Informer, "The people who made this game didn't have troubled faces. They were smiling the whole time they worked on it. At the start of development with all the new things we were doing, I definitely was worried. I had a worried face. As I saw the staff put it together, that concern started to go away. We were doing challenging new things, but we always did them with a smile. I don't think I've experienced that before. Eiji Aonuma's role as a guiding hand for the Zelda franchise has reinvented that series in numerous ways, providing unique forms of storytelling, striking visual styles, and new ways for players to solve problems. In 2019, Aonuma was again promoted to the Deputy General Manager of Nintendo's Entertainment, Planning and Development Division, where he oversaw the remake of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening and is currently overseeing work on Breath of the Wild's sequel. All of this from a woodcarver who had little experience with video games before applying for a job in the business. Aonuma has previously joked about surpassing his colleague and friend Shigeru Miyamoto as a titan in the gaming industry. But Aonuma has already done more than enough to earn himself the title of a legend.
Did you know? Hyrule Warriors likely only exists due to a fortunate coincidence. Nintendo is known to be very strict with their IPs, so when Koei Tecmo approached Nintendo about making a Dynasty Warriors-styled Zelda title, they were surprised the idea wasn't outright rejected. What the team didn't know was that Zelda series director Eiji Aonuma happened to be playing through One Piece Pirate Warrior at the time, a title that has the same gameplay as Dynasty Warriors. So when Koei Tecmo approached him about a possible collaboration, Aonuma was receptive. And after the idea of mixing Zelda and Dynasty Warriors, Aonuma enthusiastically agreed and gave the team considerable freedom. Despite the freedom that Koei Tecmo had, Nintendo still heavily influenced the new sub-series. Originally, the game was going to be very similar to traditional Zelda titles with very few Dynasty Warriors elements. For example, it was planned to have full-blown boss battles with dungeons to explore. However, Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto saw this proposal and was very dissatisfied with its direction. He flipped the pitch, saying the game should be more of a Dynasty Warriors title with Zelda elements leading to the Hyrule Warriors we know today. The team then had to go back to the drawing board, reworking much of their proposal. Despite this course change, the discussion and pre-development period lasted only about half a year. Actual development of Hyrule Warriors went very smoothly, with Koei Tecmo and Nintendo spending about a year and a half actually working on the game. Internally, the project would be called Project Z, as evidenced by concept art and game data. In the Japanese version of Hyrule Warriors for the Wii U, there are several unused files relating to the game's early development. Several portraits from Dynasty Warriors 8 can be found, along with several assets relating to Tingle. This suggests that Tingle was originally planned to be a base game character, but was cut during development. In-game text and some code also exists for Tingle, but in nowhere near completed state. The code also suggests he would use his balloon as a weapon, which might suggest his DLC appearance in the Majora's Mask pack didn't differ too much from his original planned appearance. In an interview shortly after the game's release, it was revealed that Aonuma pushed back against the idea of Tingle being in the game. This was due to Western fans disliking the character and Aonuma wanting to prevent backlash and annoyance. Tingle wasn't the only character left on the cutting room floor. Linkle, initially a female alt of Link, was also proposed by Koei Tecmo early in development. The team gave her a sword at first, but later decided they wanted to use crossbows as a reference to Link's crossbow training on the Wii. Koei Tecmo had a difficult time deciding what role she would play, such as if she'd be Link's sister and what the implications of that would be. The role of Linkle was hotly debated by the development team. Producer Yosuke Hayashi has stated, "There was some consideration of including a female Link, but in the end we decided that might kind of shift the focus of the game, so that idea was realized in the female sorceresses Lana and Sia." These arguments led to Linkle being outright dropped from the original game. In Japan, a special edition of the game was released with an art book featuring sketches of Linkle alongside some basic info. Fans took a keen interest in the character, especially outside of Japan, which led to Linkle being put into Hyrule Warriors All-Stars. Koei Tecmo spent a lot of time trying to perfect her design and wanted her to have a younger sister vibe. Originally, she was planned to be an exact female copy of Link, but the team wanted to add more character to her. To make her more likable, they gave her a trait of being bad with directions. In the end, Linkle being terrible with directions, despite literally having a compass, was well received by fans. Koei Tecmo also spent a lot of time on the game's original characters, Lana and Sia. Originally, they weren't planned as sorceresses at all, but fairies. This was changed during development to flesh out the story and provide a reason as to why different universes were connected. The team also considered adding Wind Waker content to the original Hyrule Warriors. However, many thought Wind Waker differed too much visually from Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, and Ocarina of Time. When Nintendo and Koei Tecmo decided to make a 3DS sequel, they chose to to include a Wind Waker epilogue to the game's story. This wasn't the only story change in the Hyrule Warriors series, with Linkle's introduction in Hyrule Warriors All-Stars being more ambitious. Originally, the team envisioned Linkle wandering into the Temple of Souls. Girahim would present and would be placing a curse on Link. Darunia and Lana would then show up and start competing with Girahim in a dance-off to rescue Link. Linkle would approach the dancing group and try to put a stop to everything. However, when she got closer to Link, much to her horror, she discovered that it was actually Tingle. In the end, it would all be a dream. The team decided to cut this bizarre story sequence and focus on Linkle's character development. When making the DLC for the Wii U and 3DS versions, the team decided to approach each DLC with a theme. For the Wii U, Koei Tecmo wanted to focus on console Zelda releases, while with the 3DS they focused on handheld games. The developers were very passionate about what characters should make it in, often leading to intense arguments. At WonderCon 2016, producer Yosuke Hayashi revealed one fan-favorite character they often discussed. Groose from Skyward Sword was heavily considered for the game's roster or DLC, but was sadly passed over. Hyrule Warriors features some sort of reference to almost every single Nintendo-published Zelda title. Characters from most console releases of Zelda made it into the game's rosters. However, some costumes have more obscure references which aren't clear at first glance. While the Oracle games wouldn't get a character or weapon representation, Impa's red and green costume is most likely a reference to the Impa from those titles. Sadly, this seems to be the only Oracle representation in Hyrule Warriors. Volga has an orange costume which references Barbara, a snake dragon boss from The Adventure of Link. Even the Japan-only Tingle games were referenced in Hyrule Warriors through Tingle's weapons and outfits. All in all, it seems just 2 titles missed the boat. The Minish Cap and Triforce Heroes seem to be the only main Zelda titles that aren't referenced in some way. It's not surprising that Triforce Heroes missed out in Hyrule Warriors, as it was released after the Wii U version, but it's unfortunate that the title wasn't represented in the 3DS or Switch releases. As for the Minish Cap, it's unknown why Koei Tecmo and Nintendo didn't include any references to it. There were several character redesigns during development of Hyrule Warriors. Link's iconic blue scarf wasn't originally present, and at one point it was even green. In one of the pieces of concept art, a ghostly Zelda can be seen supporting Link, enhancing his sword and shield. Zelda went through a number of designs, including one where she wore a helmet. Sheik also had several scrapped designs before the team decided to stay close to their Ocarina of Time appearance. These weren't the only characters that were changed. Tetra was originally planned to use bullets, but due to age rating concerns, her weapon was changed to a water pistol. The 3DS version's box art also had to be redrawn to bring it in line with age ratings. Originally, Koei Tecmo wanted Link's sword to be front and center, pointing at the viewer, but it had to be altered to ensure a lower age rating. Hyrule Warriors had a huge impact on the Legend of Zelda series and Aonuma himself. Before Breath of the Wild's release, Aonuma stated, "I talked about the idea of the open world and how we're really going to bring it to life in the next installment of the series. With Hyrule Warriors, it's not a huge open world, but it's a large area with battles taking place all the time. My goal is to eliminate that sort of formula, with the Zelda series as a whole, and make it more of, as in with Hyrule Warriors, this large space where you have to figure out what your experience is going to be within that space." Breath of the Wild would employ huge boss battles that could be fought in the map, most notably the game's final boss. The Hyrule Warriors games had several glitches which gave advantages to players. One glitch allowed players to collect a lot of rupees. Another glitch caused characters to swap out movesets with each other. One possible piece of unused data can be accessed through this glitch. By putting Lana's moveset over Zelda's, players could hear Zelda sing her lullaby. It's unused by both Zelda and Lana and can only be accessed through the glitch. The Switch version featured a bug in the game's co-op mode. The terrain on the second player's screen would be loaded onto the first player's screen if the game was kept on for too long. Koei Tecmo would eventually fix this issue in an update to the game. The 3DS version is one of the few Nintendo 3DS titles to have the 3D view disabled during gameplay. This was because the console had difficulty running the game with a lot of enemies. Playing on the new 3DS allowed more enemies to be on the screen, making Hyrule Warriors All-Stars one of the few games to utilize the power difference between the standard 3DS and improved new 3DS. There's been a fair amount of Nintendo TV shows throughout the years, and even a few movies like the Super Mario Bros. Live-action film, as well as the animated Animal Crossing film from 2006. But for every show or film that actually released, there's a project that got scrapped. In this video, we'll be talking about a few of the more interesting and unique lost Nintendo shows and movies, with the first project being a modern take on their classic fantasy franchise. In 2015, the Wall Street Journal reported that a new show based on the Legend of Zelda franchise was in the works at Netflix, with Nintendo reportedly working closely alongside Netflix to bring Hyrule to life. At the time of the Wall Street Journal's article, the show was said to be in its early stages of development, with Netflix seeking writers to start work on the project. As an indication of what the final project might look like, the show was apparently described as a Game of Thrones but for family audiences. This rumor seemed a bit unrealistic to some, as Nintendo has historically been very protective of their intellectual properties being used for TV and film. As such, several outlets tried to get confirmation on the rumor. The Wall Street Journal reached out to both Nintendo and Netflix, with a Netflix spokeswoman declining to comment and a Nintendo spokesperson simply saying that they don't comment on rumors and speculation. Just over a month after the rumor broke, Time.com got the chance to ask then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata about the rumor. Iwata responded by saying, "As of now, I have nothing new to share with you in regard to the use of our IPs for any TV shows or films, but I can at least confirm that the article in question is not based on correct information." Iwata's comments didn't seem to outright refute the rumors, which to some looked like confirmation that something was actually happening behind the scenes with Nintendo and Netflix. Despite there being some optimism, nothing came of the rumor for quite some time. 6 years after the original article, the project was finally confirmed to be real by comedian and writer Adam Conover, who's worked on several Netflix projects. But the confirmation came with some bad news that the project had been outright canceled by Nintendo. Conover appeared as a guest on the Surf Times podcast and dropped a bombshell 40 minutes into the video. Not only did Nintendo scrap the Zelda show, but they also canceled the stop-motion Star Fox series that was also in the works at Netflix. Conover lamented, "Suddenly there were reports Netflix wasn't going to do its Legend of Zelda anymore. I was like, what happened? And then I heard from my boss we weren't doing our Star Fox anymore. I was like, what happened? He was like, someone at Netflix leaked the Legend of Zelda thing. They weren't supposed to talk about it, and Nintendo freaked out and they pulled the plug on everything, the entire program to adapt these things." This Star Fox series was going to be produced by College Humor with direct input from Star Fox creator Shigeru Miyamoto. The show's visual style would have been based on Wes Anderson's stop-motion adaptation of Roald Dahl's Fantastic Mr. Fox. This came about after College Humor made a 2011 parody short titled Fantastic Mr. Star Fox that parodied both Star Fox and the Fantastic Mr. Fox film. It's clear that a lot of love went into the short, with College Humor being able to not only understand the Star Fox world, but faithfully recreate the animation style of Wes Anderson. And it clearly impressed Nintendo enough for them to give the green light to adapt an entire series. However, according to Conover, the project was short-lived and was unfortunately canceled along with the live-action Zelda series. There's been no official word on whether Nintendo actually pulled the plug on these shows due to a leak, but it does roughly line up with their past behavior. In September 2017, the Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga 3DS remake leaked online several weeks ahead of its official launch due to an online influencer. In response, Nintendo heavily scaled back the amount of outlets and influencers who were given early copies of Nintendo games to review. Yeah, that would really suck for anyone who that happened to. The general consensus at the time was that this was an overreaction by Nintendo, as not only did Nintendo know exactly who leaked their game, but their retaliation disproportionately affected small reviewers and websites that had nothing to do with the leak. Likewise, the Netflix projects being canceled seemed like an overreaction to the crews making the shows. After all, if all the leak did was confirm that the project existed, it's hardly a major spoiler. However, to give some credit to Nintendo, if the leak did come from a source at Netflix, it's understandable that they might want to distance themselves from a company they feel has shown unprofessional behavior and is incapable of protecting sensitive information. But some projects we're covering didn't even make it this far into production. In 2013, news broke that a few years earlier, a fairly established animation studio attempted to get approval to produce a CG Zelda film. The pitch in question was put forward by Imagi Animation Studios, who might sound familiar to you if you're a fan of TMNT. Although the studio was formed in 2000, Imagi's first major project wasn't until 2007 with TMNT, which they produced themselves over the course of 2 years. And it seems that after TMNT, Imagi jumped straight into this Zelda pitch, which was produced in early 2007. It was supervised and edited by Imagi animator Adam Holmes, who is actually the reason anyone knows about this pitch in the first place. Holmes posted the pitch video to his portfolio website for all to see. In the pitch, Zelda is hunted down and ambushed by Ganon's forces. This leads to Link saving her from Ganon's grunts, but results in Ganon confronting them directly himself. Unfortunately, the video ends before the confrontation. Despite the quality of the animation and Imagi demonstrating at least a basic understanding and admiration for the franchise, the pitch was turned down by Nintendo. Instead, Imagi would end up working on the 2009 Astro Boy movie based on the popular manga of the same name. But unfortunately, Astro Boy had a disappointing performance at the box office, reportedly only making $42 million despite having a budget of $65 million. We'd like to say that Imagi's luck changed after Astro Boy, but this was followed by several more canceled projects, and the studio hasn't released a movie since.
Did you know? The very first piece of music you hear in the original Legend of Zelda was created in just one day. Originally, the team elected to use Bolero, a classical piece composed for a Russian ballet. But but that piece of music's copyright hadn't expired yet. Zelda's development was entering its final stage and the game was being prepared for mass production. Because of this, the game's composer Koji Kondo had to make a new piece of music in just one night. The Bolero piece was selected because the tempo matched the speed of Zelda's opening sequence, and this tempo was used in the new arrangement as well. The Legend of Zelda was noteworthy at the time for switching its music on the fly depending on whether you were in a fight or not. This implementation became a staple of the franchise, and it was a challenge for Kondo to improve upon it in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Since the map was built around Hyrule Field, it was key that players didn't get bored of hearing the same music every time they had to revisit the area. To combat this, Kondo created 28 measure pieces, some of which are specific to battles, that could fit together in different ways randomly. During development of Ocarina of Time, Zelda's creator Shigeru Miyamoto had to push to get a manually controlled ocarina in the game. I like international music such as Inca or Latin. I really wanted to put in an ocarina. It seemed really Zelda-esque. Playing an instrument is a much more enjoyable way to accomplish things than just casting a spell. There were people suggesting playing the ocarina is too tiresome, let's make it automatic. I was undecided as well, but when I went to examine the situation, I found the complainers were happily playing the ocarina too. Originally, a reed pipe was going to be used to summon Epona, Link's horse. But it didn't make sense to have two separate musical instruments once the ocarina was implemented, so it was switched out. The character Malon was created thanks to Shigeru Miyamoto. Miyamoto was a fan of country musicians such as Emmylou Harris, and he insisted on having a songstress in the game. Malon was originally going to stay in the ranch singing by herself and to the horses. Her story was changed halfway through so that once she was in the castle, she'd no longer sing. Koji Kondo recalls making the ocarina songs for Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask as some of his most challenging work. Miyamoto's implementation idea for the ocarina was that each button would always be the same tone. This meant that Kondo only had 5 tones to work with for over 20 tunes across Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, each with their own unique theme. The Gorons in Majora's Mask play the bongos because they are the favorite instruments of Eiji Aonuma, currently the lead producer for the Legend of Zelda franchise. He considers playing music to be his hobby outside of video games and even started a band with some co-workers from Nintendo. Aonuma plays percussion instruments, specifically drums, mostly for fun. He finds creating a rhythm to be enjoyable despite not being a musician at heart, as he cannot read music. Majora's Mask, Pamela is named after lyrics from a bossa nova style song, which is probably why she and her father live in a music box house. Because of the Brazilian roots of the bossa nova music, Pamela was originally foreign, but her ethnicity was ultimately changed to Japanese. Aonuma got the sense that Pamela was brave, so he gave her the troubling situation of having a mummified father. Before Aonuma saw her moving around in-game, Pamela was actually planned to have no father. Kondo decided very early on that the music for Majora's Mask would be informed by the style of Chinese opera, as he was inspired by the Mask of Majora itself. I saw that, and it really brought to mind for me, for whatever reason, a type of Chinese opera. The kind where the performers wear masks and the music is all percussive, and there's a lot of cymbals and bells and whatnot. Those two linked up when I first saw Majora's artwork, and I thought a Chinese-influenced theme would be the way to go. The masks he's referring to are called the Damian, among other names, and were originally implemented in Chinese musical performances in honor of Tang Dynasty warriors going to battle. As the composer, Kondo was involved in more smaller details of Majora's Mask than might be traditionally expected. In one particular scene where the mayor is sat between two people arguing, Kondo designed the music to match the feel of the argument. Since one character was on the left of the mayor and one on the right, different parts of the music would play from either the left or right speaker along with the argument. In another scene where Kitsune is dancing, Kondo was approached by a director, most likely Aonuma, who told him he'd like the music to sound more Japanese. The feeling that the director was getting from what he was seeing on the screen was just different from the impression that I got. But I did go back and look at the scene and I understood more of what he wanted after that, so I redid the music. The E3 trailer for The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess in 2005 featured a fully orchestrated musical accompaniment, something which led many fans to believe that the game would be orchestrated as well. In September of 2005, whether or not the game would be orchestrated hadn't been decided yet. According to Kondo, honestly it hasn't been determined yet, but I would really like to push for it. In the process of recording the trailer music, I've gotten back in touch with how music from live instruments can be extremely powerful. Even when I've spent countless hours creating digital music with complex layers for Nintendo's games, artificial sounds just can't beat the real depth and expression of live instruments. Twilight Princess eventually released without an orchestrated soundtrack. According to Aonuma in a 2007 interview with IGN, Kondo was deeply let down by this. While he was indeed disappointed, the team as a whole came to the conclusion that the game simply didn't need it. When asked whether or not it was a Nintendo decision, Kondo said, "We never got the feeling that, oh, this would be a place that could make more of an impact with the full orchestra. We just didn't see the need for it this time. If you power up the game and let it sit there, there's a fully orchestrated piece there, so we weren't against doing it, no." Nintendo staff wanted to include orchestral music in Skyward Sword, but Miyamoto initially shot them down, insisting it wasn't necessary. Later, the decision was made to give Skyward Sword an orchestrated soundtrack, finally fulfilling the wishes of Koji Kondo.